Okay.
Por favor, en
¿En
español.
español, por favor?
En español,
Okay.
sí.
Tengo dos preguntas para usted. La primera pregunta que tengo, ¿qué piensa usted sobre los detractores de su carrera que quieren politizar esa tragedia número uno? ¿Y qué le dice usted a la gente que piensa que son sus
Hey, James, you
políticas
wanna pop it off the sticks and just get a side shot of him, maybe?
las que han sido causantes de esa
Well,
tragedia?
come back.
Primero que nada, lo que estamos aquí hoy es para explicarle a la comunidad lo que sucedió aquí. Esta tragedia es una tragedia que desafortunadamente ocurre muy a menudo.
Okay, so as Gascon goes into Spanish and they kind of move over as our Fox crews are there at the press conference, again, Gascon's critics have noted that Flores, the suspected shooter, had a felon with a history, say that he was a felon with a history of arrests, and that he was given a plea deal last year that allowed him to avoid prison time for being in possession of a firearm. As a result of the plea, charges of meth possession and being a felon in possession of ammunition were all dropped, and Flores was placed on 2 years probation and 20 days in jail. Now family members of these officers have said that their sons were murdered by a criminal that should have been in jail. Now Gascon taking some reporter questions, although not sure if Fox's Matt Finn in the room was able to get one out there. Let's listen in to the end of this press conference.
Es basado en el derecho de saber y la necesidad de saber, y las personas que tienen acceso y necesitan acceso lo tienen. Muchas gracias.
Mr. Gascon, do you have anything to say to the mother of Monte Police Officer Joseph Santana, who's blaming your policies for her son's death?
Okay, so Fox's Matt Finn asking if Gascon had any response, any words for the family of these officers that now do not have them anymore as they were shot and killed by Flores. This is a photo of him right there. The investigation continues. We'll be watching it here on Live Now from Fox, hopefully able to speak with some of our reporters who have been on this with Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Until then, though, want to go out to this breaking news that we are tracking out of Miami, Florida, as a plane has caught fire at Miami International Airport. They were arriving from Santo Domingo at Miami International Airport, catching fire after its landing gear collapsed. That's according to local affiliates there. The Red Air civilian transport aircraft made an emergency landing at around 5:30 local time after attempting to land at the airport. This is a really rough scene that we're witnessing here. About 126 people, including 11 crew members, were on board the plane. The plane collided with several objects and steered off the runway into this grassy area between the runway and the taxiway. And this is now the scene that we have. We've also had several ambulances that have shown up and have since left now. A communications tower that was standing there was taken out by the plane as well, along with a small building in the area. The communication tower could be seen wrapped around the right wing of the plane where the fire also happened. Crews responded to the scene and were able to quickly douse out the fire. The plane evacuated immediately after that. From what we could see, the people who were on the plane appear to be in pretty good shape, but there are reports of some individuals that have minor injuries. And as always, the investigation is underway as to exactly what went wrong, possibly something with the landing gear before or when it landed.
Earlier explanation from Fox.
Now the plane completely on its side, crashing in this grassy area here. First responders on it now. Have to imagine a lot of the flights have now since been suspended at Miami International Airport, but hopefully those who were inside of the plane and have been reported injured are all going to be okay. We'll be watching that here on Live Now from Fox. We'll keep it up in a box for you as we move on to some of the other stories of the day, including What's going on the Senate floor right now, as we want to report to you the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. This is gun legislation. The text has been released, and there is support that is happening across the board to help with not only school safety, but just gun safety in general. There's support for state crisis intervention orders, investment in children and family mental health services, protections for victims of domestic violence, funding for school-based mental health and supportive services, funding for school safety resources, which is going to be top of mind as we still have so much going on over in Texas here. We have lawmakers that are speaking out about school safety after that tragic shooting out in Uvalde, Texas here. And we have multiple lawmakers who have been speaking out about it as well. Senator Sinema of Arizona, the moderate Republican, has been extremely outspoken about gun legislation, releasing this video after the text was released.
Arizonans are scared to send their children to school, go to the grocery store, work, or their places of worship. For too long, Washington political games stopped any progress on protecting our communities and keeping families safe. The day after the Uvalde shooting at Robb Elementary School, I pledged to continue to work with colleagues on both sides of the aisle to get something done to stop the violence in our communities. I connected with Senators Murphy, Cornyn, and Tillis, and the four of us got to work, putting aside our political differences and remaining laser focused on delivering results. Together, we led a bipartisan group of 20 senators in announcing a common sense proposal to protect America's children, keep our schools safe, and reduce the threat of violence across the country. Our plan expands resources in schools to help kids grow and learn in safe, supportive, secure environments where they feel connected to their communities and know they can seek help if they need it. We're also boosting mental health resources through more community behavioral health clinics and increased access to telehealth services. We're cracking down on criminals who illegally sell or purchase guns, and we're making sure our background check system works effectively and includes those who've been convicted of domestic violence and those who've committed dangerous crimes as juveniles. Our plan will save lives while protecting the constitutional rights of law-abiding Americans. It has the support of a bipartisan majority in the Senate and President Biden. We look forward to continuing to build support and passing it into law.
So there you have it, the posted video from Senator Sinema there, who is one of the lawmakers who drafted this bill. We're also getting reaction from other lawmakers, including Senator McConnell. Again, this is called the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, and it's exactly what the name says. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle. Sinema, a moderate Democrat out of Arizona. Mitch McConnell, definitely more on the conservative side. He says he supports the bill text that Senator Cornyn and our colleagues have produced. He said for years, the far left falsely claimed that Congress could only address the terrible issue of mass murders by trampling on law-abiding Americans' constitutional rights. This bill proves that false. Our colleagues have put together a common sense package of popular steps that will help make these horrifying incidents less likely while fully upholding the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens. And then to the other side of the aisle, Senator Schumer coming out and releasing a statement as well, saying this bipartisan gun safety legislation is progress and will save lives. While it's not everything we want, this legislation is urgently needed, he says, as the author of the Brady background checks bill, which passed in 1994. I'm pleased that for the first time in nearly 30 years, Congress is back on the path to take meaningful action to address gun violence. I will now put this life-saving legislation on the Senate floor for vote with an initial procedural vote as soon as tonight. And following that, we'll move to final passage as quickly as possible. I commend my colleagues for their diligent and astute efforts to finalize this legislation, specifically Senator Murphy, Sinema, Cornyn, and Tillis. We just heard from Senator Sinema right there, and we'll hopefully be hearing from some of these other lawmakers through the evening as well. This is the first major gun restriction bill in more than 25 years. And to see lawmakers from both sides of the aisle coming together on this is quite historic and really shows us what moment we're in here in the United States amid all of these mass shootings across the country. That moves do need to be. Isn't necessarily just about the gun aspect of this. It's also about the local authorities and what could have gone wrong in those moments there as shots were ringing out inside of a classroom at Robb Elementary School. So more on all of that when we come back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Want to go directly out to the Senate floor.
Give them the tools they need
of course, monitoring
to defend their homeland.
Everything underway right now. They're discussing the situation out in Ukraine and the continued invasion from Russia there, but that's not really what the focus is. We're focusing more on what's happening stateside with the United States as the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act text has been released. Senator Schumer and McConnell coming out in support of this. Schumer saying he was hoping that more of their initiatives would have been pushed forward, but says that this is good for now. This is going to, of course, address a series of topics, including support for state crisis intervention orders, investment in children and family mental health services, protections for victims of domestic violence, which actually is interesting because one of the key holdups in this gun bill, it took them days to figure out how to define a dating relationship as it relates to closing the boyfriend loophole. The bill had to, of course, define exactly what a dating relationship is, as a part of this bill is, like I said, protecting victims of domestic violence. So more to come on that, but also a focus is funding for school-based mental health and supportive services and funding for school safety resources amid all of these issues that we've been having. Especially out in Uvalde, Texas, under 21 enhanced review process for buyers under 21 years of age. It requires an investigative period to review juvenile and mental health records, including checks with state databases and local law enforcement, penalties for straw purchasing, telehealth investments. So there's a lot that has gone into this piece of legislation here, and there's sure to be even more discussion when it comes to voting this fully forward so that it could hit eventually President Biden's desk here. But as mentioned before, school safety is top of mind, and we still have conversation underway at the Senate Special Committee. They're calling it the Senate Special Committee to Protect All Texans. That's what they're deeming this right now, as they are addressing the response from police and local authorities when that shooting happened at Robb Elementary School. So we're going to listen into this just briefly here on Live Now from Fox.
For us to the back and forth that it creates, I think that we request a plan. They have 30 days to give it to us, and if they don't, we submit a letter of non-compliance, and at that point they have 2 weeks to conduct a public hearing.
Do you have a report regarding the status of the implementation of this bill that we could look at?
Of 2195?
Of 2195.
That's required active shooter training?
Yes.
That would probably fall under TCOL. We don't provide active shooter training at the School Safety Center.
No, but you help with the survey, looking at the plans?
The training is a bit different. We're asking if school districts have an active threat plan. That bill is specifically addressing active shooter training for law enforcement.
But my question is about satisfactory active shooter policies. So it's policies related to the training. But you look at the policies, do you not?
So from the center's perspective, we're training schools on everything that they need to do in that first 1 to 3 minutes before those first responders arrive. And that's the perspective that we come at. So when we talk about an active threat policy or an active threat plan, we're really focusing on the districts devising what their plans are going to be before first responders arrive on scene. Because initially, they're the first responders. And so that's what we're focusing on with school districts in the development of these plans.
Thank you. Another bill that was passed in 2019, House Bill 690, requires school board trustees to take a school safety course designed by the Texas School Safety Center and the State Board of Education. Do you have a report regarding the status of the implementation of that legislation?
That particular course was developed and is now with State Board of Education. They're overseeing the training for school board members, and that's to be implemented this fall.
And do you have any recommendations regarding how we could implement that legislation more effectively?
Well, I think it was certainly a step in moving the needle and really trying to ensure that from top-down leadership, especially with school board members, really understand the role that they have in ensuring the safety and security of their schools and prioritizing and budgeting recommendations that are put forward to them. So that is now a required training. I think it's important. In my experience and what I've seen, most school board members have no idea what school districts are required to do.
Do the audit results tie in any way to compliance with that legislation?
Can you repeat that?
Do the audit results cover compliance with that legislation?
State Board of Education oversees compliance with that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you tell us a little bit about your background?
So I have been with the center since 2007. I started as a graduate research assistant there, worked in every program that we have. So my background is primarily in the research capacity. Done a lot of research on policing in schools. Was promoted to the school safety director in 2015.
Okay, all right, thank you. Now, this is getting to be a long day right now, and you may have already talked about this. Now, your agency is responsible also in providing, as a part of the overall hazardous operation plan, the active shooter plan, you are also responsible for giving school districts, I guess you could say, the elements of a good active shooter plan. Is that correct? Providing them that information?
Yes, yes. So we relied heavily on the provisions, as I stated in Chapter 37, making sure that they were looking at it from a multi-phase perspective. Since then, we've identified and developed an active threat template, a guidance document, along with a training course.
Okay, and when you begin looking at those plans, you kind of look for whether or not they followed Chapter 37? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and to the extent that they don't, then you provide them the template that was developed by your center, so they can use that in order to develop the plan. Those that didn't, you said 67 out of 1,000 something. Those that didn't develop an adequate plan, you gave them the template in order to kind of develop their plan. Is that correct?
Correct. We developed an active threat template, an active threat guidance document early on in the work that we were doing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, in terms of Uvalde, did they have a plan? Did it have a plan?
They did have an active threat plan.
They did? Mm-hmm. Okay. Have you had an opportunity to evaluate whether or not what they did, did their actions comply with their plan?
No.
Is that something that your center is responsible for in terms of the evaluation of actions taken?
If you're asking if...
No, what I'm asking is your center responsible for evaluating whether or not a district that's actually had to activate a plan did in fact activate it in compliance with their plan?
We are not charged with doing follow-up compliance checks, no.
Wow. Yeah. Who is? Do you know? Who is? Check.
I don't think anybody is. I think that's where the legislation stops short, is we're required to review the plans, ensure that they meet certain legislative provisions, but we're not required to go out and actually check for implementation of those plans.
Senator Perry, do you have a question?
I do, but I don't know that Senator West is through it.
Senator West, are you finished?
Oh, we can have this dialogue.
No.
No, go ahead.
No, you keep going.
Let me just say this. She's witness number 5. We have 15 more witnesses.
I hear you, Mr.
I want everybody to ask any question they want to ask. And I'm going to, as we start moving after this witness, I'm going to ask the witnesses to try to go through their testimony a little bit faster. And I ask y'all, please remember where we are. We don't have that many people, public witnesses, not nearly as many as I thought. And I want to make sure that we can get to everybody tonight, and I think we can.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman.
All right, so Senator West. Oh, Senator Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think this group is probably our substantive. I'm hoping the rest of them should have limited, at least from my perspective. I want to reiterate what you said earlier. The EOP plan is based on a chapter that is not comprehensive and not specific enough to harden our assets to protect our kids.
Correct.
So we are checking the box, patting ourselves on the back, that we've got this EOP that we're all excited about, whether it's been audited or monitored or turned in.
All right, you've been watching again conversation underway at the state level with Texas lawmakers regarding the response at Robb Elementary School out in Uvalde, Texas. Keep with us. At the top of the hour, we'll be bringing on our experts to dive a little bit deeper into what happened today and some pretty scathing remarks from Texas's top cop about what happened here and more on the investigation. We are going to take a commercial break. We'll be right back with a weather alert as heat advisories are heading into multiple states across the country. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Today marks the first official day of summer, and this year you can definitely feel it. Several states are facing dangerously hot conditions as heat advisories spread across the U.S. Fox's Madison Scarpino has a story from St. Louis, Missouri, one of the many cities breaking heat records. Madison.
Hey Daytona, definitely no exception here in the Midwest. And in fact, St. Louis had low temps that never got below 80 degrees for 4 days in a row. And that's something that's never happened here. And the National Weather Service says triple-digit temperatures are popping up across most of the Midwest. And over the next few days, potential record highs are going to stretch across the South. And just as summer officially gets started, forecasters say these hot temperatures usually happen later in the season, but not in June. And the National Weather Service says this heat is going to impact everything from crops and livestock on farms to testing limits of power grids, which see a spike in demand on hot days. And for people, one of the main concerns is the toll that this prolonged heat can take on someone's body when there's no relief.
To 110 degrees during the day, and you're only getting to 80, 85 degrees at night, and it's humid, that's not really much of a relief. You know, and then when you get into the next day, it's just as hot and just as humid. Your body starts to have adverse reactions.
The National Weather Service says the best thing you can do to protect yourself in this heat is to stay informed with trusted weather sources to prepare and just stay inside. But if you have to be outside, some ways to stay safe are listening to your body when it comes to feeling dizzy or lightheaded in the sun, hydrating as much as you possibly can, checking in on elderly friends or family, checking on pets and young children. And for those wondering when these temperatures are going to start to drop, the most recent forecasts show that we might be seeing some relief going into this weekend. In St. Louis, Madison Scarpino, back to you, Daytona.
Yeah, we always kind of laugh here in Phoenix because, you know, triple digits is normal for us. When it's only 100 degrees, that feels nice, but it is so important to keep an eye on all of those things because people are not used to this weather here. Madison Scarpino live for us in St. Louis, Missouri, where it's not only the heat, but it's also humidity too. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Daytona.
Well, we want to take everyone out to a story that we are tracking as we are talking about, unfortunately, the weather. This is in San Mateo in California, where a wildfire has since broken out. We don't know the cause of this fire, although there are wildfires across the country at this point. New Jersey dealing with a historic wildfire, one that is larger than anything they've seen in the last 15 years. And they're saying that it was likely human caused. It was not from natural causes, or that's what preliminary investigations are showing here. So hopefully we'll have some more details on this one that has since broken out as we take a look at these aerials on Sky Fox. But we are going to take one more commercial break. We'll be right back at the top of the hour. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We still have Texas lawmakers who are speaking about the police response when it comes to the Uvalde massacre that we have been reporting on for weeks upon weeks now. But big update today, the head of police, the Texas State Police, saying that police had enough officers and firepower on the scene of the Uvalde school massacre to have stopped the gunman 3 minutes after he entered the building. To break down not only this comment, but also everything surrounding the comments today and the response itself. A lot of the questions that we've had being answered today. Law enforcement expert David Katz. David, thanks for being with us here on the show. As always, we've gone back and forth about this investigation, and there's been a lot of fingers that have been pointed, and still that continues into today. I'm curious about that first statement, though. This all could have been stopped, according to Texas State Police.
Yeah, well, and apparently it could have been stopped before he even got into the school. So make no mistake, from the first moment this incident happened, we started getting a narrative that I think immediately recognized the abject failure of law enforcement. Now they're coming out with pictures. We did first. I mean, how bad can it get? I didn't have a key. I didn't have a tool. I didn't have a shield. I didn't have a rifle. And it turns out that all those things were present and the door was open, and they simply didn't go through.
So we're actually taking a look at one of those photos that was released from inside of the school itself. You make a great point. We're now getting new video. They even brought in the door, a door that shooter was on the inside of, to explain the lock situation. This now is inside one of the hallways at the school itself. They seem pretty prepared to be able to take on whatever was going inside of the classroom. How damning is this evidence?
Well, I mean, a couple things from the fact that they have a lot of personnel and long arms there. That's pretty damning. But I'm looking at those shields are level 3A shields. Those aren't even rifle rated shields. Plus, I don't know, guys, if you're watching this show, I don't know who taught you how to use shields or how to position your rifle fire, but you need a new instructor, because first of all, if they're not rifle rated, they shouldn't be there. Number two, that positioning, I'll give you a chapter and verse on why that's probably the stupidest thing that they possibly could have done. Here's the bottom line. There is no waiting. There is no call. There's no establishing a perimeter. There is no establishing a command center. There's no determining who's the incident commander. The first officer on the scene goes. Why? Because if the bad guy has to fight for his or her life by shooting at the officer, if there's an exchange of gunfire, what is the bad guy not doing? The bad guy's not murdering children. And if the cop goes down, it's a tragedy, but the next cop goes. And we go until the shooter is neutralized. I can't make it any more plain than that. There is no waiting. If you're wearing a badge, you got to go.
David, I want to point out some of the points that were made today. We're hearing that officers with rifles, like we're seeing in this photo, stood in the hallway for over an hour. They say they were waiting in part for more weapons and gear before they finally stormed inside of the classroom and were able to kill the gunman, putting an end to the shots that were fired there. We heard from Steve McGraw, who is the director of the Texas State Department of Public Safety. He said, quote, "I don't care if you have on flip-flops and Bermuda shorts, you go in." Do you agree with that?
1000% yes. I mean, I don't know, like, what more do they want? Did they want to roll in an armored vehicle? You've got a room full of children, terrified, crying for their parents, hoping that somebody's going to come in and save them. And these guys are outside. They have rifles, they have vests, they have helmets, and they're outside. And God knows why they're not given the order to execute. And that means execute the plan, not execute the shooter. You take the shooter out. But whether the shooter is ultimately killed or not is not the issue. You have to stop the shooter. I don't know what more they could have been waiting for.
There was a lot of confusion as to who actually was the one that was in charge when it comes to this scene. We've been hearing a lot about Pete Arredondo. He is the Uvalde School District Police Chief, who said that he was not in charge. and that DPS, he thought maybe that they were in charge. We haven't been hearing directly from him. He was questioned in a closed door hearing. We haven't heard from him with this public hearing today. Who kind of takes charge in situations like this? We had, of course, him. We had other authorities there. We had DPS. What is that system like when you get on a scene like this?
Well, there's a concept called incident command, and it's not necessarily the highest ranking officer present. I suppose in this instance, it's Arredondo because he's the chief. But typically you would give that responsibility to the most senior, most capable person. And apparently no one there had the understanding as to what was happening, or more importantly, what the proper protocol is. But forget that for a minute. What I think most people are missing, whether Arredondo was the commander, it doesn't matter who the commander is. The first officer on scene makes that determination. You know, like I'll give you a good example. The New York City Police Department, if you look at their patrol guide with respect to active shooter, it says, quote, the officer shall make contact with the shooter. What does that mean? It doesn't mean wait for emergency services, wait for your sergeant, wait for the lieutenant, wait for the captain, wait for the deputy inspector. It means go in and stop the shooting. That's what it means. And that's what, you know, the argument about who was in charge, who was responsible ultimately, you know, for making the decision to hold, to go in. It's an absurdity. That should never have reached that decision or that stage point. It should have been taken care of by the first couple officers in, as we witnessed when those brave, intrepid Border Patrol tactical agents got there. They didn't wait for permission. They went in and took the guy out. And that's what should have happened, but an hour earlier, before the children were murdered.
Well, so McGraw is saying today, because he was pressed on that from lawmakers, saying, well, why didn't they step forward? Why didn't the state troopers on the scene take charge immediately? And he's saying that the troopers actually didn't have legal authority to do so. What do you make of that?
They're state troopers, right? They're sworn law enforcement officers.
Yeah.
Does their duty get suspended when they cross into a school? That's nonsensical.
Okay. Well, they were pressed on a lot of different issues, including the security of the infrastructure of the building itself. We even have law enforcement bringing in a door from inside of the school there to explain the lock situation, because there's been a lot of discrepancies on whether or not the door was actually locked. We're now hearing that the door was propped open and then it was closed, but it still wasn't fully locked, which gave the gunman access to the inside here. Utilizing props like this and them showing all of this, do you think it's helpful for the investigation? What does this do for the investigation itself?
I don't understand the dog and pony show. I really don't. I know a lot of guys in the Texas DPS. I know a lot of the instructors. They are squared away. They know these things, the techniques and tactics that need to be implemented. What this stuff is ridiculous. But I will tell you this: the best plan, the whole idea of one hardened point of entry, you know, hardening the schools, making it difficult, if not impossible. I mean, never going to make it impossible, but difficult for a potential adversary to get into a school. That all fails if someone doesn't lock the door. And I mean, just yesterday, I was out, you know, in a couple areas past Austin, talking to some chiefs of police, talking to some school folks about some security measures. And in one of the schools, sure enough, there's a door propped open. I mean, just close the door. And if you're a school administrator and you have that problem, invest the money in a very loud, shrill alarm. If the door gets opened, the alarm goes off, and someone will come and close it. I mean, this is just axiomatic. You have to lock the door, because if that door was secure, if he couldn't breach or get past that doorway, none of this happens.
Right. This is significant for the police response, though, because we're hearing that officers were actually waiting for a key to be able to access the classroom, but it turns out the classroom cannot be locked from the inside, only from the outside. This is all Monday morning quarterbacking, of course, and we weren't the officers who were there on the scene. They had to make these decisions very quickly here, but it cost lives, 19 children and 2 teachers.
Well, if you remember that narrative, I think we discussed this last time I was on. The chief said he was trying different keys to open the door. Well, that had to be a lie. The door was never locked, and we knew the door wasn't locked. How? Because all this story about, well, we couldn't gain entry, we didn't have a key, we didn't have tools, we didn't have explosive breaching rounds, whatever they made up. When the Border Patrol got there, you know how they got in? They opened the door. So I'm not sure where all these tales were spun, but now we know that in fact was not the case. And the officers, the first ones there, could have gotten entry into that classroom. Maybe they couldn't have saved all the children, but if they saved one, if one family had their child home, that's enough. Better all of them saved, but you have to act. You can't. Look. The bottom line is you cannot put the safety of the officer above the safety of the children. Period. If you are in law enforcement and you don't believe that, you are in the wrong job.
So where do you believe the investigation goes from here? With all of this that has since been put on the table, we now have a clear timetable of what happened at every single minute of that hour that they were there. Where do you see it going from here?
Well, I'm quite sure they're going to apportion fault, and I think there's enough to go around. But that doesn't help the families who lost children. It doesn't help the surviving children who, for the rest of their life, are going to have that horror imprinted on them. So I think if the investigation has any bright side, I know that the state of Texas is putting aside money for school resource officers to have, for example, rifle-resistant shields. And of course, I hope they get properly trained, because what we saw there ain't going to do it. You have to harden the school. You have to make it very, very clear that the school resource officer is not, someone with two months left on the job and they just stick that person in the place. We need to have warriors in the schools if we really want to keep the kids safe. And then of course, hopefully, the protocol will become very clear. You do not wait, you enter and you act.
Yeah, this is all very timely, as you said, as new gun legislation the text has been presented, and this likely will pass through. There's a massive bipartisan effort on this. It also is a larger conversation than just Uvalde, as we're seeing this in school districts across the country. Anything else that I didn't bring up, David, from today's hearing that you think is important to note about this investigation? We're all talking about the possibility of now litigation from the families that were involved with this. It's clear that is a very, very real possibility.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt there's going to be litigation, but more importantly, what's better, response or prevention? In our practice, we always preach to our clients, if you can identify a potentially problematic individual, someone with a or who's acting in a way that suggests a predilection toward violence, and you can identify that behavior and stop a violent act, isn't that better? It turns out that the shooter was not only well known to the community as being a deranged individual, but apparently one of this individual's teachers said, "This is the student I'm most afraid of." The guy's dressing like an active shooter. The guy's walking around with a bag of dead cats, and no one makes a report. No one brings that to the attention of law enforcement. And by the way, what we need to do is, I know there's arguments on both sides of the red flag law debate, but if we have anything that might make sense, if police identify somebody who's acting in this way, there should at least be a mechanism when that person tries to buy a firearm, there's at least a secondary level of scrutiny where someone says, well, hang on a second, before we authorize this sale, this person needs to get a little more scrutiny. Preserve all due process, but we don't want someone like that who's basically screaming to the world, I am going to hurt people. We don't want a person like that to get any hold of any instrumentality that might make that a possibility. And that's what we need to learn. That's what we need to act on.
All right. Yeah, a lot of takeaways from this case here. David Katz, thanks for being with us here on the show. We appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Well, as we were speaking, we know that this bipartisan legislation for gun control has passed forward. We have many of these lawmakers, both Republicans and Democrats, that are speaking on Capitol Hill, out on the front steps here. We want to listen in to the beginning right now.
I told her today on the floor as I held her Bible as she took that oath, how many young Latinas who immigrated to America just watched that you can achieve anything. America may not be perfect, but we strive to be a more perfect union. And nothing's greater than the American story. Nothing's greater than Mayra Flores' story. It's not just that she was born in Mexico. It's not just what she was able to achieve, but think about the seat in which she won. It is a seat that the Republican Party has not had in more than 100 years of the Rio Grande Valley. It is a seat that President Biden won by more than 13, and President Barack Obama won by more than 22. It wasn't in a general election, it was in a primary that even make it more difficult. And she wasn't following a Republican member. All the odds were against her. But it was only those who had not met her. Because there is no goal that she cannot achieve. As she came to America at age 6, her father taught her, you could do anything you strive and work hard to become. So she works hard on being a mother, being a wife of a Border Patrol agent, helping those or patients that have a hard time breathing, even at a time of a pandemic. You may just be learning of Mayra Flores today, but you'll be talking about her for years to come, because she just made history, and it's only beginning to start. With that, I want to bring up the newest member, the reason why we have historic at the front of this podium, Mayra Flores.
Thank you so much. Today, I will give a voice to the voiceless. To say that the people who live and work in South Texas have had enough. We want to be heard, and we are tired of being taken for granted and treated like second-class citizens. I was born in Burgos, Tamaulipas, Mexico. Arriba Burgos, sí señor. Raised with strong values to always put God and family first. My father, Saul Flores, moved us to the United States because of the promise of America. He told me, in this country, if you work hard, you can accomplish anything. My story proves he is right. But right now, our people are struggling. They're taken for granted. That ends now. I am here. I have risen from working in the cotton fields to representing the community I love in the United States Congress. And I will give them the voice they need. I will use it to say, our lives are not a game. Our people deserve to have an opportunity, security, and freedom. I will work every day to give it to them. I am a proud Border Patrol wife and a mother fighting for a better future for our children. I want to inspire every child that today is working in the fields, strawberry, onions, cotton field, and you name it. I want you to know that you can become a congressman, a congresswoman, if you work hard. Thank you so much to my amazing family, of course to God, because this would not have happened without him and me living in prayer every single day. And to my amazing team, I truly do have the most hardworking, dedicated team. Thank you so much. God bless America.
Wow, only in America. We've heard that so many times. But right here with the Capitol Dome as our backdrop, the promise of the American dream is alive and well in Mayra Flores. Congratulations to our newest member of Congress. And what a story this is. As Mayra talked about giving voice to the voiceless, Mayra is also giving hope to millions of boys and girls who came to this great country seeking opportunity, seeking their piece of the American dream. She represents the American dream. We are so proud to welcome her as not only the first woman ever elected to Congress who was born in Mexico, but as the newest member of what's going to be a growing House Republican Conference. Congratulations, Mayra. You keep this Statue of Freedom and the eternal dream that is America alive and well. Hear, hear. Now I'll bring up our conference chair, Elise Stefanik.
From California to Texas to New York, Americans are uniting behind Republicans like our newest member of Congress, Mayra Flores, and Connie Conway, who was sworn in last week, because families know they cannot afford to live under Democrats' far-left, failed socialist rule. In less than 2 cycles, House Republicans went from only 13 Republican women to 35, and we are just getting started. This year, we have the most diverse Republican candidates running for Congress in history. The American people want and deserve a new direction. Democrats have created crisis after crisis, from inflation to the border to crime to the baby formula shortages. Over 70% of Americans think the country is going in the wrong direction, which is why they are voting for a new, better direction, supporting Mayra Flores. The momentum is on our side. Americans are united behind our House Republican agenda because we will continue to be laser focused on the issues that actually matter to the American people. We are just a short few months away and only 4 seats from firing lame duck Speaker Nancy Pelosi once and for all. And today, Congresswoman Mayra Flores brought us 1 step and 1 seat closer. And I am honored to yield to fellow Texan with Mayra, Tony Gonzalez.
I want to start by thanking the House Republican leadership, because you don't get here alone, and they believed in Mayra when no one else did, and it is a historic moment for all of us. Mayra, I want to welcome you to the 117th Congress. We have an incredible freshman class filled with talented folks throughout the country, and Mayra is only going to add to that. You know, the American dream is so powerful. The most powerful thing about the American dream is it doesn't always have to start in America. And Mayra is exactly that example that she has. I've got 6 children. I've got a 2-year-old daughter that is going to look up to Mayra and go, we live in the greatest country on earth where anything is possible. And back home in Texas, I'm excited to have a neighbor. I'm excited to have a partner to help identify the border crisis, the fuel, the outrageous fuel costs, you know, the constant terror and threat that we see along the border is much different than what is happening in Washington, D.C. We're all so very excited for this historic day, and we're excited to have Mayra Flores as the 24th member of the Texas delegation. I'll turn it over to our leader, Kevin McCarthy.
What a historic day, and Mayra has her 2 daughters and her 2 sons out here, and her husband, John, who is a very proud Border Patrol agent, and we just think it's such a historic day. With that, let's open it up for questions. Yes, sir.
How do you respond to former President Trump, who claimed in an interview over the weekend that there are no Republicans who are defending him against the January 6th committee?
Well, the one thing I will tell, just as I talked to the president yesterday, he's very excited that Mayra just won a seat that the Democrats have held for more than 100 years. We've watched what Nancy Pelosi has done with this political committee. One thing I know is that since Nancy has appointed this political committee, gas has gone up $1.86. If you just watch an election that Republicans have not won in more than 100 years, in a seat that Biden won by 13, a seat that's 84% Hispanic, the second most Hispanic seat in the nation, the Democrats did the exact same thing with your question. They'd focused on an issue that the public is not focused on. The public is focused on, why is inflation so high? Why is the border insecure? Crime is rising. Everything is costing more. And that's exactly why Mayra ran, and that's exactly why she won. Yes, another good question.
Was Donald Trump right to pressure state officials and Mike Pence to pressure them to overturn the election results?
You know, the president always has a right to question an election, just as the Democrats question, just as Benny Thompson voted against the electorate vote, just as Raskin, who sits on this committee, said President Trump should be impeached before the president was even sworn in. So, look, I know you've got a lot of questions that hover directly to your viewers, but I think your viewers also care more about inflation. Why does it cost them more every single day? Why on the very first day that President Biden took office, why did he start raising the gas price then? Why did the Democrats in Congress question the refiners and the oil companies to make them pledge that they would produce less in the next year? And as the price goes up because supply is less and the other regulations on it, now they question it. Why do they continue to bring us more inflation? Why do they not make our streets safe? Why do they go after the police officers? Why, with Mayra's husband putting his life on the line every day to keep this country secure, why do they make his job harder? Why won't they let him do his job? I think there are still a lot of viewers that might want those answers to those questions too. I think your ratings might go up. Yes, sir. Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Donald Trump famously said that Mexico is not sending their best. Would you agree with that statement?
That Mexico is not funding what?
Not sending their best. He said that Mexico is sending rapists and murderers.
The one thing I know that happens, just as Mayra, who's the very best, her father came here. Her father came here because he wanted a brighter future. She naturalized, become American citizen because she knew her life would be better. And she's standing before you right now as the first in the history of a country that's more than 230 years old, as the first woman born in Mexico ever elected to this body, where less than 12,000 people have ever had that honor. And that's the question you ask? I think you're wrong on that basis. Listen, yes, ma'am, go right ahead. I haven't seen the bill. Yes, sir. If the American public would trust us to be the majority, the very first thing we'd do is make America energy independent. So we'd lower your gasoline price so you won't pay more. We will secure the border so no longer will your children die from fentanyl, the #1 killer of Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. We'll make sure your streets are safe again so you won't have these killings going off throughout.
All right, we've been listening in to House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, flanked by numerous House Republicans, and the newest among them, Mayra Flores. She won her election. It was a special election just a week ago today, last Tuesday. She becomes the first Republican voted in that Texas border county district in about 150 years since Reconstruction. Of course, she'll be only serving until January. She'll have to run again against a Democrat as well for a full 2-year term there in the House. She would be the first Mexican-born congressperson ever in U.S. history. So a lot of firsts there with Mayra Flores. We're going to be taking a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be highlighting one of these key primary races in Alabama. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday afternoon. Live Now look at the U.S. Capitol right there as the battle for Congress, of course, heating up. We're just months away from the midterm elections. Primaries happening in states across the country each and every Tuesday of the summer. One, though, particularly in Alabama, that Senate GOP primary runoff. Joining me now, Fox's Alexandria Hoff live in Montgomery with the latest. Alexandria, what can we expect in this race tonight between Katie Britt and Mo Brooks?
Well, it's so good to be with you, Andrew. Yeah, the stage is set behind us. We're expecting this watch party at Katie Britt's headquarters to get underway in about a half hour, but they really are expecting a victory tonight. In last month's primary, Katie Britt did very well. She came in with about 45% of the vote, with her opponent, Congressman Mo Brooks, coming in around 29%. But between that time and now, she received something else, which was the endorsement of former President Trump. And that may have been less impactful if that endorsement didn't once belong to her opponent. Brooks lost that when Trump abruptly pulled it after he made a couple comments at a rally last August where he was talking about maybe voters moving on from the 2020 election. So Trump did not like what he said there, and he instead gave the endorsement just about a week and a half ago to Katie Brooks. So she performed well in the primary. She's hoping that in this runoff she will do just as well. But I think voter turnout's going to be the latest wild card in this race. The Secretary of State said earlier today that it was low, perhaps sub 10%. So that could be really impactful here, especially considering all of the money that has gone into this Senate race.
Yeah, I find that so interesting that both of these candidates tonight in this runoff were both endorsed by former President Trump. Of course, not concurrently. Katie Britt's getting that endorsement just a couple of days ago. But what are the other kind of key characteristics that distinguish the two Republicans? Some have argued, Katie Britt is more into the establishment type Republicans, and she worked for current incumbent Senator Richard Shelby, and then Mo Brooks kind of in this more fringe, kind of right-wing element of the party. What are more some of their policy differences?
Well, it's really interesting. Mo Brooks, we had spoken with him yesterday, and he says that this race has really been confused by a lot of the ads that have come out. He feels that they have largely attacked him, and that these voters are being swayed into what former President Trump called him, which was woke. He says he is not. So there is there's a difference in ideology that they are hoping to get across to voters, but he feels at least that has been muddied a little bit by these ads that have come out. Now, Katie Britt, when we spoke with her today, she said that she feels that this party needs some new, energetic, conservative leadership. So she wants to bring some of that. She says she's the one that understands what families are most going through when it comes to inflation. Out of all the issues that we talked to both candidates about, that was the number one issue. Again, she also was saying, the attack against her has been, hey, you're a Republican in name only, a rhino. She says that's not true. I think fundamentally they have agreed on most of these topics that have come out. Her background's a little different. As you mentioned, she was a former aide for Senator Shelby, a longtime member of Congress, over 45 years. She also worked for the Business Council of Alabama. She was the head of that. She says she has family leadership, business leadership coming in, and she says she does not want to be a career politician and that the Alabama voters do not want that. That's where they distinguish themselves in background. But when it comes to the issues, I think fundamentally they likely agree on many of them.
All right, Alexandria, just a kind of last question. When do polls close? And I know you've been in Alabama for a couple hours now. What are voters saying? Have they made these distinctions between Britt and Brooks?
The thing that I'd heard from some voters we were speaking with earlier today, they said that they were excited about the potential of having some new energy come into the state. Others were saying that they were a little bit skeptical about the outsider funding that has come in, particularly from, there's a PAC that is associated with Mitch McConnell. Some were a little skeptical about that, but largely we did hear from people who were excited about hearing a new, fresh name. And if you think about it, Katie Britt, when this whole thing started, had almost zero name recognition. Now you really can't drive down a highway here in Alabama and not see one of her very large billboards, and they know her name very well now. And so polls close, let me add too, Andrew, I forgot your first question there. Polls close in just about a half hour now. We expect some of these results to come in around 8:30 Central Time. We know Katie Britt is here at headquarters tonight, but we don't expect her to speak until after this race is called.
All right, great info there, Alexandria. We appreciate your reporting. We'll talk to you again live for us there in Montgomery. Thanks.
Yeah, sounds great.
All right, and we'll be following a lot of these midterm primary races tonight. We have a Live Now look there in Georgia. This one from Vernon Jones' watch party. He's facing an election tonight as well against a Governor Brian Kemp endorsed challenger, Mike Collins. This is in Georgia's 10th congressional district runoff. And so Vernon Jones was backed and endorsed by former President Trump. So it's kind of setting up yet another Trump-Kemp proxy battle with these two candidates. And so this is another key race that we are focused on tonight. This is Georgia's 10th congressional district runoff. Vernon Jones was a longtime Democrat who began backing Trump and switched parties when he left the state house in Georgia in Atlanta. In 2021, he abandoned a Republican bid against Kemp to clear the field for David Perdue at Trump's behest. And so in exchange for that political move, Trump endorsed Jones in the 10th district. And the 10th congressional district covers about 18 counties east of Atlanta, including Athens, Georgia. Okay, we're going to take just a quick commercial break. Hope you enjoyed that rundown of one of these key races we'll be following tonight. We're going to come back in 2 minutes with the latest updates about what's going on Capitol Hill. We finally have legislative text into this gun reform bill. We'll be talking about what it entails, who's supporting it, who's not, when it's going to come up for a vote, and so much more. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox Live Now. Look at the U.S. Capitol. It's now called the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. It's 80 pages of legislative text that would now become, if voted by the Senate and the House, signed into law by President Biden, the first major gun reform legislation in a generation. Let's go over some of the tenets of the bill. The proposal includes support for state crisis intervention orders, provides resources to states and tribes to create and administer laws that help ensure deadly weapons are kept out of the hands of individuals whom a court has determined to be a significant danger to themselves or others. It would also invest in children and family mental health services. It would protect victims of domestic violence. If convicted domestic violence abusers and individuals subject to restraining orders are including those who have or have had a continuing relationship or romantic or intimate nature. It also funds school-based mental health and supportive services. It funds school safety resources. It clarifies the definition of federally licensed firearms dealers. It increases investments in telehealth for mental and behavioral health services for youth and families in crisis. Also, for buyers of weapons under the age of 21, it requires an investigative period to review juvenile and mental health records, including checks with state databases and local law enforcement. And it includes penalties for straw purchasing and cracks down on criminals who illegally straw purchase and traffic guns. So we were just showing you some of the House floor. Some members were speaking out about this. Sponsors to the piece of legislation include Senator John Cornyn, Republican from Texas, Senator Chris Murphy, Democrat from Connecticut, Senator Kristen Sinema, Democrat from Arizona, and Senator Tom Tillis, Republican of North Carolina. Speaking out about the bill is one of the co-sponsors, Senator Kristen Sinema. Let's listen in.
Arizonans are scared to send their children to school, go to the grocery store, work, or their places of worship. For too long, Washington political games stopped any progress on protecting our communities and keeping families safe. The day after the Uvalde shooting at Robb Elementary School, I pledged to continue to work with colleagues on both sides of the aisle to get something done to stop the violence in our communities. I connected with Senators Murphy, Cornyn, and Tillis, and the four of us got to work, putting aside our political differences and remaining laser focused on delivering results. Together, we led a bipartisan group of 20 senators in announcing a common sense proposal to protect America's children, keep our schools safe, and reduce the threat of violence across the country. Our plan expands resources in schools to help kids grow and learn in safe, supportive, secure environments where they feel connected to their communities and know they can seek help if they need it. We're also boosting mental health resources through more community behavioral health clinics and increased access to telehealth services. We're cracking down on criminals who illegally sell or purchase guns, and we're making sure our background check system works effectively and includes those who've been convicted of domestic violence and those who've committed dangerous crimes as juveniles. Our plan will save lives while protecting the constitutional rights of law-abiding Americans. It has the support of a bipartisan majority in the Senate and President Biden. We look forward to continuing to build support and passing it into law.
All right, Senator Sinema's office putting that video out after the legislative text was released today. More and more senators weighing in, responding, reacting. Let's put some of the statements up on the screen for you. This one from one of the co-sponsors of the piece of legislation, Senator Chris Murphy. He says, quote, "For decades, the anti-gun violence movement has been met with obstacles and frustrations, and yet they've been tireless in their pursuit of change. Their advocacy has made this moment possible. This legislation will strengthen background checks and keep guns out of the hands of dangerous people. It also makes a historic investment in mental health and much-needed support services for students. This bill doesn't include everything I want, but it will save countless lives and finally break a 30-year political logjam. I look forward to earning bipartisan support for this historic legislation among my Senate colleagues this week." We also have some of the bigwigs on the Senate floor weighing in, Senator Mitch McConnell and Senator Chuck Schumer. Mitch McConnell's statement goes in part, "I support the bill text that Senator Cornyn and our colleagues have produced. For years, the far left falsely claimed that Congress could only address the terrible issue of mass murders by trampling on law-abiding Americans' constitutional rights. This bill proves that false. Our colleagues have put together a common-sense package of popular steps that will help make these horrifying incidents less likely while fully upholding the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens." And lastly, from Senator Chuck Schumer, he says, quote, "This bipartisan gun safety legislation is progress and will save lives. While it is not everything we want, this legislation is urgently needed. As the author of the Brady background checks bill, which passed in 1994, I am pleased that for the first time in nearly 30 years, Congress is back on the path to take meaningful action to address gun violence. I will now put this life-saving legislation on the Senate floor for a vote with an initial procedural vote as soon as tonight And following that, we will move to final passage as quickly as possible. He then went on to commend his colleagues for their bipartisan efforts. This is a huge bipartisan achievement. The framework, now the text. Of course, we have to wait and see how will it fare on the Senate floor when actual votes are cast. Votes to actually start debate, votes to end debate, and votes to actually vote on the legislative text itself. This group of bipartisan senators say they have enough Republicans. Remember, they need 60 votes in total. That means they need 10 Republicans to cross the threshold and to send it over to the House side. So, historic on Capitol Hill today in the Senate. You heard from Senator Schumer there in his statement. They say there could be procedural votes on the floor tonight. If that happens, we will bring those to you here live on Live Now from Fox. Well, I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you're having a great Tuesday. It's been a busy Tuesday here stateside. So many stories. We're going to be getting another political update out of Georgia very soon at the top of the hour in one of these other key primary races that we are following tonight. A GOP runoff for the 10th Congressional District. Vernon Jones, Trump endorsed, versus Mike Collins, Kemp endorsed. We'll have more on that race in just a moment. We also have another story we're following, not politically focused. This is in the world of sports, world of pro football. Deshaun Watson settling many claims against him, and so we're going to get a reporter on that, one of our great guests of the program, Dan Luss, to break that all down. He's been following this story very closely. What does this mean for Deshaun Watson's career in the NFL, and will more litigants come after him? More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We do have some news regarding Bill Cosby. He was found by a civil jury to have sexually abused a 16-year-old girl at the Playboy Mansion back in 1975. The civil trial jury has awarded the victim $500,000. There's some video we have of Cosby. Remember, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court overturned his conviction in a separate case. Many prominent attorneys there in California speaking out now after the jury rendered this decision, including Gloria Allred and other lawyers for Bill Cosby as well, Allred representing the victims in the case. Let's listen into some of the sound. They just had a press conference after the jury released this finding.
Move down a little bit.
Thank you for coming today. I'm attorney Gloria Allred. With me to my left is our client Judy Huth, our lead trial attorney, my law partner Nathan Goldberg, and to my right, a very important member of our trial team, my partner John West. First, we want to thank the jury for their verdict of compensatory damages for Ms. Huth in the amount of $500,000. The verdict is very important. Second, we want to thank our client, Judy Huth, because she has demonstrated so much courage and made so many sacrifices to win justice in this case. We are honored to represent Judy Huth. Third, I want to thank my partners, Nathan Goldberg and John West, for being exceptional litigators and trial lawyers in this case and in many other cases as well. And I want the world to know that I feel very blessed that they have been my law partners for decades. Fourth, I want to thank all of the women who have spoken out over the years and refused to be silent in the face of injustice and sexual abuse by powerful men. The late United States Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg once said, quote, "Real change, enduring change, happens one step at a time," end quote. Today, our client Judy Huth won real change because she fought Bill Cosby one step at a time for over 7.5 years. And she proved with the jury's verdict that Mr. Cosby did sexually assault her when she was a minor, and that he should be held and was held accountable for what he did to her.
Is it more important to you that she...
And before I take any questions, and we will take questions, I would like to ask my partner, Nathan Goldberg, if he would like to make a comment.
I actually would. What's amazing about this case is that what happened to Ms. Huth occurred 47 years ago, when she was 16 years old at the Playboy Mansion where Mr. Cosby lured her to come, along with her friend. There's no other case that I'm aware of where someone like Ms. Huth obtained justice 47 years after the fact. And that is what makes this really, truly, and remarkable in terms of a lawsuit, that no matter what, it proves that, you can run but you can't hide. That no matter what he did so many years ago, thinking that, he could just get away with it, we brought him here to this court to have justice, and we won. And we won despite all the accusations and all the things that were thrown at us from the opposing counsel throughout the trial, calling her names, calling her witnesses' names. We won because it happened. We won because it was right, and we won because it was just. And that's why I'm very, very proud of this verdict in favor of Ms. Huth.
Thank you, Nathan. And John, would you like to make a comment?
They say that our legal system is the worst with the exception of every other system in the world, but it works. Anybody, any working person can come to our courts and seek justice. And if they have the perseverance that Judy Huth has, they can prevail. So be strong, have faith, and we hope every other victim steps forward and does the same thing.
Judy.
Hello. I would like to thank my hardworking...
Talk into the mic.
Hello. I would like to thank my hardworking and dedicated team, Nathan Goldberg, Gloria Allred, and John West, and all my supporters, my family, my friends, and most of all, my two beautiful sons. Thank you all very much for being behind me. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I also want to say before we take questions that as far as we know, this is the first case under California's Child Victims Act that extended the statute of limitations, and it was first case to go to trial. So it shows that adult survivors of child sexual abuse, which is what Judy Huth was in this case, do have rights, do have access to the civil system of justice in order to assert their rights and vindicate their rights in a court of law against the person that they accuse of sexually assaulting them when they were children, when they were under the age of 18. And now I will welcome questions. Just to reiterate, this is the verdict form. And the first question was Ms. Huth under the age of 18 when she was at the Playboy Mansion with Mr. Cosby? The jury answered yes. The next question was, did Mr. Cosby intend to cause a harmful or offensive contact with Ms. Huth by use of his sexual organ? And a sexually offensive contact with Ms. Huth resulted. Answer, yes. The next question, would a normal person without hesitation have been disturbed, irritated, offended, or injured by Mr. Cosby's conduct? Jury answered yes. Next, was Mr. Cosby's conduct motivated by an unnatural or abnormal sexual interest in Ms. Huth, a minor?
Okay, prominent attorney Gloria Allred, who is representing the victim at this press conference in Santa Monica today, after a jury there found Bill Cosby sexually abused a 16-year-old back in 1975 at the Playboy Mansion, awarding that victim $500,000. We're getting reaction in from the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network. They put out a statement saying, quote, once again, a jury has found Bill Cosby committed sexual assault. And then the the victim, her name, Judy Huth, they say Huth's courageous testimony helped the jury reach this decision, and we commend her for her bravery. Today's verdict shows survivors that perpetrators, even powerful ones, can be held accountable. So we're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be diving into some more of these top headlines on this very busy Tuesday. We'll play out a little bit more of that press conference, though, because we also heard from Cosby's attorneys as well. But when we come back, we'll be getting an update out of yet another key primary race that we are following tonight, this one in Georgia. More on that in 2 minutes. Okay, LiveNOW look there at the U.S. Capitol as we are tracking several of these key primary elections tonight. We were just speaking with one of our reporters there in Alabama. We're going to take it out now to Covington, Georgia. We are following a GOP primary runoff contest for the Georgia 10th Congressional District. Two Republicans pitted against each other. There live in Covington is Fox's Jonathan Seri. Jonathan, thanks so much for being with us. What can we expect out of this race tonight?
Certainly. Well, we have some breaking news to tell you about. The Associated Press is now calling the race for Mike Collins. This is obviously going to be an upset for former President Trump, who had endorsed his opponent. This runoff race in Georgia's 10th Congressional District was seen as another opportunity for former President Trump to use his political influence, and that was going to be a test of his influence. He had endorsed wholeheartedly Vernon Jones, a former Democrat who had previously served in the Georgia State House and also had previously served as CEO of DeKalb County, a major metro Atlanta county that includes a portion of the city of Atlanta. Well, his opponent, trucking company owner Mike Collins, carried the endorsement of Governor Brian Kemp, who remains hugely popular among Georgia Republicans despite a rift with President Trump. President Trump became enraged with Governor Kemp shortly after the 2020 election because Governor Kemp had refused to go along with Trump's demands that he block the election that Georgia had voted by a very narrow margin in favor of Joe Biden. After that, he promised to primary Brian Kemp. He was unsuccessful in that when he was endorsing former Georgia Senator David Perdue, who ran unsuccessfully. That didn't work out for him, and so in the primary, and so this was another opportunity for President Trump to use his influence. Initially, Vernon Jones had planned on running for governor, but President Trump talked him out of that, instead suggested that he run for the District 10 congressional race and promised his wholehearted endorsement, which he did give him, but apparently it has not helped him win this race. It appears that he is losing this very close runoff to Mike Collins here in Georgia's District 10. Now, if indeed Mike Collins is the winner, he should have a very easy time going into the November general election. District 10 here in Georgia, it includes 18 counties, many of them very rural. These are mostly very conservative counties, so the Republican has the best chance of winning in the November general election. Back to you.
Yeah, wow, Jonathan, this is breaking just as we're speaking right now that the race has been called by the Associated Press, at least. And of course, you were kind of teeing up that this was seen as somewhat of a proxy battle or proxy war, kind of like we saw with Trump and Kemp, but also with Kemp and Perdue, and now Mike Collins remains victorious in this. Have we heard from any Vernon Jones campaign spokespeople about what they have said? Are they reacting? I know you were just speaking with us when the news broke.
Yeah, no, not yet. Right now, they're all set up for Vernon Jones to come out and make an announcement. Everyone gathered here. We have some supporters here gathered around waiting for him to come out, but no officials yet. We have yet to hear from Vernon Jones himself, and we have not yet heard from the campaign. All of this unfolding even as we speak.
Yeah, and just, Jonathan, last point, we heard from Brad Raffensperger, from Gabe Sterling today on Capitol Hill in one of the January 6th hearings. This race happening tonight. Georgia remains so interesting politically headed into November.
It is absolutely fascinating. For the longest time, this Georgia was a solidly Republican state, a solidly conservative state, and then just as of recently, it has become a swing state. Republicans still may have a slight advantage. You could argue that things were very different in 2020. A lot of Republicans choosing to sit out of the Senate races, the Senate runoffs, because they were upset with the way that the presidential election had turned out. But still, it is a much more competitive state. For the first time in perhaps a generation, it is a battleground state. It's very exciting to work here as a political journalist.
All right, Fox's Jonathan Seri, the best there out for us live in Covington, Georgia. We appreciate your reporting. We'll talk to you again. Thanks so much.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, such an interesting race there in the Georgia 10th Congressional District. The Associated Press literally calling the race as Jonathan Seri was about to give his report for Mike Collins over Vernon Jones. Vernon Jones, Trump endorsed, Mike Collins, Brian Kemp endorsed, and so if we do hear from Jones or Collins at their respective watch parties, we'll bring that to you live. We're also tracking that race out of Alabama, another GOP primary runoff, though this one for Senate between Katie Britt and Mo Brooks. Once their parties start, we'll have their remarks as well. Live Now look at the U.S. Capitol. We're going to take just a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be delving into a very hot-button issue in the world of pro football, the world of sports. More news about Deshaun Watson. We'll have that in 2 minutes. And speaking of the midterm primary elections, we just got this shot up there in Alabama of Mo Brooks's election night watch party. This is live. We'll have more on that a little bit later on. We're about 10 minutes past the top of the hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for joining us. Well, the world of pro football was quite rocked today as news about Deshaun Watson still reverberating. We're learning that the Cleveland Browns quarterback settling 20 civil lawsuits today. Those lawsuits filed against him, accusing him of inappropriate sexual misconduct during numerous massage sessions, with massage therapists. This comes months after a grand jury in Harris County in Texas declined to charge Watson, and just 1 week after Watson told reporters he wanted to clear his name. Right now, though, we're going to be joined by our friend of the program who helps us break down these really big sports stories, sports legal expert Dan Lust. Dan, thanks so much for being with us. This is huge. You and I have been talking about this, Deshaun Watson rather, for quite some time. Now these lawsuits, at least some of them, well, most of them, settled by him and his attorney.
Yeah, so it is a big development in one sense, but I will say a deal, we'll say similar to this, appears to have been on the table, I think right around last year's trade deadline. So in the fall of 2021, there was a report the Miami Dolphins were willing to trade for Deshaun Watson if he could settle all 22 of his cases. And it came out after the fact that 18 of those 22 accusers wanted to settle, 4 did not. So fast forward to today, Andrew, and what do we have? We now have 24 active cases, 20 settled, but that magic number is still 4. So there appears to be 4 holdouts in this case. So yes, definitely news that Watson was able to settle 20 of the lawsuits, but I think equally important news that 4 of these accusers do not want to settle, right? Maybe money is not an object for them, right? Maybe they want to put Watson's feet to the fire. They want their day in court. So I think that's maybe some news that's slipping underneath the radar. Yes, it's big that he can settle a big chunk of these cases, but equally important that he wasn't able to settle all of them. The rumor and innuendo on the table was that Watson wanted an all or nothing type deal when it came to last year's trade deadline. And the fact that he has now kind of come off that demand does tell you something.
Dan, we do have a statement in from Tony Busby, some of the lawyer representing most of the victims in this. I just want to put this up on the screen. I'm going to read it in part. It goes, the cases against Deshaun Watson started with one phone call from one brave and strong woman, her name Ashley Solis. At the time of that call, she was just one of the hundreds of calls seeking legal assistance that our firm gets weekly. Even though she was originally turned away by our screening process, my staff insisted that I personally speak with her. I'm glad she persisted. Once we took a second look, and after having contact with Watson's original lawyer who disrespected Ashley and her profession and who arrogantly minimized the conduct of someone he referred to as an asset, I was convinced that our law firm should try to help her. As a result of Ashley's lone but brave voice, soon many women who had allegedly experienced the same conduct were emboldened to step forward. So kind of giving kudos to the victims here who have settled. Then also, like you were mentioning, Dan, saying today I announce that all cases against Watson, with the exception of 4, have settled, focusing on those 4 that have not. Do you think we'll find any, information or details about that dollar amount, that number in the settlement figure?
Well, originally it was reported that old deal that was on the table to settle 18 of 22 cases, which was rejected, was for approximately $100,000 per plaintiff. So that was reported, I want to say reported, but it was in one of the complaints by Tony Busby's side. And for those that have not been following all the ebbs and flows of this case, Tony Busby, maybe it's odd, maybe it's not, but he represents all 24 of the women that had filed lawsuits. There was a 25th that had filed a lawsuit that he represented. Her case was dropped. And then there are an additional 2 to get to 20, an additional 2 would be 25, 26 that Tony Busby is set to represent. So yes, we are at this stage down to 4 cases, but next week could be back to 6 with 2 additional on the horizon. And I should mention, Andrew, there was a report that came out from the New York Times about 2 weeks ago that Deshaun Watson had used 66 different masseuses in his 17-month period. So we certainly could be looking at an additional, set of individuals that could file suit in this case. Once they see, right, a settlement, which I think people are saying is in the ballpark of that 100,000, that was what was previously reported, maybe you're going to have more people perk up and say, hey, I was on the fence of suing, but now that I see that Watson was able to pay these women, maybe I'll take a shot at it. So I'm certainly not ruling out that the window of opportunity to sue is closed.
So, Dan, though, we know that a separate NFL investigation is concurrently going on. What do you think is going to happen with that? Do you think there will be some type of suspension or something like that in the weeks and months ahead?
I think behind closed doors, the NFL wanted Watson to try to settle all of these cases, but they did come out and say that, Watson settling these cases is not going to impact NFL discipline. So, yeah, the reports are that they are trying to make a decision on a suspension by this summer. So that would be before games start. There was a report that came out over the last week that a 1-year length suspension was potentially in the works. No official word from the NFL, but I don't think it would surprise anyone if that was a 1-year deal. Even though, Andrew, as you mentioned, he was not indicted by 2 separate grand juries for this kind of common nucleus of fact, these different masseuses, but the NFL certainly has a different standard. It does not require a criminal charge to get suspended. And the optics of the NFL, right? 24 women coming forward with these civil complaints. I think the NFL wants to send a message, whether it's going to be a year suspension or less than that, or maybe no suspension. Certainly a wide range of outcomes here.
Yeah, and we know that huge dollar amount that is guaranteed to Watson. I think it was $230 million. If he were suspended, what would happen to that? Would he still get all of that? Would some of it have to be, paid in fines? Because we are getting, or at least this from Adam Schefter, the intrepid NFL reporter, his tweet saying, today's developments between Watson and his accusers, quote, has no impact on the collectively bargained disciplinary process. That's the NFL spokesman's statement to Schefter. So what does that all mean? Is he going to get to keep $230 million?
So he gets his signing bonus, which I think is $45 million, and this year's salary was a suspicious at the time $1 million base salary on a 5-year deal. So everyone asked, why is his base only $1 million for this year? And I said, I think probably correct, is because all along Watson's camp has expected some type of suspension. So the way the NFL works, the collectively bargained agreement says that if he is suspended for the 2022 season, his salary for the 2022 season is at risk. But if that salary is only $1 million compared to $230 million with the rest of that contract, he has much less that's exposed. So we'll say it's a very heavy backloaded contract. And in terms of what the NFL, might do here, this $230 million contract, I think the Texans kind of dodged a bullet here. They were able to get 3 first-round picks and get rid of this kind of troubled NFL player. Again, has not been convicted of a crime, but suspension is looming. I think the Browns, there has been some talk that maybe they have looked into whether they can void the contract if he is ultimately charged with the crime. There are more civil cases that follow here. But at the end of the day, the Browns have already parted with 3 first-round picks. So if Watson is suspended for a year, they're not going to get those draft picks back. So I think the Browns have kind of made their bed, so to speak, and now they have to lie in it. They're wed to Deshaun Watson at this point, whether they like to or not.
Yeah, I know, Dan, I always ask you this because these stories never really are over. So what will you be kind of looking for in the next several weeks, months, or is this story over? What more could we expect from it?
Yeah, story is certainly not over. I think we've been covering this, Andrew, for like a year and a half together. So there have been ebbs and flows. Here's what's next, right? The NFL is going to issue, I think, some type of suspension. That certainly is what the optics are that they're leaning towards. The problem is, of these 4 remaining cases and whatever other new ones are filed after that, the trial in those cases is not scheduled until after this year's Super Bowl. So I think it should be a little alarming to Deshaun Watson, the $230 million man, that he was not able to settle these cases. That money, however many $1 million he had, he was not able to settle. So certainly looking forward to what happens there, the trial in this case. And then, Andrew, the only other part that we did not discuss, the Houston Texans might be brought into these lawsuits. What they might have known ahead of time while he was a member of the team, maybe they facilitated some of these different massage incidents. So that is what Tony Busby, the lawyer for the accuser, said he's going to do. So certainly a lot on the horizon here. If you're getting Watson fatigue, buckle up. There is more on the horizon.
All right, final words there from Dan Lust. As always, Dan, thanks so much, and we'll talk to you again.
My pleasure, anytime.
Okay, we are going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be diving into another sports-related story, this one having to do with WNBA star Brittney Griner, still in Russian detention. A phone call the State Department trying to set up with her wife here stateside fell through, botched. It was their wedding anniversary. We'll have more on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We have a lot more stories left to get to. Well, if you're an American who's been traveling lately, you may have experienced flight delays or flight cancellations, thousands of them happening just last weekend. Fox 11 in Los Angeles talks to a travel expert about why the aviation industry is experiencing this post-pandemic. Have a listen to this segment.
More about why this is happening, how you can cope, is travel industry expert Jeanette Seha. Jeanette, thanks for being with us. Why is this happening, and all at once, seemingly?
Yes, thank you so much for having me tonight. It is very unpredictable, chaotic times right now, just as summer season is kicking off. Families are starting to plan and go on their trips, or at least they're going to the airports. And it's something that is happening, I think, is like you mentioned before, all over the nation and around the world. I recently came back from France, and on the flight, it was packed. So I feel like people are ready to travel. The numbers, according to TSA, as of yesterday, were high. It was about 2,384,449 passengers checked into airports in the U.S., according to TSA. So the numbers are high, but it's just what happens when you get to the airport and when you check in. It's really what unpredictable when you get there.
Yeah, so I mean, we're talking also, you got to factor in weather. You know, weather is a factor too in some of those cancellations. You mentioned how people are just itching to fly. The demand is also contributing. The pilot shortage as well, that is absolutely a problem. Delta especially hit hard. We heard from the union saying that pilots, they're going to be flying overtime hours, more overtime hours just this year combined than in years past. And they sent us a statement as to why this is happening. They say a variety of factors continue to impact our operation, including challenges with air traffic control, weather, and unscheduled absences in some work groups. Jeanette, this isn't just about pilots, though. There's flight attendants who are they're facing shortages. They're out. Gate agents as well.
Yes, definitely a shortage across the board. And also, I believe as maybe they weren't expecting this much travel happening, this much demand, this much people who wanting to get out. But also in this time, some of the restrictions for COVID have eased abroad. For example, just last Sunday, if you were going to come back to the United States, you didn't have to get a COVID test. So some of those restrictions have been coming down. But yet, who could have predicted what would be happening at this very moment? And it is quite unpredictable. I mean, some people are getting on their flights. Some people are making it with slight delays. But across the board, I believe a lot of the airlines are really suffering with the similar issues of staff shortages.
And this is expected all summer season?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, knowing that, let's talk about ways that our viewers can kind of navigate all of this turbulence. All right, so give us some of your expert travel industry tips. How do we deal with this?
Yes. So if you have a trip, whether that's business or you have a wedding or a conference, something important to go to within the next 24, 48 hours, I would recommend, just like the passengers said at LAX, to pack your must-haves in your carry-on. Even if you make it to your final destination and your flight does go as planned, maybe your luggage can also be delayed or not arrive. So do keep your most important items in your carry-on. That's one of my tips all year round, no matter what. I would also say if you are going to travel within the next 24 or 48 hours and you are concerned of a delay or cancellation, and you are able to postpone it, maybe look into different dates. Maybe you can call the airline. Some airlines will do a no change fee for you, understanding what's happening. Or if you have a travel agent, you can also call your travel agent. If you are going to go within the next 24 hours, there is an app, FlightAware, also on the website, where you can check and stay up to date with what is happening with your flight. It's just something you're going to have to take day by day, but definitely stay up to date, especially if you're going to travel within the next 24 to 48 hours.
I also like your other tip about the fact that if the wedding's on Wednesday and you would typically arrive, say, on Tuesday, if you can swing it to do it a day earlier, right? So to arrive a day or two before the event, just in case that your flight does get canceled. That's a great tip there as well. Okay, Jeanette, thank you so much. You can get more of her travel tips on her own website. It is Jet Set with Jeanette. That's 2 N's and 2 T's.com. JetSetWithJeanette.com for more travel industry tips to help you navigate all the turbulence that's out there. All right. Thank you so much, Jeanette. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Appreciate you too.
All right, we thank Fox 11 there for that segment on a lot of these travel woes that so many Americans are experiencing, especially as we get into midsummer here. We'll also want to hear from Fox 11 in Los Angeles talking about vaccines, COVID-19 vaccines for the youngest among us, now eligible for children under the age of 5. Here's that segment.
Tomorrow is another milestone in the fight against the coronavirus. Children under the age of 5 will be able to get vaccinated. Last week, as reported, the FDA cleared vaccines from Moderna and Pfizer. And then over the weekend, as expected, the CDC gave the final okay. About 18 million children under the age of 5 are now eligible. The technology used by both Pfizer and Moderna is the same, but there are some differences. To explain more on that, joining us now to explain everything you need to know, pediatrician Dr. Lauren Cosby, spokesperson, by the way, for the American Academy of Pediatrics. Dr. Lauren, thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Hey, Marla.
I'm sure your office is very busy as we look ahead to tomorrow and the days ahead. Why should parents get their youngest ones vaccinated, especially when we know that kids do fairly well when it comes to fighting COVID-19?
Well, you know, the risk from COVID disease is still much greater overall than the risk from the vaccine. This is that protection the little ones need, and many parents and pediatricians have been waiting for a really long time. Many kids are also too young to mask, so they really haven't had anything to protect them against infection, and this vaccine provides them with something to protect them. You know, we know the vaccine has reduced hospitalizations of those infected with COVID from all other age groups, and we're eager to see that same protection offered to our youngest children, because infants and children can get very sick with COVID-19. We have had patients hospitalized in the ICU with it. Thousands of children under age 5 have been hospitalized or admitted for intensive care, and over 400 children have died from it, and those are under age 5. And we don't yet know also all the long-term impact of getting sick with COVID. We do know the vaccine helps protect against things like long COVID and also MIS-C, that inflammatory syndrome that can be very devastating to a child's health. So it can be unpredictable and severe. You just don't know.
Okay. Let's explain exactly what Pfizer is offering versus what Moderna is offering. Pfizer's vaccine is for 6 months old to 4 years old. It is 1/10 of the adult dose. It is a 3-shot series, the initial 2 given 3 weeks apart, and then the last at least 2 months later. Moderna's is for kids 6 months to 5 years old. This one here is a quarter of the adult dose. It's a 2-shot series given about 4 weeks apart. And then the FDA also authorized a 3rd Moderna dose specifically for immunocompromised children to be administered at least a month after the 2nd shot. Okay, so these parents have their choice between the Pfizer and the Moderna. How do they know which to give their kid?
Well, you know, some of it depends on what vaccine is available to them. And we do recommend to get the one that's available. Your pediatric office or the town you're in or wherever you are may have one type only, and that is fine. So get what you can. And, you know, it's important to know that both vaccines led to immune responses as good as or better than the immune responses in young adults, since these immune responses are what protect you from COVID infections, especially from severe illness. You know, kids 6 months through 5 years who get these should get that similar protection. So we're not saying choose one over the other, and the Academy of Pediatrics says the same thing. Just get what you can. You may want to talk to your doctor, though, because they may have some other advice for you that's more specific.
And they're such little teeny tiny bodies, and we know that, as mentioned, it's a quarter of the dose or a third of the dose. But in terms of side effects, are those worse for the little ones?
No, pretty much what has been seen are the typical side effects that we see from all the childhood immunizations. So, sore arm or sore leg, depending where it's given, or a little redness at the injection site, fever, or some irritability. But all of those last a day or maybe two, just like I think what a lot of people are familiar with, having had COVID vaccines or had talked about it and heard about it. So pretty standard side effects that are overall considered minor.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the hesitancy that is out there, that remains, because we know in LA County, the vaccination rate for kids 5 to 11 years old is not all that impressive. It's just 33%. That's versus 78% of 12 to 17-year-olds in this county that are fully vaccinated. So why do you think there is that hesitation? We have just under a minute left, Dr. Crosby.
Okay, well, I think that's sad. And I think that there's a lot of things going on, like scare tactics, there's misinformation. We all know that there's been a lot of that. They hear anecdotes from other family members or friends or something they read online. And in general, that same thing you brought up at the beginning, that kids don't need the vaccine because it's just like a cold or a mild illness. And so it is an unpredictable illness, and we definitely recommend that kids get it. The immunity from the disease is not long lasting. Some people don't make a good immune response to actually getting sick. And so we know that getting the vaccine will give them some of that extra protection that they need so that they're not hospitalized.
All right,
well,
you can carry on the conversation with Dr. Lauren Crosby tomorrow when she joins Good Day LA. That's coming up tomorrow morning during the 8 a.m. hour. And you can also follow Dr. Crosby on Instagram at Dr. Lauren Crosby. She is a wealth of information, and we thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you, Marla.
Okay, we'll look forward to seeing you on TV tomorrow.
All right, and we thank Fox 11 for those two segments there about travel woes a lot of Americans are experiencing, and then speaking with that doctor there about now COVID-19 vaccines available to the youngest among us, children under the age of 5. In the meantime, we were previewing, remember, more news about WNBA star Brittney Griner. Her Russian detention has been extended to July the 2nd, while the State Department was trying to set up a call with her wife stateside. Unfortunately, it fell through. That call now being rescheduled. There was a vigil earlier today in Phoenix. Of course, she plays for the Phoenix Mercury. Many of her supporters, her fans, her family, urging the U.S. government, urging President Biden to do more to bring her home. Here's Fox 10's Bailey Miller.
Signs that say "We are BG" and "Free Brittney." Community members making these outside the Footprint Center with a mission and a purpose.
We want her here. Her family wants her here. Her wife wants her here. And, you know, it's not right that she's still over there. She needs to be home.
Brittney Griner's not out here. She should be here by now. It's been way too long. People are totally ignoring this like it didn't even happen. And it's happened, and she's been there a long time, and there's no excuse for it.
Griner, the WNBA star, arrested in Russia about 4 months ago after Russian authorities said they found vape cartridges containing hash oil in her luggage. Tonight, the rally put on by the Shining Light Foundation. Many gathering do not know Brittney personally. They're fans of hers and want to make sure our elected officials know they're watching what happens to her closely.
I hope that, you know, the White House definitely feels a little bit of pressure and makes some, you know, leadway with bringing her home.
All right, we thank Fox 10's Bailey Miller there for a look at that vigil that was held earlier today in Phoenix, Arizona. Well, Brittney Griner tried to call her wife nearly a dozen times through the American embassy in Russia on the couple's 4th anniversary on Saturday, but they never connected since the phone line at the embassy was not staffed. That's according to Griner's wife, Sherelle, in an interview with the Associated Press, saying she was very disappointed that could not happen. The couple has not spoken by phone in the 4 months since Griner's arrest in Russia, where she remains jailed in detention. That was to have changed on Saturday, when a long-awaited call was to have finally taken place after getting Russian government approval. But the day came and went without any contact, leaving an anguished Sherelle Griner to wonder what went wrong and to suspect, at least initially, that Russian authorities had thwarted the call. on Monday. Yesterday, she said she learned from her wife's lawyers a more distressing truth. Brittney Griner had actually tried to call 11 times over a period of several hours, dialing a number she'd been given at the U.S. Embassy in Moscow, which the couple had been told would then patch the call through to Cherelle Griner in Phoenix. But each time the call went unanswered because the desk at the embassy where the phone rang was apparently unstaffed. On Saturday, Cherelle Griner telling the Associated Press, quote, "I was distraught, I was hurt, I was done, fed up," to which today at the State Department press briefing, spokesperson Ned Price said that the call, quote, "will take place in relatively short order," and reiterated that they, quote, "deeply regret that Brittney Griner was unable to speak to her wife over the weekend because of a logistical error." So the call has been rescheduled. Brittney Griner, though, remains in a Russian prison. Hopefully we'll have more updates on the status of the negotiations to try to secure her release. What are the back-channel diplomatic negotiations ongoing at the moment? Of course, we're not privy to that. I'm sure they are ongoing. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us on your Tuesday night. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, though, this hearing still taking place live there in the Texas State Senate, a special committee to investigate the many, many failures that happened during the law enforcement response to Robb Elementary School, the Uvalde mass shooting. Now, a month later, that left 19 young school children shot and killed, including 2 of their teachers. We'll have highlights from that after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. It's about 5:40 here on the West Coast, 8:40 there on the East Coast, and we are looking live in a special committee room in the Texas State Senate in Austin as law enforcement from many jurisdictions testifying today, called as witnesses as this special committee looks at the response to the Uvalde mass shooting at Robb Elementary School, to what so many critics have called inadequate, to which Texas DPS Director Steve McCraw today called a failure of epic proportions. Fox 7 in Austin has a look back at this hearing, some of the key highlights. Let's listen in.
This image, first published by the Texas Tribune, shows law enforcement officers in Uvalde armed, ready, but waiting. It brought about a harsh assessment Tuesday from DPS Director Steve McCraw.
There's compelling evidence that the law enforcement response to the attack at Robb Elementary was an abject failure and antithetical to everything we've learned over the last 2 decades since the Columbine massacre.
McCraw was the main witness before a special state Senate committee reviewing the attack at Robb Elementary School. The committee was shown a timeline built from a school security camera, police body cameras, and recorded calls to a dispatcher from Uvalde ISD Police Chief Pete Arredondo.
We don't have enough firepower. Right now it's all pistols, and he has an AR-15.
The information McCraw presented contradicted earlier statements issued by the chief, who was considered to be the incident commander at the time.
Then he waited for shields. Then he waited for SWAT. Lastly, he waited for a key that was never needed.
19 children and 2 teachers were killed while authorities waited for an order to confront the gunman who got into the school through an unlocked outside door. The committee was told the door to the classroom that the gunman entered also was unlocked. McCraw testified the strike plate on the door frame was faulty. A review of security video, according to McCraw, indicates another critical discrepancy from what the chief said in a media report.
We could never see anybody put their hand on the door, and of course, up until the breach.
It was confirmed tools to break through the doors were on site, but not immediately used. McCraw suggested every state trooper, as well as all local patrol officers in Texas, should have protective shields and breaching tools with them. But in an active shooter situation, McCraw testified there's no reason to wait for equipment or for backup.
If you got one officer, that's enough.
Another leadership problem was revealed during the hearing. Uvalde ISD school administrators, according to McCraw, were notified about the broken classroom door before the attack, but it was not repaired. The design of the door was even questioned. It doesn't lock from the inside and apparently is used by other school districts.
What we have is a situation that is the school gets an alert and goes into lockdown, but there really is no lockdown at all.
Effectively, no.
Addressing that statewide safety issue is also part of the committee review.
They mentioned something called the Texas Interoperability Channel Plan, and it's referenced to...
Okay, we thank Fox 7 in Austin for putting that pretty great summary of the testimony by Texas DPS Director Steve McCraw. We're going to replay some of those key highlights today. Remember, it is still happening live there in a Senate committee room in Austin, but we want to show you the key highlights from McCraw's testimony right now.
Much has been done, but much more needs to be done before this investigation is completed and presented to the district attorney, Christina Mitchell, for her review. However, we do know this. There's compelling evidence that the law enforcement response to the attack at Robb Elementary was an abject failure and antithetical to everything we've learned over the last 2 decades since the Columbine massacre. 3 minutes after the subject entered the West Building, there was a sufficient number of armed officers wearing body armor to isolate, distract, and neutralize the subject. The only thing stopping a hallway of dedicated officers from entering room 111 and 112 was the on-scene commander, who decided to place the lives of officers before the lives of children. The officers had weapons, the children had none. The officers had body armor, the children had none. The officers had training, the subject had none. 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 8 seconds. That's how long the children waited and the teachers waited in rooms 111 to be rescued. And while they waited, the on-scene commander waited for a radio and rifles. Then he waited for shields. Then he waited for SWAT. Lastly, he waited for a key that was never needed. The post-Columbine doctrine is clear and compelling and unambiguous. Stop the killing, stop the dying. You can't do the former unless you can't do the latter unless you do the former. Certainly, some things were done well, and even very well. The teachers quickly implemented active shooter protocols, prior to the subject gaining entry. In fact, one teacher was able to call 911 and report that before the subject entered the campus. Law enforcement officers were able to evacuate hundreds of children in a safe and orderly manner. The district attorney, Christina Mitchell, and her staff led tireless efforts to take care of the victims and their families in the aftermath. And Senator Gutierrez talked a little about victim identification and victim notification. That is always a priority after such a tragedy. Very difficult to do, and she did an outstanding job in trying to handle that situation, blending all the different resources from local, state, and federal agencies at the time. Importantly, what I'd like to know that at the time of this death, or first of all, I'll go a little before I go to the timeline. I just want to cover one more thing, if you don't mind, is that with your permission, to quickly review some of the pre-attack events is what I'd like to do. I just think it's important to note, plus, this is not just a DPS investigation and a Texas Ranger investigation. We've worked closely from the beginning with all federal agencies and all agencies on the scene in particular. On the investigative side, the FBI has provided tremendous resources, hundreds of agents, covered leads throughout the country, throughout the world, and also enhanced the videos with technology capabilities that they have back in Quantico. Very important to do, to get to the facts, to see exactly what happened. Because one thing is witness statements, another thing is video and audio recordings, period. So we're grateful for them. We're also grateful for ATF in terms of the initial phases as it relates to the firearms and weapons that were involved and ammunition. And their efforts continue. In fact, we'll continue to use the FBI in this regard. There's more interviews to go. We got re-interviews to do. So again, we're not done at this point in time, and we won't be done until the district attorney is satisfied that the investigation is completed and we're satisfied that what we have is correct. I can tell you just a quick overview of the subject. At the time of his death, he was 18 years old, lived with his grandparents on Diaz Street, which was 0.29 miles from Robb Elementary School. In fact, he attended Robb Elementary School 1 year, and that was 4th grade, in the very classroom that he was killed. He communicated extensively on several different social media platforms, including gaming platforms with individuals. And what's disturbing about some of the communications is that over the timeline, and you look at them, it's almost as if he's communicating with people that's, if not supportive of the school shooter community, if there's such a thing, but certainly empathetic and sympathetic, as if they support. Look, it's a good thing. You get notoriety, you get points for being a school shooter, and it's obviously disturbing. And as a result of that, there are several messages. If we go back and look and assess after the fact, what could we have done, law enforcement, to prevent this before even happening? And that was the call after Santa Fe. Well, what can we do? Yes, we responded well, but what we can do to prevent it? And that was the focus, and it still is continued to focus. But we have yet to identify even one report to the school or to law enforcement that discussed animal cruelty, that discussed many things are described, a morose, suicidal, fatalistic loner who had sympathies with and been called a school shooter. He certainly took on the persona of a school shooter in dress and demeanor and over the last year. And people noted this, but yet it didn't get reported. So there's clearly, we did have and leveraged also the FBI's behavioral analysis unit, which is very good. Experts that independently look at this and look at the shooter and ask the question, could we have intervened? If we'd have known, could we have done something? And the answer is almost overwhelmingly yes. So when you go back and look after the fact, there's always things that could have been done if we would have known. That's why it's so important that the public reports this. So important, even if it's suspicious. Give us a chance. And we certainly know that we arrested a 13 and 14-year-old in Uvalde for planning an attack on Uvalde High School back in 2018. And they were charged with attempted or conspiracy to commit capital murder. That's what right looks like because the public reported it and it was investigated. And that's what right looks like. We know that I mentioned a number of statements. Also, at least 8 months prior to the attack, he was moving towards on what they would call a pathway to violence. He'd asked a family member to purchase him a weapon, refused. He was 17 years old at the time, after he dropped out of high school on October 28th. Other messaging, other conversation. He also began buying things, okay, and several purchases for rifles, accessories, specifically magazines. He didn't have a rifle, but he purchased magazines. He purchased slings. He purchased high-end optics, and he had money. He had money in a joint bank account, and I can't discuss some of the specifics. It's issued through a grand jury subpoena. But he had money and a joint account with his grandmother, and used a debit card to make those online purchases, several online purchases, at least 6, prior up until the day of the attack, or actually to the day of his birthday, May 16th. On May 16th, he was eligible to purchase a weapon. He purchased 2 5.56 millimeter rifles, one a higher end version of it. He purchased as many as 1,740 rounds through a online retailer, and was able to purchase it. Was delivered to that residence at a later time. He purchased another 375 rounds of ammunition within that same couple of day period. We know that on May 14th, he placed on the line, he messaged, make him very careful, messaged online on these social media platforms, various different ones, 10 more days. Someone responded. What are you gonna do, shoot up a school? No, you'll see. Those types of things are those words are out there, but yet not reported 10 days before. And of course, very disturbingly, many messages that occurred on the day of the attack on May 24th. And, to a number of different friends, some tell them delete your messages along those lines. You'll see what's going to happen. And he was in communication many times in messaging and earlier FaceTime with a 15-year-old juvenile, and was in Germany at the time, and told her, and I quote, I'm going to shoot my grandma in the head. And he later, I just shot my grandma in the head, and I'm going to go shoot up an elementary school. That was at 11:21 when that happened, 11:21. And with your permission, Chairman, I'd like to go to the timeline. And these events are taken from audio, video, body camera, 911 tapes. And so it's not subject to interpretation. It's simply subject to transcription. And you have a copy of the timeline in front of you. And I'll begin on page 1. And I'll try to quickly go through them. 11:28, and I'm going to round off the times. I'm not going to say the seconds, but I'll do it in order. The suspect crashes his vehicle into a ditch. Okay, this was at the intersection of Goss and Gerardine, in front of the school and in front of a funeral home. The subject didn't have a driver's license. The subject couldn't drive. And when he did drive, he was described as having problems with taking a turn. So people wonder, why, crashing like he did when he also attempted to turn, almost left, but then crashes into a ditch, a concrete ditch, and right in front of the school. If he's really going to the school, to do something, what's his destination? Well, his destination was Robb Elementary School. There's no question about it. He did crash. Once he crashed, 2 males from the funeral home went out to see how he was. And at that point, that was 11:29. We heard a teacher. This teacher was inside the school, by the way. The teacher, was observant enough inside the school. She calls 911 and reports a man with a gun. That was 11:29. 11:31, the suspect began shooting the suspect had shot at, the individuals that came from the funeral home. Now he left 3 rounds. He shot 3 times at him. Missed him. One of the individuals got up, and they continued on, and of course reported that later. 11:31, the suspect begins shooting at the school. And there's classrooms on the West Building. And if we have the diagram on my left here, you can see this right here. So you can see the Diaz Street location, and you can see the west entrance. And if your permission, if I can stand up, Chairman, to be able to point that out. Okay, this is Diaz Street. Diaz Street's up here, 0.29 miles around. This is Goss Street. This is Jardine Street. This is the funeral home I talked about. This is where he crashed, right here. The crash location. He was trying to make the turn here and crashed. It was his grandmother's pickup truck that he crashed in. He climbed out on the passenger side and took with him one rifle. He took with him his backpack at that point. That's when he shot at, when I described the time he shot at those two individuals, ran back to the funeral home. Then he situates himself, he moves to a fence. The fence is approximately 4 feet, throws the bag over, jumps over the fence, and proceeds in this direction. And the red on your chart is the direction that the subject is moving. As he moves into this area, once he's in this, as he moves along this area, he gets into this area right here. He begins shooting, okay? As he's been shooting into the classrooms is what he's doing. He's initially right here, and on the timeline, if I go back up to the timeline, and note that he's 3 Uvalde PD officers, okay? Let me, higher up here. Okay, multiple shots. In fact, he shot 27 times as he proceeded, as he walked along here. He dropped the backpack here for no apparent reason. He was situated right here among cars. There was cars at the time. And as he walked, he shot into these classrooms. There's 2 classrooms. There's actually 4, but 2 he shot into. There's 4 windows, 2 windows on each. He was firing into those classrooms. He proceeded to the west building, or the west entrance of the building, what we're calling the west. We're calling this east, and this is the south entrance. He proceeded in there. He opened the door. It was open. It was unlocked. I know there were reports before about a teacher putting a rock in it. That's a practice around the school, practice in many schools. Yes, that did happen, but that teacher, that same teacher also removed the rock. It was the same teacher that called 911 and reported a man with a gun outside the school and the crash. So he also called the alarm, and the school goes into a lockdown, active shooter. And they get the kids, and I won't go through the protocols, but they did what they were supposed to do in that regard. And one of those things is to lock the interior doors to the classrooms where the kids are at, lower the lights, and put them in a particular area the furthest away from the windows, furthest away from the door as possible. As the teachers were trying to protect the kids throughout the entire campus, he entered the west building here. Now, I can tell you from the door aspect, we can discuss the door a little bit later. You may have questions on it, but it was open as he walked in. Thanks. This is where he is. Red indicates the subject. As he walks in, it's about 20 feet when you walk into this corridor, this east-west hallway. Then he's in the north-south hallway. He turns left. Then he approaches, and you can't tell from the video. The challenge with the school video is it's a fisheye video located at this location. A little different than the video that we had at Santa Fe. So the view is very distorted. You can't see all the way to here, and you certainly can't see very far over here on the first iteration. The second iteration, we got a little bit better. When it was sent back to Quantico to be enhanced or enhanced the second time, you can see much of what's going on. It provided a much clearer way for us to document exactly what happened in that hallway over that 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 8 seconds. The subject lines up here. What you can't see, it's inset in here. What you can't see is which classroom he's shooting into exactly. But he's shooting at either 111 or 112 initially. Overall, there was 24 rounds that were left, recovered out here, 27 in the hallway. Now, some of those rounds could have been, when we're evacuating, first responders are evacuating, trying to save lives, could have drugged some of those rounds out there. But for right now, it appears, and when we finish with the trajectory analysis, we'll be able to tell you how many exactly were fired by the subject into that room and how many were fired out by the subject. But for right now, it appeared we had 27 rounds recovered in the hallway. The only shooting was not in this direction, it was in this direction here. He walked up to the door, he opened the door and walked in. Okay, then we heard shooting. As the timeline suggests, and through audio enhancement, we can hear how many shots were fired. The initial barrage of firing occurred within 100 rounds, occurred within the next couple of minutes. So you can go up on the timeline here.
Begins shooting into classrooms 111, 112. He enters to 11:33. So we're talking about 32 seconds after he enters, because he entered West Building at 11:33. So the crash is at 11:28, enters the building at 11:33, or 11:33 exactly, and 11:33 in seconds, begins shooting at the classroom, and then he enters into what we believe is 111. I say believe, okay, at this time, 111, and he begins shooting. If you go over your timeline, look at, you'll see more than 100 rounds were fired initially. Another 11 rounds were fired at 11:37, okay, and injuring 2 officers were approaching. That the rooms, the walls inside the interior are sheetrock, and bullets go through. The 2 were grazed at that point, retreated. I can tell you at 11:36, as we mentioned before, you had 3 Uvalde PD officers enter the west door. 11:35, 11:36, 2, and 2 Uvalde PD officers. So we had 4 officers, 7 officers right now in the building at 11:36. So that's pretty quick time, considering all the different factors in that regard. There was never a school resource officer on the scene. A school resource officer did respond, and when he responded to the location. He heard a man with a gun. So he's off campus, he's in his vehicle, he responds rapidly. As he does, he sees what he thinks when he drives in, he sees what he thinks is the subject back here. It wasn't the subject, it was a teacher. He drives directly towards that subject, the teacher, and says, "I'm out with the subject." So it had already been reported on the radio, man with a gun, okay, at the school, after a crash. He thinks he's got the subject. He drives quickly. He drove, over 50 miles an hour into it, going towards the subject. And unfortunately, that wasn't the subject. The subject was right here. He passed the subject as he went. So that's why some of the confusion early on. Now, the doctrine for active shooters is clear. I mentioned it before. And it's 2 sets of it. Hey, you stop the killing, you stop the dying. The other part of that doctrine is you isolate, you distract, and you neutralize. Everyone's taught this. You require it in TCOL training. We practice it, we preached it. This is the doctrine, and it recognizes that you run to the sound of gunfire. When you get to gunfire, you don't stop. Okay, when you get there, you run into gunfire, okay, and it's so important to do so. And I'll tell you what, and I've said it before, and I hope I underscore this. There's no doubt in my mind that those officers would have gone, any one of them would have sacrificed their life for those children. Any one of them. If they knew there was kids in that room and teachers in that room, I have great confidence that those police officers, those local officers, would have done what was right. 11:40, we have Chief, first report, officers contained in the office. Contained is not a word for active shooter. Contained is a barricaded subject. Contained is a situation where you may have a hostage, you need a SWAT team. Okay, you have time. The C's, first you contain, then you communicate with the subject, then you call for SWAT, then you create an immediate action plan. That's not what this was. This was never anything more than an active shooter situation. But at some point, he's contained in the office. Then we have Chief Ariano calls Uvalde PD. It has been reported he did not have a radio with him. He did not. That was actually true. That was correct report. And this is the conversation that he had, and you can read it yourself in your notes. But I'll just, for the purposes of this, Chief Ariano. Hey, it's Ariano. Can you hear me? I'd like to tell you where we're at. It's an emergency right now. I'm inside the building where this man has an AR-15. He shot a whole bunch of times. We're inside the building. He's in one room. I need a lot of firepower, so I need this building surrounded with as many AR-15s as possible. Can you hear me? The dispatcher responded. Can be heard talking in the background and asking what room number. Chief, is the teacher with him? Is Is the teacher with him? Is she in the room as he's in? Can you hear him? Ma'am? Ma'am? Dispatcher, I'm right here. Chief, ma'am, is the teacher with him in his classroom? Dispatcher, she's in another classroom. She's in room 102. Another person possible shot across from her. It wasn't in 102, it was 112. Is the accurate number. Chief Arianda, okay, we have him in the room. He's got an AR-15. He's shot a lot. He's in the room. He hasn't come out yet. We're surrounded, but I don't have a radio with me. Please let all units know he's going to be in a room. He's in room 111 or 112, and we're in here. I'm in the hallway. Sergeant, another sergeant are here. We need this place surrounded, and if you have SWAT, I need them to set up south side of the building, which is the nearest to the location to the funeral home. Dispatcher confirms SWAT location. Chief Ariando, yes. They need to be outside the building and prepared because we don't have enough firepower. Right now it's all pistols and he has an AR-15. You can get the SWAT team set up by the funeral home, okay? And we need, yes, I need more firepower in here because we have pistols and this guy's got a rifle. So I don't have a radio. If somebody can come in, the dispatcher, Chief Ariando, but I am gonna drop it when he comes out of the door, all right? So I need you to bring a radio for me and give me my radio. For me, I need to get one rifle. Hold on, I'm trying to set him up, or set him. I'm going to set him up right now, okay? Do me a favor, call me when SWAT is set up. I'm gonna have you a vibrate, though. Call me twice if you have to. It's okay, all right, thank you. Questions have been asked about who's in charge. And much to the chagrin to some, that when people believe and what they hear, that when the FBI shows up, no, they're not in charge, okay? When other agencies show up, you're not in charge. It's the agency that has the original jurisdiction is in charge. But you have options. Just because you're in charge and you have the authority and you're the ranking official, senior official on site, you can actually delegate that down. In my case, the lower I delegate it, the better, in terms of sound decision making, or you can delegate it to another agency, or you can ask another agency to take the lead. This is common practice, and I see it.
Okay, so we learned a lot of new information there from the Texas DPS Director Steve McCraw testifying today about the Uvalde mass shooting in front of a special committee in the Texas State Senate. It is still going on live as we speak. This has been a marathon hearing lasting several hours all day today, with many testifying as to the inadequate law enforcement response, what exactly went wrong. In the meantime, though, I'm Andrew Kraft. We do want to show you some snippets of a very contentious Uvalde City Commission meeting, City Council meeting today. Mayor Don Laughlin taking questions from the public. He even said that Robb Elementary School will eventually be demolished. Here's some of that from just moments ago.
For each meeting which he fails to attend unless on leave of absence previously granted or because of illness. Any member of the City Council or the mayor remaining absent for 3 consecutive meetings of the City Council without first having obtained leave of absence at a regular or officially called meeting may be deemed to have vacated his office, and at its option the City Council may declare such vacancy to exist, and if so, shall proceed to fill the vacancy thereby created in the same manner as other vacancies are to be filled. That would be a special election.
Can I just follow up? If he does not appear at these successive sessions, would all of you agree to replace him tonight? Would you say you would replace him tonight?
That would be the necessary action that we probably have to
take. Would all of you do that?
It's already written here, he has to vote.
And you have to vote to do that, though, right? If we have to vote to do that, I think you saw a unanimous vote not to give him his leave of absence today. But I mean, I can't give you the answer. I mean, tomorrow something may come out and different things. Look, you know, I don't have an answer for you on Pete, and we can evoke the 3 laws in. But at the same token, if I would have kept Pete from, or we'd have said Pete can't be on the city council, then we'd be no better than anybody else saying we're defying what the citizens elected to do in the Constitution. I have no legal right. If he misses his 3 meetings, I'm sure Pete will go. Sure, you want my vote? I'll vote yes.
You understand we can't say that tonight because that's not something we can we can't all say a certain thing. That's actually not allowed.
Sure.
Mayor, you said that just understand that.
We're working on that right now. In answer to your question there, we're working on that right now to start releasing what video we can. But we are still under a letter that I'm going to have them. Alex, I want y'all to release that letter from the district attorney's office tomorrow, telling us under criminal deals that we can't release any information. And that's where this all started with. And now everybody sent their deal to the attorney general to get an opinion or different things. But we will get you that copy of that letter, and we are going to start seeing what we can and cannot release. But I will tell you right now, if it's pictures of children that are there, I will not release those. I will not.
So you will be releasing video?
What I can release, or I say I don't have control of it, but what the city attorney and them can release, we will start releasing as soon as we can.
Mayor, you said there are 4 groups that had that information. At what point do you, as the elected official of this city, go into one of the 4, whether it's the district attorney, DPS, the governor, whoever it may be, at what point do you go in and say, I am the elected mayor of this city? Why are we being kept in the dark for these families to not have answers?
When did I do it? A week ago, the day after that, the day after that, the day after that. I have called everybody I can think of to do and tell them, what are we going to do to get something? Well, y'all are releasing something all over. I mean, what kind of farce do you have in Austin today? At least the House had the audacity to keep it in a closed door session, and we had the bozo, the clown show at the Senate today with the McGraw and everybody parading out there and giving answers that they still don't have the facts to, and they still don't have the truth to. And yet again, he didn't talk about any other agencies that were there, and also have an accountability to everybody that was there too.
And if Arredondo does not show for the 3rd consecutive council meeting, if he is not removed from the position, would it take signatures? Because the recall has to be 8 months after the election and qualification. So at what point
I think we all heard the citizens here tonight and how they feel and I think the action of how we voted on the leave of absence, because I have this request that he wrote for his leave of absence right here. And I think you saw we heard y'all loud and clear. And I think that action, and so until I'm not going to say what's going to happen 1 meeting from now, 2 meetings from now, or 3 meetings from now. But we heard our citizens tonight, loud and clear. I don't think anybody could question that.
So the next meeting is 3rd miss.
No, because not really, because on the emergency session was an emergency session. It's not a regular forum. It was just an emergency quick meeting to pass an emergency declaration. This would be number 1 tonight.
Mayor, do you believe he should remain the police chief of the school district?
I'm not going to get into that. I mean, I have my personal opinions and so forth, but I'm not going to publicly get in and criticize them one way or the other.
What's next for Rob Elementary School? Should it be kept in place or demolished?
Do what?
What's next for Rob Elementary School? Will it be demolished?
It's my understanding, and I had this discussion with the superintendent. That school will be demolished. You can never ask a child to go back or a teacher to go back in that school ever. Yes, sir. Sure. We're going to take 3 more questions and then we're going to stop. So, just a minute, Ms. Crew. You're local, so I'm going to let the reporters get theirs first. And I'll come to you next, sir. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I can't hear you loud and clear. I'm sorry.
Take how DPS is handling this? Do you believe that?
I'm very frustrated with the way they're handling it. Very frustrated, because like I said, we're not getting any information from them. Every report you hear, we never talk about DPS officers being there. You always want to talk about local officers there. You don't talk about all these other agencies who are there. And like I said, there's 8 agencies that are going to be accountable to everybody for what went on in that hall. And DPS is one of them.
So you use the words lie and leak. You feel that Texas DPS is consciously lying and leaking?
Well, it's like you're asking me for questions on this city that I'm supposed to know in that. He is the head of the Texas Department of Public Safety. Either he should know what his officers are doing, or somebody's misinforming him of what his officers are doing and what went on that day. One way or the other. The buck stops with him, just like it stops with me here.
What's your next move to make sure that this community gets answers?
Do what?
What's your next move to make sure that this community gets answers?
Maybe we have to start. Maybe the city of Uvalde is going to have. Maybe the headlines are going to be: City of Uvalde sues the DPS. City of Uvalde sues the district attorney for information, because we damn sure ain't getting it any other way.
Applause there in the city council meeting in Uvalde. Mayor Don Laughlin taking questions from the public and reporters and really voicing his frustration. It was very heated with Texas DPS, saying they're not getting any information from them, essentially, and I'm paraphrasing, saying all the heat is on local Uvalde police and Uvalde school police as well, and they want answers into what Texas's DPS's role was during the school shooting. We also learned that Robb Elementary School will, according to the mayor, eventually be demolished. This is a very newsy city council meeting. Also, many in the public there demanding to know where Pete Arredondo is. He's the Uvalde School District Police Chief. He's also now a city council member, and he has not been there for the last 3 meetings, and many in the public are angry about that. Well, there's so much to this story as we approach the 1-month anniversary of the Robb Elementary School mass shooting, killing 19 young children and 2 teachers there. And right now, we want to play out an interview we did with a Texas Tribune reporter who's been following this very closely. And he has questions still about what remains left to know, piecing the puzzles together in this investigation. Here's that conversation from earlier today. Texas State Senate is convening right now, talking about the investigation into the Uvalde mass shooting. I'm being joined by Texas Tribune reporter Zach Despart. He's been following the hearing alongside us today. And Zach, thanks for being with us. Wanted your thoughts. What stuck out to you? A lot of key details that we once thought were to be the case have now turned out not to be so.
Yes, a couple of revelatory statements today by the head of the Texas State Police. He had said that within 3 minutes of responding to the active shooter incident, there were enough police at the school with enough manpower, enough firepower, and enough equipment to successfully confront the shooter, neutralize that threat, and end the shooting. Police, from our previous reporting and from their previous statements, had said that they were waiting for keys to open up 2 locked classrooms where the gunman had shut himself inside with those students and teachers. And that was why it took more than an hour to end the shooting. The head of the state police said today that those doors, in fact, were not locked, that there was no barrier preventing police from immediately confronting the gunman, and that there was no excuse that the shooting should not have ended so long.
And so one of the key refrains from law enforcement from on the ground during that very long window of time we heard time and time again was that they were waiting for more heavy equipment, specifically these shields that they needed to go in to breach the classroom door. Yet some of the photos we've seen recently in the past couple of days from inside the hallway in the school shows that in addition to a lot of firepower, they had some of those shields already.
Yes, a revelatory story that my colleague Terry Langford wrote yesterday revealed that the incident commander, the Uvalde Schools Police Chief Pete Arredondo, made a 911 phone call about noon, about half hour into the standoff, requesting exactly that: more rifles, shields, a SWAT team, a sniper, a tool to breach the doors that were locked. Our review of body cam footage and surveillance footage from the school found that all of those things were already on scene. There were already multiple officers with rifles. The first shield arrived within a few minutes. 4 would ultimately arrive. There was a tool, a fireman's tool, to break down the door that was on scene. And yet somehow the incident commander did not know that. And without that knowledge, did not make, according to state police, the right decision to go in.
Let's talk about the incident commander. There seems to be some discrepancy into who that was. Was there even one? What more do we know about that? Because it seems like Texas DPS, Uvalde City Police, Uvalde School District Police are saying, we didn't really know who was the incident commander.
Yes, that has been a source of confusion. The state police, one of the consistent things they have said throughout is that the school's police chief, Pete Arredondo, was the incident commander. And all of the police experts that I've talked to in the past few weeks, all of them have agreed, yes, he was the rightful incident commander. The school campuses were his immediate jurisdiction. He had the most intimate knowledge of their layout and how to respond to incidents there. Now, Arredondo is the only one who's saying that he wasn't. He granted the only interview he's done throughout this to myself and my colleague, James Barragan, in which he said he did not consider himself the incident commander and that he did not give any orders to anyone during the whole standoff. Now, again, that is not supported by the video surveillance evidence that we have reviewed. There are officers in their body cams during the standoff who refer to the chief as the guy in charge. And by his own admission, the chief said that he directed police to evacuate other classrooms, the ones where the gunman wasn't. How that's not in order, I don't know.
And of course, they are saying that, of course, saved countless lives, and they have been kind of focusing on that aspect rather than the lack of an adequate response to classrooms 111, 112. I also want to talk about the kind of discrepancies we've been getting about what radio frequencies, what radio signals were like. Why wasn't there more communication? Were the radio signals working inside the school?
The head of the state police, Steve McCraw, said in his testimony today that radios were not working well in the school, either for the school police, the local police, the state police. He did not say that was an excuse for why the police response was bad and why police couldn't communicate by other means, but that did check out, but the radio is not working well.
Can we talk about some of the, lawsuits that have been filed, some of the great reporting that Texas journalists have done, filing FOIA requests, trying to get some of these documents? You have that going on, but you also have Uvalde Police, Uvalde School District Police lawyering up, in effect, to prevent the release of some of these key documents, key testimony, key video. And so this is all happening concurrently at the same time. Where do your efforts stand?
I mean, our efforts, again, one of my colleagues wrote a story last week about how we have filed 70 or 80 records requests. Obviously, other journalists, I'm sure from your organization too, have filed lots of them. And the city of Uvalde, for example, has said they're not going to respond to any of them. They're going to refer all of them to the attorney general, which you can do in Texas. But even for very basic things like campaign finance reports or other sort of call logs that are indisputably public records, they are withholding at this point. And it's weird because the state police had been the primary agency giving information about the shooting in the first couple days after it happened. And then they went silent. For the past few weeks, would not speak publicly or on the record about what had happened until today, when Colonel McGraw gave voluminous testimony and answered questions from senators for hours. Now, he did say he has no objection to releasing the body cam and surveillance footage publicly. He said that he'll have to get the permission of the Uvalde County District Attorney. So we'll see if that ever or when that ever happens.
Are you, somewhat optimistic that will be the case, that the district attorney in Uvalde County would do such a thing?
I mean, I've been in Texas long enough not to be optimistic about any of those things. There is some legislative hearings now, both on the House and Senate side, that we are getting more answers. I am pleased about that, but I won't make any promises about the future.
Steve McGraw did say today, and in his most really candid statements about the lack of a response, he called it an abject failure and antithetical to everything we have learned over the past 2 decades. He says what happened at Robb Elementary sets law enforcement back a decade. What more? And we know you guys at the Texas Tribune have put literally a minute-by-minute timeline together. You're still kind of putting some of the puzzle pieces together too. What more do you want to know?
Well, we want to know, for example, exactly which law enforcement agencies responded. We still don't know the whole list. We'd like to know what each of their individual officers on scene were doing. And we would like to know more about what the interactions of the state police troopers who responded were with the incident commander, who they say wasn't performing his job, wasn't taking charge. If all of those things were true, what were the state police doing perhaps to take a greater command role themselves or take more initiative about the incident if they believed someone was not doing that job?
So are you chalking this up to kind of a blame game right now? People are just pointing fingers?
Colonel McGraw said today that he wasn't intentionally blaming Chief Arredondo. He said, I mean, that's just what the facts are, and I have to sort of repeat the facts. Other people have been sort of skeptical about, obviously, all of this information is coming from the state police, who have an interest in making their own performance look good. And some of the senators today had some pretty critical questions about the state police and why they themselves, being the far larger, more trained, better equipped agency, did not do more during the shooting response.
And is it the surprise, I guess, of you and your colleagues and many in the communities, basically, that Uvalde law enforcement, some of these officers, Pete Arredondo himself with the school district police force, have not stepped aside or gone on some type of temporary leave while all of this is ongoing?
When I was in Uvalde a few weeks ago, I spoke with a lot of residents who were quite frustrated with Arredondo specifically. Not only is he the police chief of the schools department there, he was recently elected to city council right before the shooting. He was sworn in secret. He has been in hiding essentially since the shooting. They feel like he is not doing his job as a public official, can't do his job, and should step aside or be fired. Neither of those things have happened yet, but we'll see.
All right, Zach Despart with the Texas Tribune. We appreciate your time and your reporting. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
So hope you enjoyed that conversation. Still, so many questions remain, but local journalists are doing God's work down there in the state of Texas to try to find those answers. The Texas Tribune obtained this photo.
This image, first public.
Inside the classroom there, or the hallway, I should say, that belies the notion that they were waiting for so long to get heavy weapons, to get more shields. We're seeing the first images inside of the hallway in the school that they had the firepower, and they had the shields. And so many are outraged, they're frustrated over this response or lack thereof, and now many are being called to testify. This still happening in this Texas State Senate committee room. It's been going on for 7-8 hours now as they try to find more answers to this tragic mass shooting coming up on the 1-month anniversary. I'm Andrew Kraft. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, so many questions are still mounting into the response by law enforcement, especially District Attorney in Los Angeles, George Gascon, about why 2 Monte Police Department officers shot and killed by a gang member. Why was that gang member out on the streets? We have photos of the 2 fallen officers. This happened last week. They are Corporal Michael Paredes, Officer Joseph Santana, dying in the line of duty. Here's the scene of the shooting just last week as well. Remember, it was outside of that motel there in El Monte. George Gascon, the district attorney in Los Angeles, holding a press conference today to dispel some of what he says are false accusations and rumors out there about that suspected gunman, that gang member you just saw the photo of. Let's listen in to Gascon from earlier today, and then we're going to hear from one of our Fox 11 Los Angeles reporters about what exactly this story means and where does it go from here.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through this in English first, then I'll do Spanish, and then I'll answer any questions that any of you guys may have. Okay? So first of all, I want to begin by saying I want to express my deepest condolences to both the Paredes and the Santana family. I know their untimely death has been devastating to them and to most of us in our community. I recognize these are very difficult times, and they're difficult for many reasons. Understandably, many of us are angry, including myself, and we all wish if we could predict violence, but the reality is that we can't. In this particular case, the history of the suspect, Mr. Flores, did not contain any evidence of violence. He was basically someone that had been drug addicted for many years. He had been arrested, mostly for drug-related offenses, and almost a decade ago, he was arrested and convicted for burglarizing his grandparents' home and stealing a TV. He then remained pretty much away from the criminal justice system until the arrest in this particular case, where he was arrested for possession of drugs for personal use and the possession of a gun. The outcome in this particular case, given what we knew then, no history of violence, very little contact with the criminal justice system for nearly 10 years, was appropriate. When people are arrested for serious crimes, we work hard to ensure that there are serious consequences, including lengthy periods of incarceration. But we have an imperfect system. And that's not only here in LA, that's everywhere. I know this is frustrating to hear, and it may not help heal the wounds for some. But we do not serve our community when we try to pretend that we can predict 100% of the time when these cases are going to occur. Best we can do is continue to work towards a safer community and doing the things that we know that work, like providing effective intervention when people are under probation, ensuring that we have transitional services when people are getting out of prison, because 95% of them do, ensuring that we have appropriate trauma recovery, working to ensure that people get employment, that they get housing, and they get the services that they need. We have been down the road of being scared and reacting harshly. I think some of us will remember Willie Horton, the horrible case that dealt with decades of very harsh incarceration and overpunishment. It never made us any safer, And in fact, many would argue that we're here today because of the mistakes that we made in the past. I understand, again, how difficult this is, but I urge everyone to ensure that we do not overreact here and that we do the things that we know that work. I want to move very quickly in Spanish now. Primero que nada, quiero ofrecer mis condolencias para las familias de los oficiales Paredes y Santana. Su muerte nos impacta a todos. Estos son momentos muy dificultosos para nuestra comunidad y entiendo por qué muchos están irritados y furiosos. Yo me siento igual. Todos quisiéramos poder predecir cuando alguien va a cometer un crimen.
Okay, so they are going into Spanish right here. We're listening into, once again, Gascon as he is outlining and highlighting the suspect in the death of 2 El Monte police officers. We've heard in the past a lot of frustration from even family members of these 2 officers that were shot and killed. We're going to be hearing more about what happened out of this press conference. There were some reporter questions at the end of this. He is in a short Spanish portion. We'll be hearing from our reporters down on the ground as well. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back on the back end of this, dive a little bit deeper into this investigation underway in Los Angeles. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are diving into the latest in the shooting death of these 2 El Monte police officers out in LA County. We have the district attorney, George Gascon, holding a press conference today as there's been lots of frustration in the past of the shooter himself. We'll be getting into that in just a little bit here, but we want to play out the question and answer portion for the district attorney, Gascon, and then our reporter is going to give us a better idea of what all this means and even the recall campaign against the district attorney himself.
We understand that you are saying before the case obviously was consistent with what you believe is how you also handled it before and this is analysis based on his record. However, the one part of this that people seem to refer to is not a case-by-case analysis factor is the removal of the strike under Special Record 2008, which was not done in a case-by-case analysis way. So can you just please explain, or I guess defend against the idea that people have suggested that with the removal of the strike, it left the office in a weaker bargaining position, resulting in a lower sentence than that. As far as I know, that strike removal is not based on any factor of the case itself. So can you explain how that impacted this?
Sure, I think the first thing that we have to go back is we got to look at the circumstances in this case. We had an individual that has been drug addicted for many years. He had been arrested multiple times for a variety of low-level offenses. The prior case was a case where he stole a television by breaking into his grandparents' home, and he was high at the time. He went through a lengthy period of time without any contact with the criminal justice system. The current case, he's arrested for possession of drugs and possession of a gun. He could have, even under my directives, he could have gone to jail. As a matter of fact, had the case been set for trial, it's very possible that he would still be waiting for a trial date. He was on bail. He was out on bail for an extensive period of time. We can if this thing to death. There's certainly many opportunities where a catastrophe, a tragedy could have occurred. But the reality is that when you have the history that this individual had, the outcome was appropriate under the circumstances. Yes, sir. I'm sorry? Well, I think you have to look at the case, okay? The case, based on the circumstances, I think it was appropriate, and it would have been appropriate regardless. Yes, sir. And then I'll come to you. Okay, let me take one at a time. First of all, you use the term third striker, and I want to correct the record because this was not a third striker, okay? Also, it's important to know that the strike that we're talking about was a non-serious, non-violent strike. It involved somebody under the influence of drugs breaking into his grandparents' home and taking a TV. As to the issue of the appellate decision in this case, which was mixed, by the way, because actually the court says that we have to allege the strikes, but we don't have to prove the strikes. We are still considering this case, and I don't know what the final outcome would be. Yes.
All right, we wanted to play a portion of this press conference for you. LA County DA George Gascon under fire from families of two murdered El Monte police officers. Speaking out in this press conference today, he defended his actions, insisting probation was the right sentence for the man who pulled the trigger. Fox 11's Phil Schuman joining us live now with more. Phil.
Well, today was the first day that DA George Gascon spoke out. His office had released similar thoughts in the days after the killing, which was a week ago today when both officers were shot by Justin Flores as they responded to a 911 call, a suspect being stabbing someone at a motel in El Monte, which is a suburb of Los Angeles about 15 miles to the east off Interstate 10. And so what's happened in this case, what we've learned, is that the cop killer, Flores, who took his own life at the scene, he was on probation after a 2020 arrest, Daytona, for guns and drug possession for personal use. Now, because he had a prior strike under California law, he should have been sentenced to prison. The sentence is typically 32 months. However, under District Attorney Gascon's policies, which he put into effect about when he took office a little more than a year ago, they decided to essentially dismiss the first strike if it was non-violent in this case, and that probation was the decision in a plea bargain. And so that resulted in Flores being out on the street rather than in prison, and ultimately shooting and killing those two El Monte officers. Now, what Gascon said today, and what you heard, is that, hey, we have an imperfect system. He was elected on a pledge of reform and rehabilitation, and that there's really no way to predict when someone like Flores will turn violent because he had no documented history of violence in the past. So he understands that that's frustrating. It may not make the families of Joseph Santana and Michael Paredes and their colleagues in the El Monte Police Department feel any better, but that's his position. Those are his policies, and he explained them today.
I recognize these are very difficult times, and they're difficult for many reasons. Understandably, many of us are angry, including myself.
Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon defending his policies, which resulted in probation rather than prison for Justin Flores after his latest gun and drug arrest. A gang member and convicted felon, Flores would later gun down El Monte officers Paredes and Santana.
And we all wish if we could predict violence, but the reality is that we can't. In this particular case, the history of the suspect, Mr. Flores, did not contain any evidence of violence.
Please bow your heads.
But for grieving loved ones, Gascon's excuses are too little and too late. The mother of Joseph Santana, speaking at a ceremony Friday honoring the two men, blames Gascon for their deaths.
Joseph was murdered by a criminal that should have been in jail. Los Angeles District Attorney George Gascon gives criminals more rights than police officers. He has insane ideas about giving criminals a slap in the hand.
And we will get through this together.
Critics of the DA who filled the El Monte Civic Center in the days after the shootings point to a law prohibiting probation for those with a violent strike, as Flores had, without a specific review of the case by the DA, which did not happen.
Today we heard a series of excuses by the district attorney.
Eric Sedal with the LA Deputy District Attorneys Association, who is backing Gascon's recall, was highly critical of his boss's comments today. So what's the bottom line here, what we heard today?
The bottom line is you have a district attorney who refuses to acknowledge the pain that he has caused to.
Well, he did acknowledge the pain.
Well, he's acknowledged the pain, but he did not acknowledge his role in the pain. And that's the real problem, is we have a DA who doesn't understand what his job is. He sounded more like a defense lawyer than he did as the chief prosecutor.
So, Dakota, we have an unusual situation where a deputy district attorney on the clock comes downstairs outside, talks to reporters, criticizing his boss after his boss's news conference. And we've seen this over and over again because Gascon is facing a recall by those who essentially say that he is soft on crime, a charge that he disputes, but their position is that he seems to favor criminals' rights more than victims and the rights of their families. Gascon's position essentially is that tougher sentences, sentencing enhancements, for example, sending this Flores to prison, just does not make us safer as a society. He says the things that work are early intervention, employment and job training programs, housing, mental health, drug counseling. He said focus on those things that work and not on tougher sentences. Dakota?
Yeah, right. It feels like every single instance of violence out in Los Angeles kind of gets turned around on Gascon as they dive deeper into the suspect or the shooter. In this case, and in this case, 2 officers out in El Monte being shot and killed. So an unfortunate look for Gascon. Every time we speak, we kind of get an update from you about the recall. How is that going? Signatures still being added.
Well, you remember the San Francisco district attorney was recalled earlier this month, a much smaller number of votes required, voter signatures required. Here, the recall campaign has gathered enough signatures to qualify for the ballot, however, and we're talking like almost 600,000. But what they're doing now is continuing to gather signatures as a cushion, because all of those signatures need to be verified as registered voters here in Los Angeles County to be counted in the recall campaign. And then if all that is done correctly, we could have that recall signature drive successfully certified by the registrar perhaps in July. And then because of the logistics and the timing and the cost involved, they're telling me that it would not actually be on the general election ballot in November, but rather it would be a special election sometime later in November or December if things move ahead. Obviously, supporters of the recall campaign feel that this tragedy gives more impetus to it, as sad as it is, but they say this is just one of many examples that justify their recall campaign work.
Yeah. Well, reporters inside of the press conference today trying to spit out as many questions as possible at Gascon as he was walking out. One of our Fox affiliates asking if he had a message for the families of these police officers, and unfortunately families saying that he isn't doing enough. Have we heard anything more from them after this press conference?
Well, we have. You're talking about Matt Finn, a Fox News Channel correspondent. I was in the room also. Usually Gascon takes questions from everyone. But today he took 4 questions, I believe, in English and a couple in Spanish, and he was not happy about answering any of them. He tried to walk out of the room a couple of times. I mean, Matt yelled that question, do you have any message to the families? I mean, he did give a message to the families at the very beginning saying that he, sent his condolences to them for their loss. I mean, Gascon is a former LAPD officer. He's certainly not immune to the pain that the death of an officer causes in the families, in the community. I mean, he spent his career in law enforcement. So he was in a very awkward, uncomfortable situation. And through contacts in the El Monte Police Department, Olga Garcia, Joseph Santana's mom, who you heard from in that story, basically said that what Gascon doesn't realize is that some people, referring to Flores, just can't be rehabilitated, don't deserve a second chance, and that if Gascon was a true leader, that he would stand up and take responsibility for his actions and admit that this was a mistake, something that Gascon has certainly taken responsibility for his policies, but still believes that probation was the correct choice, given what they knew about Flores at the time.
All right. Well, we'll be watching everything from this investigation here, more from Gascon's office and more on the recall, too, as it feels like something comes out every single week. Fox 11's Phil Schuman, thank you so much for being with us here on LiveNOW.
Okay.
And we're going to keep it moving here, head back into some of the news out of Uvalde as we got updates again from the highest officials out there, local, state, and federal, having to get involved in this because there's a ton of finger pointing and there's a lot of unanswered questions even still, which leads us to believe, with some of the new information that we had from a hearing today, which is still underway as we speak, there is going to be litigation that's pursued in this case with the families that were involved. Remember, 19 children and 2 teachers shot and killed at Robb Elementary School. What could litigation look like? And is the evidence that was presented today enough? We'll be bringing on our legal analyst after this commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a live look. That's right. This has been going on for hours upon hours upon hours today. A Senate special committee that has been called to investigate what happened in Uvalde, Texas at Robb Elementary School. Now, weeks later into this, we heard from the highest officials out in Texas, there, Texas State Police, Texas DPS. We're also hearing more about the school district and police officers who were first on the scene there about what went wrong when the shooter was able to get inside of the school, open a door freely, and open fire on a classroom. 19 kids dead, 2 teachers dead. So here's the latest on some of the biggest takeaways from that multi-hour hearing today, as well as what comes next now.
How about trying the door and see if it's unlocked?
Turns out they never even checked. That's according to Colonel Steve McCraw, director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, who believes the classroom door was never locked. Yet armed law enforcement officers in position within 3 minutes of the gunman's entrance waited outside for over an hour for a key before finally storming in and killing him.
There's compelling evidence that the law enforcement response to the attack at Robb Elementary was an abject failure.
McCraw also told Texas state lawmakers that the Uvalde School District police chief in charge put the lives of officers ahead of the lives of the 19 children and 2 teachers killed.
I don't care if you have flip-flops and wearing Bermuda shorts. It doesn't matter. You go in.
So big developments coming out of that hearing today, including that photo that we now have. This is all being taken into consideration for not only the investigation, but I'm sure family members of those victims of the shooting are closely watching as well. To talk about the legal aspect of all of this, I want to bring in Karen Farrington, legal analyst. Karen, thanks for being with us here on the show.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so with everything that we're now getting in, up until this point, there's been, inaccurate reports of what happened. Was the door open? Was the door closed? Was it propped open? Who got there first? And slowly but surely, we're starting to get some answers to all of this and a timeline. But it makes you think what the next steps are going to be. And many of us have been thinking that possibly lawsuits are going to be filed soon in this. What would that potentially look like?
Well, I mean, you'll have many lawsuits by the family, whether they bring it as a class action or their individual lawsuits, because this is so publicized, because the evidence and the lack of training and the lack of going in there and acting as law enforcement is so widely spread and widely known. It's going to add to the case for the plaintiff, for the parents of the students, and for the families that were injured, for the teachers. So the evidence that's coming out during these hearings, through the news, it's all going to compile against the defendants, and we will see that the release of surveillance footage and so forth will really help the parents' case and be detrimental to the state.
There was quite a bit of testimony today, and even some of those photos of the doors themselves, of the officers who were first on the scene there. And this isn't even the half of it. We're now hearing that there's body camera footage that many of these officers were wearing as well. They'll all, of course, be utilized. How would those be taken into consideration in a case for these families?
Do you hear me?
Karen, do you have me?
Okay, I have you now. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm just saying with all these photos and videos that we saw in the hearing today, are those all going to be released? I know there's been some difficulty in obtaining body camera footage. How does that typically work in cases like this, especially that are in the national spotlight?
No, of course. I mean, evidence doesn't always have to be released to the public, but surely in litigation, all of this evidence will be subpoenaed, it will be requested, it will be provided to the families, to the plaintiffs. So even if we don't get to see everything, the attorneys who are bringing these cases will be for sure seeking all of the evidence that will help their case to show that there was inaction by this department. So, they will bring in all of this to help their case during the litigation.
I want to bring in one person that I think everyone has been focusing on, and that's Pete Arredondo. He's the Uvalde School District Police Chief, in which a lot of people are saying that he was the incident commander, that a lot of this is going to end up falling on his shoulders. He was the one who was supposed to be making the decisions at the time. We haven't heard from him directly at all in these hearings. He was asked questions behind closed doors and has since hired a lawyer. What are your thoughts about him and the role that he's playing in all of this?
Well, as being the top commander, they will have to bring him in and depose him. He will be brought in depositions because they will want to hear the entire story. But what they'll really want to do is make this sort of what happened here a wide known policy, not just specifically as to the person that was in charge. Because if you sort of isolate it as to that person, it makes it a little difficult to sue the entire police department for their inaction. So he will have to be deposed. He will have to give his story. The more he speaks, the more he will create a record that he will have to stick to. So I'm sure for his attorneys, they want to limit how much testimony he gives, whether at the hearings, whether to the press. They want to limit that because at some point he will have to answer to the attorneys, for the parents, for the students, and for the teachers, and everyone that was involved here. So I think they want to make sure that they keep what he's saying under wraps until absolutely necessary.
Yeah, and it's hard to say at this point who the responsibility really falls on, because that's what this hearing is all about, trying to get down to the nitty gritty of it, who was there first, whose responsibility was whose. So this is a question, I'm not sure if you have the answer for it quite yet, but if they were to pursue litigation, where do you think it's going to fall first? The school district, Texas State Police, DPS, who does it fall on?
Well, in litigation, you sue everyone. So you'll sue the state police, you'll sue government offices. So in this type of case, you will see a long list of defendants. So regardless of who the fingers are pointed at and who they think the blame should lie on, in litigation, you will have to sue everyone. And at the end of the case, whoever has to pay to in some way, you can't even rectify something like this. You can't, there's no price to pay even after litigation. But at the end of the day, whoever has to pay, whoever will bear all of the blame will come out at the end of a trial. But early on, you're going to sue everyone that was involved here. You're not going to limit it just to who these hearing or who the individuals from the hearing they believe are to blame. You will have to sue everyone and see where the chips fall.
And with that, how quickly do you think we could see these lawsuits come out? Is it too early on in the process and investigation?
Not at all. This is the prime time. And again, when you're suing everyone, the police department, even, the state itself, you will sue everyone that you think is involved. And that can come immediately. I'm surprised there aren't any cases filed yet, and there may have been, but typically it comes right away.
All right, Karen Sherrington, any last thoughts on this case moving forward?
I think this case is going to just set precedent for law enforcement, and proper training. What do you do in cases like this? Here, I think it's so beyond the reasonable range of what should happen. The impact will just be really tightening up the response team for law enforcement. And I really pray that it happens and it doesn't happen again, and that they can make sure that they finalize and formalize training for these officers in these situations.
Yeah, that's right. That's always the hope, that something is learned from this tragedy out in Uvalde, Texas. Karen, thank you so much for being with us. We'll talk to you soon.
Yes, thank you. Good night.
All right. We're going to take a quick commercial break as we continue the conversation not only on Uvalde, but also on gun legislation, as there has been movement on Capitol Hill as our shot kind of moves around here of Capitol Hill. We're coming up on about 7:15 here in Phoenix, 10:15 out on the East Coast. We'll be right back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A blurry shot of Capitol Hill right there as we are in the 7 o'clock hour here in Phoenix, 10 o'clock hour out on the East Coast. We still have, unfortunately, conversation underway out in Texas. These lawmakers have got to be exhausted out there as they are diving deeper into the investigation into the shooting at a Uvalde elementary school, Robb Elementary School. We want to listen in just briefly here for a little bit, but we are also focusing on what happened on Capitol Hill today as gun legislation has moved forward to create opportunities and resources to help out school districts, to help out domestic violence victims, and so much more. We'll be speaking with some of the experts, and specifically a Reverend Hutchins with Movement Forward. He'll be providing insight on this legislation and how it could help and improve the United States when it comes to this prominent issue right now. But for now, let's listen into Texas.
The term in that bill. And so I think in that context, I think it makes it a little bit difficult when the default is, should I not remove something for fear of being sued, or leave it up there and sort of make that argument? I think it's those times when it's on the fence of what the question is. I think that is what we highlighted when that was being debated.
Thank you. What can we do to ensure that law enforcement officials can work more effectively with social media companies when it comes to such dangerous and threatening language?
I think some of the ways are sharing intel in terms of what threats are. I know that happens. That's part of the global group that I mentioned, being able to see some of those trends, or seeing content that users are going to try to cross-post in different platforms. I also think that, that one of the complications, and we're having that discussion with Senator Perry, was on the timing of the non-emergency ones. That can take 10 to 14 days. A lot of the lag time there is some law enforcement officials that submit that information just have never submitted it before, don't know exactly what they need to upload, that a court order of some sort of subpoena or some of that information needs to be on there. So the platforms have provided, some training to law enforcement to explain how their processes work so they can expedite that information.
Do you believe that law enforcement officials need better training regarding how to report this language to the social media companies?
How to submit the request for information so that there's no lag time, yes. They can get that information as soon as possible.
They need training specifically in that,
On platforms,
because
yeah.
it's a complicated process.
It is, so I asked the platforms, why would a request not be fulfilled, or what would take a while? A lot of it was they don't submit a legal order, or they submit a request that's too broad, and so the amount of work it'll take to sort of provide that, or the request, either they requested information on a person that's not a user, or so there's sort of that information. The platforms have provided some information in terms of, here's usually why there's a delay. Here's sort of the cheat sheet of how to essentially fill out this form so that you have this information and there's no delay.
Thank you. I have a very long article here published by the Washington Post, and the headline is, "Before Massacre, Uvalde Gunman Frequently Threatened Teen Girls Online." And it goes into great detail about the different messages that were posted by the Uvalde shooter, and yet people dismissed him because they seemed so outrageous that they lacked credibility. How can we increase people's sensitivity and their understanding of what really poses a threat? Is that possible at all?
You know, that's a very difficult question, especially looking at everything that was posted, and he seemed to have posted, and I don't have any other intel than what has been published in articles, but that he posted in very different places. A lot of those were private messages, but he also, there are some folks that testified earlier this morning that in interviews with individuals, teachers or others, that they sort of said, like, this guy had something sort of wrong. And I think someone earlier said either he looked like a shooter or that type of information. I think the way that the iWatch system was just explained, if a lot of that information had come from a lot of different sources, I think if it came from, if there was a threat that provided some additional context, like the iWatch report, that would help make the case for, hey, we need to take this post that I think there was a post that said something about like in 10 days or something sort of similar. It's very vague, right? I mean, in retrospect, we see that and say, you know, of course, like it makes it very obvious, but in that moment, and it's not. And so having that cross intel, I think, would be incredibly helpful. So I'm glad that I learned about iWatch a second ago.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before I go to Senator Hughes, is there anyone else who has a question? If not, Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How many companies did you say make up your organization?
We have 97.
Any we might recognize. I don't want you to have to pick your favorite or least favorite, but
they're all my favorite.
You love them all. I understand. I mean, Google, Meta,
yes,
Twitter.
No Twitter. In sort of the space, we have Pinterest, Nextdoor. You mentioned Google, what shows YouTube. There's Instagram, Facebook, and Twitch.
I'm going to hand you a document, let you take a look at it.
Sir.
I'm glad you talked about House Bill 20 with Senator Saffarini a little bit. For some more context, House Bill 20, that was Senate Bill 5, House Bill 20 from the second special session last year, this same legislature, right, 87th legislature last year.
That's right.
I'm going to read some language from that bill, and I want you to verify that I'm reading it correctly. Now, as you see, you have a document with some language from that bill, and so in section 120.053, It says biannual transparency report. You see where I'm reading?
Yes.
As part of a social media platform's acceptable use policy under section 120.052. The social media platform shall publish a biannual transparency report that includes, with respect to the preceding 6-month period, quote, section 1, the total number of instances in which the social media platform was alerted to illegal content, illegal activity, or potentially policy violating content. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Skip down with me to section 2. It says, subject to subsection B, I'm going to quote, the number of instances in which the social media platform took action with respect to illegal content, illegal activity. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
You remember that language from Senate Bill 5, House Bill 20?
Yes, sir.
Under that bill, obviously a low-numbered bill, a priority for the Senate and for the House. You'll recall also for the governor, we required you to report illegal, we required your members to report illegal activity. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
You had to report the number of instances, the nature of the activity, and the action taken against it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Of course, you, in fact, you personally, on behalf of your members, testified against that bill. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Sitting right there, as I recall.
Yes, sir.
Not only testified against the bill, but then sued us to keep us from receiving these reports. And now, by one vote, you've succeeded in getting the U.S. Supreme Court to temporarily block this law and stop the enforcement of those sections that I just read. Isn't that correct?
So TECNA did not sue, and all of our opposition was never on this report. I never testified about any issues with that report. I was even deposed in the case on this, and that never came up. The policy that we focused on in the lawsuit that TECNA was not a part of, but was a declarant, and we signed on to several amicus briefs. This reporting part, I did not ever sort of talk about that.
But you're aware, well, let's back up. Now, I don't want to split too many.
And questioning continues out there at the Texas State Capitol in Austin, involving all the processes for the school district out in Uvalde, Texas, at Robb Elementary School, what goes into school security, social media, so much more. We'll be kind of popping in and out of this through the rest of the evening here. We do want to bring you a bit of breaking news, though. The U.S. Senate has passed the first procedural vote on this bipartisan gun safety bill, 64 to 34. This is massive, massive news here. The top Senate negotiators released the text a little bit earlier today. The 80-page bill includes a narrow set of provisions that are going to help keep guns out of hands of those deemed to be a danger to themselves or others. The legislation also includes state funding to implement red flag laws and enhance background checks. If it fully passes, the bill will be the first major gun reform legislation in decades. Senator Mitch McConnell indicating today that he supports the bill. The deal follows a spate of recent mass shootings that we've been talking about constantly, fueling calls for Congress to act, which brings us into our next segment here. I want to bring in Reverend Markel Hutchins. He is a civil rights leader and CEO of Movement Forward Incorporated. Markel, thank you so much for being with us here on the show. We so appreciate it. This is a perfect conversation for us to have because you know what? Gun legislation is what you've been calling for. You are a civil rights leader. Tell us more about the work that you do and your thoughts on this legislation.
Well, first, let me say how delighted I am to join you. Today is really a historic day, and it's a major win, not just for the American people, but it's a major win for our children. It's a major win for humanity. For the last 3 decades, the gun lobby has been successful in keeping meaningful gun reform legislation from passing in the United States Congress. So I don't think we can understate just how powerful today is. It's not everything that needs to happen to keep the guns out of the hands of people who are mentally ill and criminals, but it certainly is a significant first step to reducing the kinds of scenarios that allow for mass gunmen to obtain the kinds of assault weapons that were used to murder those innocent children and their teachers in Uvalde, Texas. One of the things I think we have to wrestle with is dealing with the reality of what actually causes these mass shootings. The conversation that is happening right now, the testimony that we're hearing, the questions that we're hearing in the Texas legislature are really misguided. The issue is not social media. Look, we have some challenges with social media. We ought to be passing additional reforms to help shape how social media companies interact with our young people. But the real issue is the gun lobby, the gun makers, it's state legislators, it's the United States Congress who have failed to act in the interest of the American people. So I think today's victory is not one that's insignificant, and we shall look back at this moment in history for decades to come.
Well, you have a very interesting perspective on this because specifically looping in the Uvalde situation, you were meeting with leaders of the ATF when this all happened, when it broke.
I was, and interestingly enough, our organization, Movement Forward, is a solution-focused human and civil rights organization, and our signature programming deals with addressing the challenges between law enforcement and communities. So I actually, as that gunman was walking into that school, I was meeting with senior officials, the director and a number of assistant directors at the ATF, focusing on what we can do to build bridges between law enforcement and communities to try and prevent the kinds of tragedies that we saw in Uvalde. Of course, the leadership at ATF and I had no idea until the meeting concluded that that shooting had happened. But what I think it said to me is that we have to find new and innovative ways to join forces with law enforcement. We've had a lot of challenges between police and communities over the last several years, but we've got to make law enforcement better. We cannot become bitter. Were there failures with the school district police department in Uvalde? Absolutely. The question is not, were there failures? Of course there were. The question is, what can the community do to enhance law enforcement, to make it better, to perfect it, so that the next time that a situation like this happens, we won't have the kinds of failures from law enforcement that we had on that particular day.
You facilitate those types of conversations between police officers, the community, police officers, school districts and whatnot. Explain to those of us who are not sitting there in the conversations what the communication is like. Are there real present issues across the board?
There are present issues. Law enforcement is, they feel under fire, under attack. In addition to my work as a civil and human rights advocate, I serve on the national board of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund and Museum. It's the organization that has Police Week every year. It has a wall of remembrance that memorializes fallen law enforcement officers every year. From 2020 to 2021, the number of officers that died in the line of duty doubled. All the while, crime and violence is escalating in some of our most vulnerable communities. What has happened over the last several years in the aftermath of some of the law enforcement involved tragedies is police officers and sheriff's deputies feel less enthused about doing their work as aggressively as they can because they feel undervalued, underappreciated. And the result is that we're not getting the kinds of policing that we can get in many instances. And I think that's what we saw in Uvalde. Too often, the community is scared of the police and the police are scared of the community. We have to change this narrative. We have to shift the focus and shift the discussion, because if we do not, we will continue to see epic failures in law enforcement and in communities alike. And that's exactly what I think we saw in Uvalde.
Yeah, I don't think I have to tell you twice. We kind of have a cyclical issue with gun reform. Every time a mass shooting happens, feels like we have the same conversations. Do you feel like the Uvalde shooting, the massacre at Raub Elementary School, was really kind of the tipping point to be able to make a lot of these changes and say, this is a real problem?
I think Uvalde is different. I think what we've seen, but I also believe that all of the shootings, the mass shootings that led up to Uvalde, the Tree of Life Synagogue in the Pittsburgh area, the Asian spa shooting in Metro Atlanta, all of Parkland Elementary, all of these other shootings have culminated in this shooting in Uvalde, and I believe has changed the political will. Look, when we get right down to it, there are too many guns in the hands of too many untrained people, too many ill people that are not well equipped. We need additional measures to keep the guns out of the hands of people that they don't belong in. And I think today's success with the passage, or at least the first step of this bill in the Senate, is a significant moment that we should celebrate, but it's a beginning point. It's not the end point.
Yes, it's very much the beginning. It's called the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. And like I said, it has passed its first procedural vote on a 64-34 vote there. And I've mentioned this throughout the day, it's bipartisan. So you have lawmakers on both sides of the aisle who are coming together to try to come up with what they're deeming common sense gun laws that, you know, maybe Senator Schumer is saying it's not as far as we'd like it to go, but McConnell is saying I can come in on this and get on board. So that's what you like to see on Capitol Hill, and it happens not very often.
Absolutely. Today shows the power of what can be done when level heads come to a table of reconciliation and unity. What happened in Uvalde, Texas was not a Democratic or Republican. It was not a progressive or liberal or conservative issue. It was an American issue. When that madman went into that school and brutalized those innocent students and their teacher, I think it did something to the psychology of politicians in Congress. You've got to be real hard-hearted not to want to do something about what happened, because it's happening all too often. And I congratulate the senators on both sides of the aisles who came to the table and with an openness and a willingness to compromise. And if we can do that with this measure, we can do it with anything. And that's my hope for America, is that we will continue to see the kind of bipartisan collaboration that we saw today, because our nation sure deserves it.
All right, Reverend Mark Hill Hutchins, thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We so appreciate it, and we'll see where things go on Capitol Hill.
Thank you. It's good to be with you.
Good to be with you. We're going to take a quick commercial break. It is 7:30 right now. This is a beautiful live look of Capitol Hill, which is our prime focus here. We'll, like we said, be going in and out of the conversations at the state capitol on the Texas side, as they are said to be going into about 1 a.m. local time. So they're trying to get this figured out, trying to hammer it out ahead of the 4th of July, get this investigation underway, but being met with a lot of pushback from what's being said, because there was a Uvalde City Council meeting that's saying something very, very opposite about what has been laid out by one of the head Texas state police officials there, the DPS being involved in this, the state police being involved with this, and the local law enforcement also a part of it. So we'll be going into the details of that after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a live look from the Texas state capitol, where conversations are still underway into the Uvalde school shooting. What led up to it, the police response. They're diving into just about every single aspect that they possibly could in this. But we do want to alert everyone of some other breaking news as this gun control bill has been advanced on Capitol Hill. The U.S. Senate passing the first procedural vote, 64 to 34. This starts the process to pass the bill by the end of the week. 14 Republican yeses. We'll be outlining again what that means through the rest of the evening. Something to note, McConnell has voted yes on this bill. He said that he was definitely in favor of it. Schumer also, of course, coming out and saying that he was in favor of it, saying that there are some aspects that he wished would have passed alongside it, but they were unable to get that done at this time. But this is a bipartisan piece of legislation that likely will move forward even more. We want to continue, though, out of Uvalde, as really that's been the focus of the day. That's why we have been kind of popping in and out of the state floor here as they are speaking about the investigation. There's now a city council hearing, though, as they are voting to deny a potential leave of absence to Pete Arredondo. In a unanimous vote, the council decided to not allow council member and Uvalde School District Police Chief Pete Arredondo to take the leave of absence. His seat on the council will be declared vacant if he misses another meeting, his third consecutive meeting missed since officially becoming a member following the shooting at Robb Elementary School. Remember, Arredondo is the one that we have really been keeping our eyes on through all of this, as lots of fingers were pointed at him today in this hearing, saying that he was the one who was supposed to be in charge of the response when shootings broke out. Arredondo was elected to the council prior to the shooting. He's since faced harsh criticism over what many are saying was inaction during the massacre. Arredondo must now attend the meeting scheduled for July 5th in order to remain a member of the Uvalde City Council. Meanwhile, we're hearing from other city council members that much of what was said today in the hearing was untrue. We want to play out a portion of the city council meeting from earlier.
On May the 30th, 31st, an unnamed source from the DPS stated that city and school district law enforcement were not cooperating with investigators, which of course was false. On June the 1st, Judge Mitchell and I requested a meeting with the governor's office and DPS to address false leaks coming from unnamed DPS sources, and we wanted it stopped. On June the 2nd, we had a meeting with the governor's office, the DPS, and local district attorney's office about the false leaks and narratives that were being reported. We specifically asked DPS to make a statement to all that local law enforcement agencies and all law enforcement agencies that were present that day had been cooperating since day one. They agreed to make that statement. At this time, our district attorney, Christina Mitchell-Busby, informed us that she was the chief law enforcement officer of the county. Ms. Mitchell stated on no uncertain terms from this moment on, and I mean no one, these are her words, would be making, excuse me, I lost my place, any statements whatsoever unless it came from straight from her office. In addition, she would be seeking a gag order to enforce it. She also said this would be at least a 2-year investigation, which shocked us all. However, she did agree to issue a statement that all agencies involved is and has been cooperating since day one. That statement never came out from her office after she agreed to it. Since that date, Colonel McGraw has continued to, whether you want to call it lie, leak, lie, leak, mislead, or misstate information in order to distance his own troopers and rangers from the response. Every briefing, he leaves out the number of his own officers and rangers that were on scene that day. He leaves out that during this time, not every other classroom in the building was safely evacuated by Uvalde police officers with assistance of Border Patrol. He leaves out that no other agency's officers even asked to approach the door, much less did it without shields. Of the 8 agencies and 14 people in that office, in that hallway, up to 19 at one time. So, Colonel McGraw has an agenda, and it's not to present a full report on what happened and to give factual answers to the families of this community. 19 students and 2 teachers tragically died. They were Uvalde children and Uvalde teachers. What matters to Uvalde is that these broken-hearted families and this grieving community get a full investigation and accurate report of what happened that day. The petty infighting, the clickbait headlines, and the politically motivated scapegoating is not helping anyone. It is dividing a community and further frustrating grieving families. So as I told you earlier, the gloves are off. As we know it, we will share it. We are not going to hold back anymore. We kept quiet at the request because we thought we were doing a formal investigation and doing the right thing. But yet, they can go to Austin and have public deals and talk about it and different things and not share anything with this city or anybody in this community. And that's wrong. That's totally wrong.
How are we not to know? Yes, exactly right. And all this stuff is coming out on Facebook.
Yes.
I know that.
All these parents seeing all this graphic stuff on Facebook.
That's where we read it too.
Get it from our own
I'd like to know where they get that. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's only 4 people, like I said, that have this information. It's either coming from the district attorney's office, the DPS's office, the FBI, or the legislature. Because they're the ones that have all this information.
Yes.
Even we don't have it. I haven't seen the information.
We're trying not to see the graphic images
That's right.
of what happened, and it's going to get out if it's not contained. If the leak is not contained, the whole entire world is going to see the graphic images of all these children that we're trying to refrain from seeing. And that's not fair.
Well, we're going to do everything in our power. We're going to do everything. On that part, we're going to do everything in our power to make sure that video doesn't get released.
Do you have any power?
Everything. Huh?
Do you have
No, I don't right now. I don't have a bit of power. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you I do, because I don't. Because I'm answering, because right now, I have to answer to a bunch of bureaucrats up there that haven't been doing their job.
You were the first
But
liar.
that's why we're calling them out today.
You were the first liar.
Do what?
You were the first liar. The governor's notes had mayor on it. So
I know that.
They don't probably want to give you any information now the way you carry
I
yourself.
where the governor's notes had mayor on it, Judge Mitchell was in that room with me. Hal Harrell was in that room with me. Tracy King was in that room with me. Senator Cruz, Senator Corn. I didn't even tell you who the DPS officer that gave the briefing to the governor. Not me. Not me at all. Because I didn't have any information. Because they wouldn't give me any information. So I'm just as frustrated, maybe not as frustrated as the families that have lost their loved ones, but it pisses me off that I can't give you answers or can't get you answers.
So again, that's the Mayor McLaughlin of Uvalde, getting very heated, saying he didn't have a lot of the answers at the time, because remember, we saw him and we heard from him alongside, state senators, alongside everyone else. Remember, Beto O'Rourke kind of stepped in there during one of the press conferences and was yelling and saying that they weren't doing enough about this, and now he's kind of backtracking and say he actually didn't know as much as he thought he knew because they were waiting on the official investigation to happen. Well, we want to backtrack a little bit, go to the beginning of the full press conference, because this is where public comment comes in. And as you can imagine, there's a lot of community members who are not happy about all of the twists and turns of this investigation, all of the things that are now eventually coming out, what they say is too late. Here's that.
Jasmine Casas? Cáceres?
Hi. There you go. Hi, I'm Jasmine Cáceres. I'm the sister of Jackie Cáceres. Is that better? And I'm also the cousin of Annabelle Rodriguez. I assumed Arredondo would be here today since he is a council member, because majority of this is directed towards him, but it's okay. Arredondo was sworn in privately out of respect for the families who buried their children today and who are planning to bury their children in the next few days, McLaughlin said in a written statement. In his statement, the mayor said, Arredondo was duly elected and there is nothing in the city charter, election code, or Texas Constitution that prohibits him from taking the oath of office. Arredondo said the swearing-in was a private thing out of respect for the families, saying the families are the focus right now. But was it out of respect? Or was it private because he knew the people that voted him in now want him out? If he truly wanted to be respectful, he would step down. After choosing to wait an hour for backup, instead of ordering scene officers to take down the shooter, he's proven that he cannot do his job. Who on this council is truly making it about us right now? The police department's too busy focusing on themselves and covering our back. What do you have to hide? Highly embarrassing information or methods and techniques and strategies preventing or predicting crime? Methods and techniques that obviously didn't work? Or did they simply not try? Whatever reason behind the choice was wrong, and it's time to take accountability for his actions. The actions of someone who doesn't deserve a position in this council. We are going to be respectful to the families, he said. I think most of us agree that the respectful thing to do is to resign and step down. Whatever is done, and the families quit grieving. Quit grieving. How am I supposed to quit grieving? Especially knowing he did nothing to protect my sister, my cousin, her friends, and her teachers. When you become a cop, you swear an oath to protect and serve. I understand you were scared for your life. But you chose this job. You chose a job knowing you could be in the line of fire. These kids didn't choose to be in the line of fire. That's in your job description. Who are you protecting? Not my sister. The parents? No. You're too busy putting them in handcuffs. I'm going to leave you with something that I hope y'all recognize. The law enforcement oath of honor. On my honor, I will never betray my integrity, my character, or the public trust. I will always have the courage to hold myself and others accountable for our actions. I will always maintain the highest ethical standards and uphold the values of my community and the agency I serve. Has accountability been taken? Was this oath upheld on May 24th? It wasn't. And I want y'all to know, remember my face and remember hers, because we will be here at every city council meeting until something changes. Thank you.
The next one, we can't read your writing, but it's Jesus.
Jesus, R-A-Z-R-A-I? Okay.
How ignorant are y'all?
My name's Jesus Rizzo. Jackie knew me as Tio Chuy. One of the last, actually the last time I saw her was, she had her communion in Batesville. And my last dance that I had was with Jackie. We all gathered in Batesville at my brother's house, and it was her special day. She looked beautiful, looked like a little princess, the most innocent eyes, most beautiful smile. And it's tough to see them hurt. And I'm here to speak not just for them, but to speak for the fallen ones, for the other 20 people that are no longer with us, all the people that were there that day. Yesterday we spoke at the Uvalde Consolidated School District. The main theme, if you will, had to do with accountability. We spoke about several different things, but I think the main thing was we're concerned why Mr. Arredondo, and he's a friend of mine, we went to school together. We used to hang out. A lot of people on the board at the Uvalde Consolidated School District were all friends. But I think at one point or another, ladies and gentlemen, we have to determine like what's right and what's wrong. You know, the people here, they're upset that Mr. Arredondo's still on y'all's board. These swore him in some kind of meeting, and you know, we understand that there's policies and procedures for things, but surely something like that could have waited, at least out of respect. Get with the families and ask the families, this is what we're going to plan on doing, just so you understand how the things function. Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to give your address out, but you're my neighbor. See you all the time, sir. When Mr. O'Rourke, and I'm not a fan of his, and I don't, I'm not here to defend him by any means, sir. I don't go either way with Mr. O'Rourke, but that day, sir, you got up, you were righteous, you steadfast, tenacity. You got up, and then you were almost godlike to send them out of here, out of the auditorium. I expect the same type of responsibility, sir, when it comes to accountability and holding those people accountable. We're not laying blame just on UCISD. The city of Uvalde as well failed us, sir. Everybody failed us. We failed as parents. We failed as people. We didn't see the signs. Somebody should have reported them. Anytime that something like this goes on, just flag them. It's that simple. I'd like to ask. I don't know that they would actually accept the apology or the condolence, but any one of y'all, the most basic thing that we have is my sincere condolences. Hopefully, I pray that some of y'all went to their homes. It's not hard to find them. I don't know that they would accept your condolences at this time, but man, that's the most basic thing, the most caring thing. That's how you begin a healing process. The gentleman, and I apologize, the one that said the prayer, I don't know your name, sir. You prayed for the mayor. You prayed for the city of Uvalde. Great. But also we pray for the fallen ones. We pray for the family members. You look at what we have here, and I don't know everybody, but yesterday in the meeting, one thing that stood out, that across the line you had the family members on one side and you had the school on the other side. Come on. Is that really what we're about? Let's sit together. I mean, we got to work on this together, Mr. Mayor. I will tell you this, sir. The people that work for you, I've been to your place, the people that work for you, they respect you, sir. There's elderly gentlemen that have been with you for a long time. You're a good person, sir. But got to do what's right, Mr. Mayor. And that goes for, apologize, I don't know everybody's single name, but that goes for all of y'all. Yesterday I ended my thing just like Jasmine said. We may not be able to hear the voices of the people that are no longer with us. We may not be able to dance with them anymore, as painful as it is. But just like Jasmine said, they will speak through us. We'll be up here until every single person's accountable for this, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Berlinda Ariola.
Hi, good evening. My name is Berlinda Ariola. I am the mother of Angel Garza, the grandmother of Amory Joe Garza. None of y'all knew Amory. I am on a roller coaster of emotions, just like everybody in this room is, that started on May the 24th, 2022. But the hardest two of them to contain is hurt and anger. The anger gets worse and worse every day, along with the anger gets more and more as we unfold everything that has been unfolding in front of us. The mere fact that Pete was even standing next to officers the day after all this happened, when they did the debriefings, or when they did the media stuff, that was already a slap in the face. He had no right to even be there, as we felt. He had no right to be there. Someone please explain to me how he's able to be out in public and show face and not even care about any of these family members, sitting out there waving and smiling like it was no big deal that 21-22 with Mr. Garcia. lost their lives, all the other children that are suffering and with PTSD and everything, and all the nightmares that y'all don't hear about because y'all don't know. Us as families, we keep in touch with everybody that's there. We hear the stories. We visit the children. We pray for those children. And with all due respect, all of y'all are looking at all of us talking just the same way that the school board looked at us. Like, y'all have no care in the world. Like, none of y'all are looking at us like with even an I'm sorry look. Like, y'all are looking at us like, just say what you have to say and get off the podium. I'm not going to sit here and name call because I'm not going to stoop down I'm not going to stoop down to that level. I'm going to try to keep my composure as much as possible because I've already stepped out of character a lot lately. Somebody that I thought that I had left behind in my childhood growing up, thinking I was all Billy Badass, and I try not to be that person anymore. But what happened to us on 2022 has made, and on May 24th, has made a lot of us uglier than we've ever been, because we don't have Uvalde ISD or the city council to back us up and do what you have to. I understand y'all can't fire him. We understand that. But why is it that we're told, oh, well, we can't, from the school, we can't fire him because that's an admission of guilt. We can't fire him because we haven't done our investigations. Well, city council is going to say, well, we can't impeach him because we haven't done our investigations. That's all fine and dandy. You do what you have to do, but get him out of our faces. And no, he does not deserve an administrative leave with pay from by all means, because half these families are taking FMLA without pay. We're not getting paid to be off of work. None of us are getting paid. Some people are getting donations, which are great. They need that. But it's not just as far as their employment. It's also because they have to go to counseling. A lot of them are planning on moving away from this city, this town, because they're afraid they can't even depend on the city or the police department to back us up on anything. They're going to have to uproot their whole entire lives. I see some of y'all already rolling your eyes like FML because you don't want to hear the truth. And I'm sorry that it has to come and it has to be thrown at y'all, but y'all are who we have to go to. We're begging, having to beg y'all. We are having to beg y'all to do something to get this man out of our faces. We can't see that gunman. That gunman got off easy. So we can't take our frustrations out on that gunman. He's dead. He's gone. But then the next person in line is making it way worse for us. Y'all need to put yourselves in our shoes and don't say that none of y'all have, because I guarantee you, if any of y'all were in our shoes, y'all would have been pulling every string that y'all had to get this man off the council. Every single one of y'all would have done whatever y'all could to get him out, because y'all know that it hurts. Y'all would feel the hurt that we feel. Y'all would know the hurt that we feel. And I'm sorry that I'm getting loud, but that's just the way I am. I'm Latina and I'm gonna get loud. But please do what you can to please everybody, because you know what? He didn't please us. He failed us. Do not make the same mistake he made and fail us too. Go forward and make it right. Make it right for everybody in here. We deserve better. Our children deserve better, and those teachers deserve better, and all these kids and all these families here deserve better. Please, please, we're begging. Get this man out of our lives, please. Thank you for your time.
Kim Hammond, you want to speak at 6A? You want to speak now, or you want to wait till 6A?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Kim Hammond. I live at 613 Old Carrizo Road. Anybody familiar with that means I live 2 doors down from Robb Elementary. I was there the day of the shooting. So thank you for changing exactly what I was going to say, Mr. Mayor, because you said we don't have the power to fire him. Let me give you a simple out. You can remove him because he's going to vacate his seat. So your agenda number 6 is a decision on whether or not to give him a leave of absence. Why the hell would you? Let him miss 3 meetings. He's my councilman. Let him miss 3. Don't waste any more time on him. I know you probably all have a relationship with him. I don't know him. He's my councilman. I'm sitting in a district right now that no councilman has come to my door to say, hey, how you doing? There's 22 lives that were lost. We all know why. The investigation's going to come in and tell us all why and what we can do better. What you can do right now is not give him, if he requested it, a leave of absence. Don't give him an out. We don't want him. We want him out. We wanted to do a recall petition, right? We had so much enthusiasm in it right away. 162 votes, we need 25%, right? But we can't because he hasn't been in his seat for 8 months. That's BS. So then we thought, how do we change the charter? Well, it's already been amended. We can't do it for another 2 years, but you can do something right now, tonight, and not table whether you're going to decide to give him that leave of absence. I implore you, do not give him that leave of absence. I don't know if this, because this is a special meeting, if this counts towards his absence, but if it does, that's 2. You only need 1 more. He's gone. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Britt Cross.
My name's Brett Cross. I'm sure all of y'all are aware. I've been doing y'all's job. I have been demanding action, justice, transparency, and accountability. But that isn't my job. My job is being a father and a wind technician. Your job is to do what's right for our community. A job you are all failing to do by standing by and not fighting for any of the aforementioned. A leave of absence for Pete is not enough. Hell, if I fail at my job, I get fired. And that goes for everybody else out here. Why isn't that applicable for a man that didn't just fail his job, but failed every single person in our city? This doesn't just affect us, it affects every single one of you as well. Because if we can't trust you to do what is right, then it'll be y'all that we demand to come down. We may not be able to remove Pete by petition due to the city charter. We may not be able to amend the city charter for 2 years due to state laws, but we can remove you. Each and every one of you that have been here for over 8 months. And that is something that we as a community, as you just saw, are not afraid to do. Everyone needs to be held accountable. Pete for his inaction, every other officer who didn't do a damn thing, and all of you for standing idly by while we hurt and beg for justice. So either stand with us and be Uvalde strong, and I know y'all keep hearing that and we keep posting it, or y'all can stand with Pete and be Uvalde weak. That's up to y'all.
Jonathan Hernandez.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jonathan Hernandez, and my little sister is Jacqueline Costas. As a leader, the top priority should be accountability and the welfare of the men and women you serve. A good leader is not one who cares about a promotion or about their own career. A good leader is one who cares about his or her own people / community, and it is a person who takes responsibility for their actions. They should know their weaknesses and seek self-improvement at all costs. Going back to looking out for the welfare of our community, keeping records of the unfortunate event that occurred on May 24th from the families of the victims is lowering morale and cohesion among the community and its elected officials. The private lawyers the city hired said that records could involve emotional and mental distress, yet keeping the truth, the exact truth, from coming out is inflicting even more of that distress. We have already gone through the hard parts, and we need to know all the facts to get some type of closure, and we'll continue to fight for all the truth and until all the truth is out. My family and I am sure that other families are also wanting to know exactly what happened at that school that day. A note from the Pledge of Allegiance says, "One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all." Indivisible, it means unable to be divided. Yet everything seems so undivided, or seems so divided right now. Justice, we haven't seen any of that at all. All we have been seeing is arguments back and forth, pointing fingers. It was this guy's fault. It was this guy's fault. No, like I said before, we need to know the truth, and we need to know exactly what happened. Thank you.
Okay, so we have been showing you periodically throughout the day here 2 kind of competing events regarding the Uvalde mass shooting at Robb Elementary. Of course, one we've been showing you out of Austin, the Texas State Senate Committee, meeting with law enforcement officials, hours and hours of testimony. It just wrapped up. It was going for about 8 to 9 hours today. And then, of course, this in Uvalde, the local city council meeting, Mayor Don Laughlin taking really, heated barbs from the public, questions from the public, at times very, very tense. But more news coming out in both of these respective events today. We want to bring in a reporter from the Wall Street Journal who's been covering all of them throughout the day, and that, of course, is Elizabeth Findell, first time on Live Now from Fox, so we appreciate your time and your reporting. But let's talk about some of the kind of newsy tidbits, headlines out of the city council meeting, one of which we learned that eventually Robb Elementary School will be demolished.
Right, and thank you for having me. Yeah, we saw a particularly heated meeting today down in Uvalde, where Mayor Don McLaughlin really struck back at the narrative that's been presented so far by the Texas Department of Public Safety regarding this whole police response to the shooting. And Director Steve McCraw of DPS has really placed the blame on local officials in general, and one in particular, of course, the school security police chief and newly elected city councilman Pete Arredondo. And the mayor, not thrilled with the narrative that's been presented by DPS. He says that he's not getting any information, he's not getting any briefings. He believes DPS is trying to detract attention from its own role in the law enforcement response, and took a very combative stance tonight, saying they have an agenda, and he said the gloves are off at this point.
Yeah, I thought it was so interesting, the juxtaposition between what Mayor McLaughlin was saying to what Steve McCraw was saying live in testimony earlier today. He took kind of a more of a measured approach and a measured tone. Mayor McLaughlin, though, he was, all speed ahead, going after Texas DPS. And we learned also that essentially many in the public there in the meeting were asking, where is Pete Arredondo? He hasn't shown up for the last 3 city council meetings. One reporter I spoke to earlier this afternoon from the Texas Tribune characterized him as basically in hiding. Is that your view?
That appears to be the case, yes. He, the part of the purpose of tonight's city council meeting was so that the city council could consider a request from him to take a leave of absence from city council so that he could remain on the council but miss meetings for the foreseeable future. They unanimously denied that request, and so now he will be forced to either show up in public and show his face and answer to the public in the city council setting, or they will have the power to remove him after he misses 3 consecutive meetings. But he has not, he has essentially been in hiding. He was at the Texas Capitol today, testifying behind closed doors and to a House committee, and he left without speaking to any reporters. He's only given one interview so far to the Texas Tribune, as you noted.
Yeah, I found it so interesting as well because Don McLaughlin was essentially saying to his constituents there in Uvalde, he was saying, I know as much as you do. I'm not getting the information that you want. I want the same information. Some of that information consists of body camera footage, transcripts of some of the radio communications and other materials that the public wants to see, and no doubt you at the Wall Street Journal have probably requested to see via FOIA. But then again, this all, he was saying, Mayor McLaughlin, stems from how the Uvalde district attorney, who ultimately is the last and final word on making the say to release some of this. Do you think that's going to happen? And have we heard from that individual? Who is that?
Christina Mitchell Busby is the Uvalde County District Attorney. She has not spoken to anyone. She has not answered any questions. her role in this is really interesting because the mayor, as well as DPS and others, have said the same thing, that she essentially ordered all agencies not to release anything, not only to the public, but also to any elected officials. And the mayor said today that he was told that her investigation could take as long as 2 years, which he said really shocked us all. This is really interesting and unusual because this is not the typical role of a district attorney. I mean, the role of a district attorney typically in counties is to, take the lead on anything where someone is going to be criminally charged.
Right.
There's no indication in this instance that anyone will or even could be criminally charged. So it's highly unusual that her office would take this role and, proclaim the authority to gag other agencies. It's very, very unusual.
Yeah, there was this report in Vice News a couple of days ago that Uvalde city and police officials have essentially lawyered up to prevent the release of some of this. Let's talk about litigation. We know most likely in the future families will be filing lawsuits, maybe to the city, to the school district. But on the other side of that, talk about how the community and the jurisdictions that will be holding some of the law enforcement accountable. Has that part of the conversation and the story, have we gotten there essentially about holding some of these officers accountable, maybe criminally negligible? Is that still being talked about? Because we haven't seen, resignations, we haven't seen any officers put on leave.
No, we haven't, and I don't know. I believe that any formal action will have to wait until the end of at least one of these investigations. My understanding from essentially all lawyers is that I've spoken to about this is that it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to hold the officers criminally responsible. However, they could certainly be removed from their positions by the boards that they serve. Mr. Arredondo works for the school district, so he could be removed through procedures there. But I think at this point, the primary focus has been on trying to get a clear view of what happened, because the story is still changing. There's still a lot of unanswered questions. And so most of that is coming through aggressive media action to try to get information with the support of many Uvalde locals.
Yeah, Elizabeth, that's a good segue into the other major hearing that was taking place in Austin at the State Senate in that committee room today. And Steve McCraw, head of Texas DPS, testified at length, and we learned a lot of new information still that was contradictory to what we had previously known, some of which we learned that McCraw said officers could have stopped the gunman in the shooting within 3 minutes. Of course, we know it took so much longer than that. We also know that essentially this door was not locked to one of the classrooms, either 111 or 112. I'm not entirely sure. And that they did not try to see if it was unlocked. But we heard from McCraw it was unlocked. So many new information, new material, and this story keeps on getting worse. What struck out to you today?
Well, you're absolutely right. It does keep getting worse. And that was a truly stunning admission, the fact that essentially nothing whatsoever was stopping officers from going into the classroom. And apparently, from what investigators have reviewed on the tape, no one even touched the door. No one even tried the door handle. And that, I think, is just really incredible. And the fact that that happened and that officers waited for so long, despite the fact that, as spelled out in the timeline today, there were multiple instances of gunfire while they were in the hallway. So it, was still certainly an active shooting by, any definition. Gunshots could be heard, and they were aware that people had been shot, and they were aware that at least one teacher who was shot was still alive, and calling her husband and telling him that she was in there wounded, and she, of course, did not survive.
Her husband, who is a Uvalde police officer.
A school district police officer.
School district police officer. And then, of course, the narrative that they were waiting for more ammo, for more firepower, for more protection, battle gear, and the like to confront the gunman to breach the door. We're getting pictures from inside the school's hallway. They had a lot of it already.
Yes, the first officers on the scene had rifles and body armor per the timeline provided today, and had everything they needed. 3 minutes after the gunman was there to take him down, and they waited. A lot of the waiting apparently had to do with this mistaken belief that the door was locked and the need to get a key. And Mr. Arredondo told the Texas Tribune that he had gone through dozens of keys. It's a little unclear where he may have tested those keys, since apparently no one touched the door in question.
And that's a very good point.
But there is a lot of, in the information presented today, there was a lot of excerpts of audio of him talking about keys.
Yeah. What about the locking of the doors? Clarify this point. Did the doors in Robb Elementary, did they lock from the inside, or did they not have that technology there at the elementary school?
Well, as I understood the testimony today, the exterior doors, such as the door the gunman came in, where there was the initial question of whether or not it had been propped open, that door could have been set to lock automatically when closed, but it was not set to do that.
Okay.
But that's something that custodial staff or somebody could have done from the outside, set it to lock, but it was not set to do that, so it was unlocked. And then the second door, the classroom door, Mr. McCross said that there had been a previous report from one of the teachers that door was broken in some way, and the strike pad that the lock attaches to had been broken, so it was not capable of being locked.
Wow. Elizabeth, just last point I want to ask you, what questions do you have? You follow this every day. We're coming up on 1 month since the shooting took place. How do you keep this story moving forward there down on the ground in Austin? Who are you still talking to? Who do you want to talk to?
I think all of us still have a lot of questions about the law enforcement timeline, even though it has come out in so many different forms. There were a lot of law enforcement on the scene from a lot of different agencies, and Mr. Arredondo apparently was in the hallway the whole time, didn't have a radio, wasn't having much communication with anyone. So who was communicating, and if they all believed him to be the commander at the scene, as was his authority as the first person on the scene and the head of the agency who oversaw the school, where were the other agencies getting their information, and why wasn't there more of a concerted effort to ask him if he would pass command to somebody else with more experience in these types of matters?
Yes, so many questions remain. Elizabeth Findell with the Wall Street Journal. We appreciate your time and your reporting and insight into this, and we'll talk to you again. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Appreciate you having me.
All right, I hope you enjoyed that conversation there. We've been speaking to reporters on the ground in Texas. They know the ins and outs of the investigations. They are following it tooth and nail, and we'll continue to speak with them as we continue to follow this story here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. Live Now look at the U.S. Capitol. When we come back from commercial break, we'll be going into that Alabama Senate GOP primary runoff. A winner has been called. We'll hear from both winner and loser in their remarks afterward. We'll also have an update on the war in Ukraine. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. I want to give everyone an update on the war in Ukraine. Fox's Steve Harrigan has the latest.
As the war intensifies along the Eastern Front, we are learning more about the fate of Americans who went missing after fighting alongside the Ukrainians. 52-year-old Steven Zabielski has been missing since May. He's now been confirmed to have died in battle against Russian forces in southern Ukraine. Two other men, Alexander Druki and Andy Wynn, both former American service members, are being held by Moscow. The Kremlin saying Tuesday they will not be given the same protections as prisoners of war. Instead, they're being treated as, quote, criminals and facing a possible death penalty.
It's appalling that a public official in Russia would even suggest the death penalty for two American citizens that were in Ukraine.
The move is being seen by some as a diplomatic escalation at a time when the Russians are regrouping for a major new push to take the Donbas region. But the Ukrainians are putting up fierce resistance, and they say the next few days could decide the fate of eastern Ukraine, with President Volodymyr Zelensky appealing for more aid from the West, saying it's urgently needed to stop the Russian artillery.
The end of this war and its circumstances depend on the world's attention. And that's why I need allies.
U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland arrived in Ukraine today for an unannounced visit to offer U.S. assistance in investigating Russian war crimes. In Odessa, Ukraine, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
Steve, thanks so much. Well, Nick Kelman, Fox News' State Department producer, tweeted out the statement from the State Department confirming the death of Steven Zabielski, an American citizen who was fighting in Ukraine and was reportedly killed on May the 15th in the southern part of the country. The statement goes in full. We can confirm the death of U.S. citizen Steven Zabielski in Ukraine. We have been in touch with the family and have provided all possible consular assistance. Out of respect to the family during this difficult time, we have nothing further. We once again reiterate U.S. citizens should not travel to Ukraine due to the active armed conflict and the singling out of U.S. citizens in Ukraine by Russian government security officials, and that U.S. citizens in Ukraine should depart immediately if it is safe to do so using any commercial or other privately available ground transportation options. And of course, you heard there from Steve Harrigan's report, Attorney General Merrick Garland touching down in Kyiv today, meeting with President Zelensky, talking about what the Department of Justice's role will be in prosecuting some of these Russian soldiers, Russian officials for war crimes. Also, a famous Hollywood actor, producer, and comedian traveled to Ukraine the last couple days. That was Ben Stiller, who is a UNICEF Goodwill ambassador. He had a meeting with the Ukrainian president as well. Right now, we want to delve into some of these other primary races that we have been covering throughout the night here. We do have a called race, that Alabama Senate GOP primary runoff race between Congressman Mo Brooks and Katie Britt. Katie Britt declared the winner by the Associated Press in this runoff tonight. We have her remarks, and we have Mo Brooks's concession speech as well. We're going to play Brooks first and then Britt.
That every single person in this room who helped in this campaign is a patriot. You have done your best for the United States of America. None of you have done what you have done out of self-interest. Each and every one of you have done what you have done throughout the state of Alabama. You're just a small part of what has participated in this campaign, but you have been motivated by one thing and one thing only, and that is to do what is in the best interest of the United States of America. Our campaign is not made up of the folks who want to mooch off of taxpayers or who want special benefits that nobody else gets. So I want you to know that I am proud of you, and I am proud to have fought for America with each and every one of you, and the fight continues after today. Now, it is always appropriate to congratulate the winners, and some of these winners might be a little bit unexpected, but I'd be remiss if I did not congratulate the Alabama Democratic Party for helping to ensure that the Democrat nominee in the Republican primary won. So, congratulations to the Alabama Democratic Party. You know you're on the right side of the issues when you're being opposed in a Republican primary by the executive director of the Alabama Democratic Party. You know you're doing the right thing for America when you're being opposed by the most prominent Democrat in North Alabama, Parker Griffiths, Democrat state senator, Democrat congressman, Democrat gubernatorial candidate, and when he endorses your opponent in a Republican primary, you know you're on the right side. So, congratulations to the Democrats. They now have 2 nominees in the general election, Will Boyd and my opponent, who they endorsed and helped push over the finish line both in the primary and in the runoff. So congratulations to you. Another group that I'd be remiss if I did not congratulate are special interest groups generally, and more specifically the special interest groups that support open borders and cheap foreign labor. They worked hard for their values, not values I share. I want border security, but give credit where credit is due. They were involved and engaged in this campaign, giving millions of dollars, directly or indirectly, to help ensure that they got open borders and cheap foreign labor. Now, I disagree with them 100%, but by golly, congratulations to them because they won. I don't hear a lot of cheering about that one. I'm the same way as y'all are. I'm not pleased about congratulating these special interests, but they rule Montgomery. They rule Washington, D.C. They corrupt the public policy debate with the way in which they handle these matters. They fund the campaign so that they can do the kind of dirty work that they did in this particular election. I should also congratulate 4 people in particular who put in $15+ million into helping my opponent win by assassinating the good reputation and character of an American war hero, Mike Durant, and doing the same thing to me with brazen dishonesty on a scale that I have never seen in the 40 years that I've been a candidate. So congratulations to those 4 individuals. I'd be remiss if I did not add that if America and Alabama voters do not get smarter, there's no reason to have elections. If we're going to let 4 people determine who the next United States Senator is by putting in $15+ million as they have done, well, they might as well, as the masters of the universe, determine who our rulers are going to be. I don't like it, but that is exactly what has happened in this particular election, where they have defamed the good name and reputation of Michael Durant, and they've done the same thing to me, no holds barred, no respect for the truth, no respect for honesty. I hate it that campaigns have become what they have become. I remember when I first ran for public office, we at least had a news media that would be proactive in disclosing and revealing bold-faced lies. But unfortunately, in Alabama, by and large, the news media has fallen flat on its face and has not been doing its job as the 5th estate. Now, unfortunately, there are also some entities that lost. The Alabama Republican Party lost in a variety of different ways by allowing the Democratic Party to have such influence, not only in this race, but in other races around the state of Alabama. America quite clearly lost. Democrats and rhinos, as you may recall, they are the ones who in 2017 and 2018 defeated our America First agenda. So if you are for border security, if you are for minimizing deficit and debt, if you are for moral values, if you're for the Second Amendment right to bear arms, if you're for free speech, if you're for freedom of religion, if you're for repeal of socialized medicine and Obamacare, if you're opposed to inflation, if you won't lower gasoline prices, the list goes on, you fall in the loser category because of what happened in the state of Alabama in this election. We are sending to Washington, D.C., assuming that there's a victory for my opponent in the general election. We are sending to Washington, D.C. the exact opposite of what we need in the United States Senate. But the voters have spoken. They might not have spoken wisely. They may have been seduced by brazenly false advertising, but nonetheless, they have spoken, and I respect their will. Now, another loser could be myself and our campaign. I reject that. By golly, we did what we could do for our country against virtually overwhelming odds, overwhelming financial odds more than anything else, overwhelming power of the special interest groups that dictate so much and control so much in Washington, D.C. But that does not mean that we should end our fight. This fight continues because we love our country and we want America first, not special interest first. So many will say I lost. I most respectfully disagree. Why? Because I covet truth and honor more than I covet being a United States Senator. I fought side by side with you for our country, and that is a big win under any circumstances. I will no longer be the target of assassins' bullets. That's a big win. I will no longer be in the middle of a United States Congress that has repeatedly failed America so many different times at so many different levels, whether it be inflation, whether it be gasoline prices, whether it be border security, whether it be the erosion of our moral values. Let me tell you, that is a really depressing place to work when you see time after time after time congressmen and senators selling out our country because they worship the mighty dollar that comes from special interest. And while I will regret not being in the middle of that fight, I will not regret for 1 minute seeing how often for 12 years Congress has failed to meet the challenges that our country's faced. It didn't make any difference if Democrats were in charge or Republicans were in charge. By and large, we failed to rise to the occasion. All you have to do is look at our southern border to know that's true. All you've got to do is look at our $30 trillion debt to know that is true. It is a win to not be in that environment anymore. Now, some really nice things that are really big wins. I will have more time to be a better husband to my wife. That is a big win. Additionally, I will have more time to be a better father to my children. That's a big, big win. Most of my kids and kids-in-law have never known me when I was not a public servant. Think about that. I was elected to office just a month before my first child was born. So I've had to sacrifice my time often away in the legislature or in Washington, and it's going to be great to be able to interact with my family, my kids, and my kids-in-law. All 8 of them are absolutely the best anyone could hope for. And finally, I will have more time to enjoy my 13 grandchildren. Yes. That is a huge, huge win. So, I can coach their teams. Certainly I can go to their games and their swim meets. Maybe even some of their dancing and music recital lessons, although that's my favorite. I prefer the sports. So if you'll please forgive me, it is time for me to hand the torch over to patriots who will continue the fight for America. We have a lot of people from the younger generation that are willing to carry that torch, and I'm so proud of them. And I want them to fight for America as I have. But in the meantime, I'm going to start enjoying that huge, huge win of my being able to be with my family, and in particular my grandchildren. So God bless you and God bless America.
All right, Representative Mo Brooks there conceding in this race tonight to Katie Britt. Katie Britt is a former aide and staffer to current Republican Senator Richard Shelby from Alabama. And this primary runoff was set. The AP has called the race for Katie Britt. We want to take the opportunity to show you her victory remarks tonight there from Alabama. Here's her speech.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Nobody wants to end that song. Gosh. Wow. 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 Thank you, Alabama. Y'all, thank you. Thank you. We did it. You did it. That's right, cousin. That's right. You got it. I love it. I love it. Y'all, first and foremost, I want to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Number one. Without him, nothing is possible. This morning, I was reading the scripture that you gave me, Jamie, and this morning's was Romans 8:28. And we know that in all things, God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Last night, when you said the prayer, Uncle Mike, you said they answered the call. They may not have wanted to, but they answered his call. When I read more about the scripture, it said every single thing, the hard stuff, the heartbreaks, the hurdles, he uses it all for your healing. Everything is in preparation for your purpose. No matter how it feels, trust that he is using it for your good. Faith is walking forward, trusting his character. Folks, amen to that. When we got in this race, nobody thought this was possible. I mean, unless you were related to me or in a very small circle, you didn't think that this could be done. As Wesley and I prayed about it and prayed about it and prayed about it some more, we knew we were the underdog. And that actually may even be an understatement. We were told by pretty much everyone, everywhere, this was an insurmountable task and do not take it on. But ultimately, the two of us believe in this state. We believe in this nation, and we believe both are worth fighting for. So as people said, you can't win. People said, this will be David versus Goliath. Do you not realize you're up against a sitting congressman who is polling above 60%? I responded with, well, I'm polling at 4. And that's right, you got to start somewhere. I had a gentleman correct me and say, I don't mean to embarrass you, but I saw a poll and you're actually at 2. So I was told, you're too young, wait your turn. Oh, wait for this one, this is one of my favorites. You're from the wrong part of the state. Everybody knows I love being from the Wiregrass, so that just fired me on up. And the last one that I got a lot was, but you're a mom. And I will say that that is exactly what drove me off the sideline. I have said I am a mama on a mission. And the 2 reasons that Wesley and I chose to jump in this race are standing right beside us. We know they're worth fighting for. Your children, your grandchildren are worth fighting for. Alabama's future is worth fighting for, and this nation is worth fighting for. As our children reminded us early on, God calls us to do hard things. Well, I'll be honest with you, it still hasn't sunk in that we actually did a really hard thing. I will tell you this, though. Tonight, me standing in front of you is proof that the American dream is alive. And we're running to preserve that for your children. I mean, that dream allowed this public school girl from the Wiregrass, the daughter of 2 small business owners who watched her parents work 6 and 7 days a week to make ends meet. Someone who worked herself through college, got to law school and had a newborn, 2 little ones, landed jobs I never dreamed I could have, and now standing before you as the Republican nominee for the United States Senate. One thing is clear, and that is Alabama has spoken. We want new blood. We want fresh blood. We want someone who will fight for our Christian conservative values, who will fight for the freedoms and liberty this nation was founded on, and will fight for that American dream for the next generation and the next. I will say this campaign has never been about me. It has always been about you. And I am looking across this room, y'all, and I am blown away. I'm seeing people from Jackson County and Baldwin County and coworkers from Birmingham and everyone in between. Thank you for stepping up. Thank you for being here. Thank you for helping me in this journey. I will say this. We knew this was about the future of the state and the future of the nation. And so as Wesley and I drove across all 67 counties, and I like to say that Wesley ate his way through all 67, right? I told him he needs to write a book of all the great places to eat in Alabama. But as we have been through this incredible state, we have been moved by people's stories. It is the veterans that I sat with in East Aboga in Talladega County who told me their story. Look at that, I love it. Who told me their stories, not only of how they served our nation honorably, but the challenges that are in front of them today. It's about the children in Sumter County at University Charter School, who we know now have a path of hope and a future because of the investment that that community has chosen to make. Everything from the little ones to the high school seniors realize that no child's zip code should determine their opportunity, and that school is helping make that a reality. It is for the parents, that's right. It is for the parents who have shared their tragedies with me, who have talked to me about their children committing suicide, who have talked to me about opioid overdoses, and have talked to me about unfortunately losing loved ones to fentanyl overdoses. Folks, it's to the retired gentleman who I met at the gas station in Chilton County, who said, I worked my whole life. I did everything they told me to. And now I'm having to pick up this job at night just to make ends meet. It is to the farmers, and I see you all out there. Thank you. Who have talked to me about overburdensome regulation and taxes and their fear of not being able to pass along the family farm to the next generation. This is for you. What I want you to know, all the incredible people that we have met across this state, you have shared with us your hopes, your dreams, your fears, your concerns, your challenges, and your opportunities. Too often we have politicians that come down and lecture us instead of listen. And what I want you to know is I hear you. And tonight, I think it is safe to say that America has heard Alabama too. And now the next step is to send Joe Biden a message in November. I am looking forward to working alongside my fellow Republican nominees across the country to retake the House and the Senate so we can once again put America first. I I'd like to thank Congressman Brooks for his service and his commitment to that shared mission. He ran a hard-fought campaign, and I look forward to working hard to earn the support of his voters in November. And before I get to some much-deserved thank yous, I want to make sure you know a couple of things. One, I love this state. I believe in this state. We have incredible people, and we have a wonderful story to tell. I am honored that you would allow me to be a part of telling that story. As your next United States Senator, I will work tirelessly to grow 21st century opportunity for all Alabamians, regardless of their zip code. That is what the American dream is all about. I promise you I will work nonstop to defend our values and to defend our people. And speaking of, there are a lot of people who made tonight possible. Oh my gosh, it's all my nieces and nephews. I was wondering who was giving me some feedback right here. Leave it up to family to keep it real with you. And a cousin, that's right. Speaking of my family, I'm gonna start with that first. Wesley, Bennett, Ridgway, and my parents. They have all sacrificed a great deal this year. Wesley, as many of you know, and I'm going to say this because I realized last time when we were up here that the people at home didn't get to see Wesley's head. So for those of you who are watching, he is the gentleman right above the line here. So they said, you have such a nice backdrop. I'm like, did the flags look great? They were like, no, it was just Wesley's chest. So, you know. But Wesley resigned from his job for us to do this. And you all know that is never in the financial plan at 40 years old. But he is the rock of our family, and he has been with us step by step by step. Wesley, Britt, I couldn't do this without you. I am so... I am so proud you chose me to be your wife, and I am just so grateful for you. Kids, these two right here, Ridgway, Bennett, come here. They have literally grown so much this year. At the beginning of the campaign, they were here, and now they've moved to here. But literally and figuratively, you have shown such grace and strength. We all remember what middle school was like, and you add this additional layer onto it. I am so proud that you remain grounded in your faith and your love for this country, and that you're willing to step up and help us in this endeavor. We love you all. So to my parents who have done everything, filled all the gaps, Yaya, everybody in here knows Yaya at this point. Yaya and Papa, we couldn't have done it without you. I know as a parent, one of the greatest challenges is watching your children struggle, watching them be in unfortunate situations, and boy, have you had to do that this year. I am so grateful. I am so grateful for the foundation you laid with me, that of faith, and the tools that you gave me. Those tools that you equipped me with growing up, making me work at 6 and 7 years old and moving on, they're the exact tools that got me through this last year, and I'm so grateful for the two of you. I love you. So, all right, so God blessed me with an incredible family, incredible in-laws. I see them all back here. Cousins, aunts, uncles, everyone, thank you. Y'all stepped up, answered the call no matter what it is that we needed on both sides of the family. We are so grateful for you, and thank you for supporting me at every turn. And last, my sisters, where are they? Oh, there they are. There they are. Y'all, life, God really blessed me to let me do life with my best friends. We have 4 girls, and everybody always asks, boy, I bet y'all don't get along. And I'm like, oh, no, we do. We do. You have supported me at every turn, and I couldn't have done this without you. I love y'all. So.
Okay, Katie Britt there, shouting out to her family, her friends, her supporters at her election night watch party, and claiming victory, declaring victory. The AP calling the race in the Alabama Senate GOP primary runoff between her and Representative Mo Brooks. She will face the Democratic opponent in the November general. Remember that longtime Republican incumbent Senator Richard Shelby announced he would not seek re-election, and he's up there in age. He's about 85, 86 years old. And so Katie Britt used to work for him as a former aide, and she now has clinched the GOP nomination there in the Senate race. So a lot of things happening with these midterm primary elections. That was the one race we were really focusing on here on this Tuesday. There'll be more next Tuesday and the next Tuesday, and we'll bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox as the battle for Congress is underway. Will Republicans take back the House majority? Will they take back a Senate majority? That all remains to be seen, and so you can count on Live Now from Fox to bring you live, raw, unfiltered coverage of all of these political headlines. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take another quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be diving deeper into another major story today, the fourth installment of the January 6th hearings there on Capitol Hill. And there's an Arizona angle as well. We'll have a recap from Fox's Chad Pergram in 2 minutes.
The plan was to bully state legislatures into sending in electors for Mr. Trump, even if the votes didn't add up.
The numbers are the numbers. The numbers don't lie.
I didn't want to be used as a pawn.
GOP Arizona House Speaker Rusty Bowers supported President Trump, but told the committee the president leaned on him to send alternate electors to Washington.
You are asking me to do something against my oath, and I will not break my oath.
Bowers said Rudy Giuliani claimed thousands of dead people and illegal immigrants voted. It wasn't true.
My recollection, he said, we've got lots of theories, we just don't have the evidence.
Still, the Trump campaign stoked efforts by Trump supporters. The committee also showed video, it said, of the QAnon shaman Jacob Chansley illegally entering the Arizona state capitol and refusing to leave. He later showed up on the Senate dais on January 6th, leaving a threatening note. Today, President Trump blasted Bowers as a rhino. He contends Bowers told him the election was rigged. Bowers denied that. The committee says the campaign flew alternate electoral votes to Washington, hoping GOP Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson would help get them to Vice President Pence. Johnson's office contends the senator had no knowledge the alternate slate of electors would be sent to his office. And there were threats of violence against election workers.
I felt horrible. I felt like it was all my fault, and now people are lying and spreading rumors and lies and attacking my mom.
Even top officials weren't immune.
And then some people broke into my daughter-in-law's home, and my son has passed, and she's a widow and has 2 kids, and so we're very concerned about her safety also.
Protesters showed up at the home of Bowers, too.
They have had video panel trucks with videos of me proclaiming me to be a pedophile and a pervert.
Also, Stephen Colbert made light of Capitol Police arresting members of his production team for illegally being in a House office building after hours last week. They were denied credentials to cover the 1-6 committee hearing. Colbert joked that they were charged with first-degree puppetry. He called it an unpleasant experience for his staff. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Chad, thanks so much. And right now we're learning who will be testifying in the next round of hearings that will be taking place on Thursday. Chad Pergram reporting that former acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen, the former Deputy Acting Attorney General Rich Donahue, and Steve Engel, the former Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel. Thursday's hearings will revolve around what Trump and his allies' efforts were to pressure top-ranking DOJ officials to overturn the 2020 election and to engage and entertain with some of these more convoluted legal theories. In the meantime, let's play out some of these highlights from the hearings themselves today. Remember, we heard from Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. We heard from the Arizona State House Speaker, Rusty Bowers. In about 15 minutes' time, we'll get an update from one of our Fox 10 Phoenix reporters live tonight about what that meant for the state, what that meant for the GOP politics in the state as well. But let's hear from some of the committee members about laying out the timeline of the pressure to these particular officials. Here's that from earlier today on Capitol Hill.
I'm an investigative counsel for the House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. Beginning in late November 2020, the president and his lawyers started appearing before state legislators, urging them to give their electoral votes to Trump, even though he lost the popular vote.
I represent President Trump along with Jenna Ellis, and this is our 4th or 5th hearing.
This election has to be turned around because we won Pennsylvania by a lot, and we won all of these swing states by a lot.
This was a strategy with both practical and legal elements. The Select Committee has obtained an email from just 2 days after the election in which a Trump campaign lawyer named Cleta Mitchell asked another Trump lawyer, John Eastman, to write a memo justifying the idea.
When do you remember this coming up as an option in the post-election period for the first time?
Right after the election. It might have been before the election.
Eastman prepared a memo attempting to justify this strategy, which was circulated to the Trump White House, Rudy Giuliani's legal team, and state legislators around the country. And he appeared before the Georgia State Legislature to advocate for it publicly.
You could also do what the Florida legislature was prepared to do, which is to adopt a slate of electors yourselves. And when you add in the mix of the significant statistical anomalies and sworn affidavits and video evidence of outright election fraud, I don't think it's just your authority to do that, but quite frankly, I think you have a duty to do that, to protect the integrity of the election here in Georgia.
But Republican officials in several states released public statements recognizing that President Trump's proposal was unlawful. For instance, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp called the proposal unconstitutional, while Arizona House Speaker Rusty Bowers wrote that the idea would undermine the rule of law. The pressure campaign to get state legislators to go along with the scheme intensified when President Trump invited delegations from Michigan and Pennsylvania to the White House.
Either you or Speaker Chatfield, did you make the point to the president that you were not going to do anything that violated Michigan law?
I believe we did. Whether or not it was those exact words or not, but I think that the words that I would have more likely used is we were going to follow the law.
Nevertheless, the pressure continued. The next day, President Trump tweeted, quote, "Hopefully the courts and/or legislatures will have the courage to do what has to be done to maintain the integrity of our elections and the United States of America itself. The world is watching." He posted multiple messages on Facebook listing the contact information for state officials and urging his supporters to contact them to, quote, "demand a vote on decertification." In one of those posts, President Trump disclosed Mike Shirkey's personal phone number to his millions of followers.
All I remember is receiving over just shy of 4,000 text messages over a short period of time, calling to take action. It was a loud noise, loud, consistent cadence of, we hear that the Trump folks are calling and asking for changes in the electors, and you guys can do this. Well, they were believing things that were untrue.
These efforts also involved targeted outreach to state legislators.
Hi, Representative. My name is Angela McCallum. I'm calling from Trump campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C. You do have the power to reclaim your authority and send a slate of electors that will support President Trump and Vice President Pence.
From President Trump's lawyers and from Trump himself.
And I've become friendly with legislators that I didn't know 4 weeks ago.
Another legislator, Pennsylvania House Speaker Brian Cutler, received daily voicemails from Trump's lawyers in the last week of November.
Mr. Speaker, this is Rudy Giuliani and Jenna Ellis. We're calling you together because we'd like to discuss, obviously, the election.
Hello, Mr. Speaker. This is Jenna Ellis, and I'm here with Mayor Giuliani.
Hey, Brian, it's Rudy. I really have something important to call to your attention that I think really changes things.
Cutler felt that the outreach was inappropriate and asked his lawyers to tell Rudy Giuliani to stop calling, but Giuliani continued to reach out.
I understand that you don't want to talk to me now. I just want to bring some facts to your attention and talk to you as a fellow Republican.
On December 30th, Trump ally Steve Bannon announced a protest at Cutler's home.
We're getting on the road and we're going down to Cutler. We're going to start going to offices, and if we have to, we're going to go to homes, and we're going to let them know what we think about them.
There were multiple protests. I actually don't remember the exact number. There was at least 3, I think, outside either my district office or my home. And you're correct, my then 15-year-old son was home by himself for the first one. All of my personal information was doxed online. It was my personal email, my personal cell phone, my home phone number. In fact, we had to disconnect our home phone for about 3 days because it would ring all hours of the night and would fill up with messages.
Brian Cutler, we're outside.
Clerks facing felony charges in Michigan. Poll watchers denied access in Pennsylvania.
These ads were another element in the effort. The Trump campaign spent millions of dollars running ads online and on television.
The evidence is overwhelming. Call your governor and legislators. Demand they inspect the machines and hear the evidence.
Public pressure on state officials often grew dangerous in the lead up to January 6th.
Let us in! Let us in! Let us in! Let us in! Special session! Special session! Special session! We'll light the whole shit on fire.
What are we going to do? What can you and I do to a state legislator besides kill him? Although we should not do that. I'm not advising that, but I mean, what else can you do, right?
The punishment for treason is death.
The state pressure campaign and the danger it posed to state officials.
Okay, so that was a snapshot of how the committee is laying out their work about what the pressure was like on particular state legislators, officials in states like Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, and so much more. We're going to hear from some of those state officials who testified to the committee right now.
I prepared for you. I wanted to ask you about a statement that former President Trump issued, which I received just prior to the hearing. Have you had a chance to review that statement?
My counsel called from Arizona and read it to me. Yes, sir.
In that statement, I won't read it in its entirety. Former President Trump begins by calling you a rhino, Republican in name only. He then references a conversation in November 2020 in which he claims that you told him that the election was rigged and that he had won Arizona. To quote the former president, during the conversation, he told me the election was rigged and that I won Arizona, unquote. Did you have such a conversation with the president?
I did have a conversation with the president. That certainly isn't it, but there were parts of it that are true, but there are parts that are not, sir.
And the part that I read you, is that false?
Anywhere, anyone, anytime has said that I said the election was rigged, that would not be true.
And when the former president in his statement today claimed that you told him that he won Arizona, is that also false?
That is also false.
Mr. Bowers, I understand that after the election, and I don't know whether this is the conversation the former president is referring to, but after the election, you received a phone call from President Trump and Rudy Giuliani in which they discussed the result of the presidential election in Arizona. If you would, tell us about that call and whether the former president or Mr. Giuliani raised allegations of election fraud.
Thank you. My wife and I had returned from attending our church meetings. It was on a Sunday, and we were still in the driveway, and I had received a call from a colleague telling me that the White House was trying to get in touch with her and I, and that she said, please, if you get a call, let's try to take this together. Immediately, I saw that the White House on my Bluetooth was calling, and I took the call and was asked by I would presume the operator at the White House if I would hold for the president, which I did, and Mr. Giuliani came on first, and niceties, then Mr. Trump, President Trump, then President Trump came on, and we initiated a conversation.
During that conversation, did you ask Mr. Giuliani for proof of these allegations of fraud that he was making?
On multiple occasions, yes.
And when you asked him for evidence of this fraud, what did he say?
He said that they did have proof, and I asked him, do you have names? For example, we have 200,000 illegal immigrants, some large number, 5,000 or 6,000 dead people, etc. And I said, do you have their names? Yes. Will you give them to me? Yes. The president interrupted and said, give the man what he needs, Rudy. He said, I will. And that happened on at least 2 occasions, that interchange in the conversation.
So Mr. Giuliani was claiming in the call that there were hundreds of thousands of undocumented people and thousands of dead people who had purportedly voted in the election?
Yes.
And you asked him for evidence of that?
I did.
And did you ever receive from him that evidence either during the call, after the call, or to this day?
Never.
What was the ask during this call? He was making these allegations of fraud, but he had something or a couple things that they wanted you to do. What were those?
The ones I remember were first that we would hold, that I would allow an official committee at the Capitol so that they could hear this evidence and that we could take action thereafter. And I refused. I said, up to that time, the circus, I called it a circus, had been brewing with lots of demonstrations, both at the counting center, at the Capitol, and other places. And I didn't want to have that in the House. I did not feel that the evidence, granted in its absence, merited a hearing, and I didn't want to be used as a pawn if there was some other need that the committee hearing would fulfill. So that was the first ask, that we hold an official committee hearing.
And what was his second ask?
I said, to what end? To what end the hearing? He said, well, we have heard by an official high-up in the Republican legislature that there is a legal theory or a legal ability in Arizona that you can remove the electors of President Biden and replace them. And we would like to have the legitimate opportunity through the committee to come to that end and remove that. And I said, that's something that's totally new to me. I've never heard of any such thing. And he pressed that point. And I said, look, you are asking me to do something that is counter to my oath when I swore to the Constitution to uphold it. And I also swore to the Constitution and the laws of the state of Arizona. And this is totally foreign as an idea or a theory to me. And I would never do anything of such magnitude without deep consultation with qualified attorneys. And I said, I've got some good attorneys, and I'm going to give you their names. But you are asking me to do something against my oath, and I will not break my oath. And I think that was up to that point.
During the conversation, and you heard, I think, when we played a snippet of Mr. Giuliani calling other state legislators and saying that he was calling us essentially a fellow Republican, did he make a similar appeal to you or bring up the fact that you shared a similar party?
Whether it was in that call or in a later meeting, he did bring that up more than once.
And how would he bring that up?
He would say, aren't we all Republicans here? I would think we would get a better reception. I mean, I would think you would listen a little more open to my suggestions, that we're all Republicans.
And this evidence that you asked him for that would justify this extraordinary step, I think you said they never produced. Why did you feel, either in the absence of that evidence or with it, what they were asking you to do would violate your oath to the Constitution?
First of all, when the people, and in Arizona, I believe it some 40 plus years earlier, the legislature had established the manner of electing our officials, or the electors for the presidential race. Once it was given to the people, as in Bush v. Gore, illustrated by the Supreme Court, it becomes a fundamental right of the people. So as far as I was concerned, for someone to ask me in the, I would call it a paucity, there was no evidence being presented of any strength. Evidence can be hearsay evidence, it's still evidence, but it's still hearsay. But strong judicial quality evidence, anything that would say to me, you have a doubt, deny your oath. I will not do that. And on more than one occasion throughout all this, that has been brought up, and it is a tenet of my faith that the Constitution is divinely inspired of my most basic foundational beliefs. And so for me to do that because somebody just asked me to is foreign to my very being. I will not do it.
During that conversation, Speaker Bowers, did you ask him if what he was proposing had ever been done before?
I did.
And what did he say?
He said, well, I'm not familiar with Arizona law or any other laws, but I don't think so. And that also was brought up in other conversations, both with him and with John Eastman and others.
Speaker Bowers, I understand that a week after that call, Mr. Giuliani appeared with others associated with President Trump's effort to overturn the result of the election at a purported legislative hearing in a hotel ballroom in Phoenix. Was this an official hearing of the state legislature?
It was not.
And why was it not a real or official hearing of the legislature?
A legislator can hold a group meeting. You can call it a hearing. But when they ask me to have an official hearing, we establish it by protocols, public notice, etc. It's typically held at the Capitol, but it doesn't need to be. We can authorize a hearing off campus. And in this case, I had been asked on several occasions to allow a hearing. I had denied it, but said, you're free to hold a meeting, any meeting you want, to the person who asked, and which he ultimately did. I think he was a little frustrated, but he ultimately did.
This meeting was the same day, I believe, that the governor of Arizona, Doug Ducey, certified Biden as the winner of the presidential election in Arizona. Did you meet with Mr. Giuliani and his associates while they were in Phoenix sometime after that purported legislative hearing at the hotel?
Yes, I did, sir.
And at that meeting, did Mr. Giuliani raise any specific allegations of election fraud again?
His initial comments were, again, the litany of groups of illegal individuals or people deceased, etc. And he had brought that up, and I wasn't alone in that meeting. There were others, and other members of the Senate aggressively questioned him. And then I proceeded to question him on the proof that he was going to bring me, etc. But he did bring those up, yes.
And these other legislators were also Republican members of the Senate?
They were, yes, sir.
And did they also press him for proof of these allegations?
They pressed him very strongly. Two of them especially, very strongly.
And at some point, did Mr. Giuliani ask one of the other attorneys on his team to help him out with the evidence?
He did. He asked Jenna Ellis, who was sitting to his right. One thing was that it was more to the point of, was there sufficient evidence or action that we could justify the recalling of the electors? But at that part of the conversation, I know he referred to someone else. But he did ask, do we have the proof, to Jenna, Miss Ellis? And she said yes. And I said, I want the names. Do you have the names? Yes. Do you have how they voted? We have all the information. I said, can you get to me that information? Did you bring it with you? She said, no. Both Mr. Giuliani asked her and I asked generally if they'd brought it with them. She said, no, it's not with me, but we can get it to you. And I said, then you didn't bring me the evidence, which was repeated in different iterations for some period of time.
At some point, did one of them make a comment that they didn't have evidence, but they had a lot of theories?
That was Mr. Giuliani.
And what exactly did he say, and how did that come up?
My recollection, he said, we've got lots of theories, we just don't have the evidence. And I don't know if that was a gaffe, or maybe he didn't think through what he said, but both myself and others in my group, the three in my group and my council, both remembered that specifically, and afterwards we kind of laughed about it.
And you know, getting back to the ask in that phone call that preceded this meeting, he wanted you to have the legislature dismiss the Biden electors and replace them with Trump electors on the basis of these theories of fraud?
He did not say it in those exact words, but he did say that Arizona law, according to what he understood, that would be allowed, and that we needed to come into session to take care of that, which initiated a discussion about, again, what I can legally and not legally do, and I can't go into session in Arizona unilaterally or on my sole prerogative.
In this meeting or at any other later time, did anyone provide you with evidence of election fraud sufficient to affect the outcome of the presidential election in Arizona?
No one provided me ever such evidence.
Arizona State House Speaker Rusty Bowers there testifying in front of the House Select Committee, questioned by Democratic Congressman from California, member of the committee, Adam Schiff there. Well, let's get an update about how this is being received here in the state of Arizona. This was really a key witness today, in addition to the Georgia officials, talking about the pressure they were under, not only from President Trump at the time, but his legal team, Jenna Ellis, Rudy Giuliani, and so many others. Some of these convoluted legal theories that were presented, some of this quote-unquote evidence they said they had that they never came up with. Joining me live from Phoenix to discuss all of this, Fox 10 reporter Steve Nielsen. Steve, thanks for being with us, and you've been following this all day. How is it being received in the state of Arizona? Are many people talking about it? Are people there at the State House, not too far from where you are in Phoenix, talking about it as well?
Absolutely. I mean, this is a huge story, especially when you consider the fact that Arizona is really taking center stage, along with Georgia, on not just this national but worldwide committee hearings where everyone's trying to figure out what exactly happened, what led up to January 6th and this investigation into it, and seeing the role that not only different congressmen have played throughout all of this, but seeing how the House Speaker was specifically targeted and questioned, according to the House Speaker himself. These repeated requests that he got from Rudolph Giuliani and from President Trump asking for his help. But again, every time he said that they asked for his help, He asked for evidence. They weren't able to produce it. And he says he had an oath to keep, so he wasn't going to take these actions without hard evidence. Arizona House Speaker Republican Rusty Bowers laid out the pressure campaign against him to overturn the state's election results.
Did anyone provide you with evidence of election fraud sufficient to affect the outcome of the presidential election in Arizona?
No one provided me ever such evidence.
Bowers says he received calls from President Trump and his then attorney Rudy Giuliani to replace the state electors with Trump supporters.
And I said, look, you are asking me to do something that is counter to my oath when I swore to the Constitution to uphold it, and I also swore to the Constitution and the laws of the state of Arizona.
The morning of January 6th, Bowers says Arizona Congressman Andy Biggs called him.
And he asked if I would sign on both to a letter that had been sent from my state and or that I would support the decertification of the electors, and I said I would not.
Biggs has not responded for comment.
When you learned that these electors had met and sent their electoral votes to Washington, what did you think?
Well, I thought of the book, The Gang That Couldn't Shoot Straight, and I just thought, this is a tragic parody.
Arizona Democrat Congressman Ruben Gallego watched the hearing and said it was a courageous day for Arizona.
I may not agree with Speaker Bowers on most politics, but I will be honest, I hope I can raise my son to be someone like Speaker Bowers, who at least has the correct moral compass and has integrity to be willing to do the right decisions at some very hard times.
Bowers read from a journal he wrote in the weeks after the 2020 election.
I do not take this current situation in a light manner, a fearful manner, or a vengeful manner. I do not want to be a winner by cheating.
And before this testimony happened from Speaker Bowers today, Andrew, President Trump, he put out a statement saying that Speaker Bowers had told him that this election was rigged and said that he better hope there aren't tapes of it, something to that effect. Speaker Bowers, in his testimony, though, said that that's not how that conversation went, and he has never told anyone anywhere that this election was rigged. A lot to track and follow, a very interesting day in this committee.
Yeah, and Steve, Bowers was asked right off the bat by Adam Schiff. That statement from Trump came out, and he was asked to respond. Bowers said that someone in his staff had alerted him to it, and he said the phone conversations went something different to his memory. Of course, he said that under oath, and so you have to presume that what the former president said, was not true in that statement today. But Bowers is getting praise for the eloquence of his statements, kind of the concision and the brief, and they were, it was very brief but very to the point. And so he's getting a lot of praise, a lot of courage of his convictions. Have you talked to, everyday Arizonans today, not just at the state capitol, but people around town who are either, lauding him, who don't like what he did, because he even said in that testimony, the death threats, the names, the just haranguing of not only him and his family, but other friends and friends he used to have, Steve, that would not even talk to him now from what he did, the conviction he stood by.
Yeah, he talked about his friends who had helped get him to where he is today and the rancor he feels from them now. That was the word he used. It's been fascinating to follow. I'll speak too about Congressman Ruben Gallego, who you just heard from, saying quite a thing, saying he hoped he could raise his son to have those convictions. For someone not from Arizona to hear that, that's a truly incredible thing. Representative Gallego doesn't hold back on his words, and he attacks quite a bit his political opponents. So for him, a Democrat, to be so kind in his words towards Republican Speaker Rusty Bowers today is really something. How Arizonans will feel about this, how they'll react to this, how this will change anything within the state to have heard this testimony, I think we'll see how that plays out in the days, the weeks ahead, especially as as the election comes up, this midterm election, I think we'll see how more of that plays for everyday Arizonans. What we haven't really heard from so far today in our state is a lot of the President Trump's supporters. They haven't come out as vocally. In fact, Congressman Andy Biggs, who we heard Speaker Bowers talk about their relationship and their conversation the morning of January 6th. The congressman's not responded to our request for comments. He hasn't put any comments out there on social media. He's someone we need to hear from at this point about how that conversation went on the morning of January 6th.
Yeah, of course. So here at Live Now for Fox, we reached out to Rusty Bowers in his office. Wasn't available for an interview. No doubt he's traveling back to Phoenix from Washington after the testimony tonight. Just politically speaking, Steve, does Bowers have to worry about re-election this year? I know he was elected in 2020, pretty handedly, but is he facing any kind of outward challenges to his role in the 2020 certification of the election?
Well, I mean, he's, as we talked about, what's happening on the doorstep to his house right now and the protests that he's seen. He talked about how on Saturday nights they don't know what's going to happen because of the loud protests that he receives out there, and some of them not very kind. Again, we'll have to see how all of this plays out. What I can say is President Trump in his statement talked about how in his conversation, the president's recollection of that conversation, that Speaker Bowers thanked the president for his support throughout it because he didn't think he was going to win that election. That doesn't pass the sniff test. The congressman is in a very safe district, or excuse me, the speaker's in a very safe district. He easily won his primary, and it's a very safe Republican seat. So the idea that the speaker would have thought he wasn't going to win that last election, it doesn't pass the sniff test. He had to have assumed that he was going to walk into that win there.
Yeah, debatable at best. No primary opponent either in 2020. Steve Nielsen, thanks so much for that update as we continue here on Live Now to cover all things January 6th as these hearings go on. Steve, we'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
All right, hope you enjoyed that conversation there. And of course, we'll have special live coverage on Thursday for the 5th installment of the January 6th hearings. And we do now know who will be testifying here. Witnesses have been announced. Jeffrey Rosen, the former acting attorney general, Richard Donahue, the former acting deputy attorney general, and Steve Engel. He's the former assistant attorney general for the Office of Legal Counsel. The committee will try to frame and set up how the pressure was on and the high-ranking top officials in the Department of Justice. In the meantime, we want to take a quick commercial break. We'll be airing highlights when we come back of the hearings from today.
Nevertheless, as you will see, the president and his allies began making numerous false allegations of voter fraud, false allegations that you and Mr. Sterling, among others, had to address. Mr. Sterling, thank you also for being here today. Following the 2020 election, in addition to your normal duties, I understand that you became a spokesperson to try to combat disinformation about the election and the danger it was creating for elections officials, among others. In a December 1 press conference, you addressed some of your remarks directly to President Trump. Let's take a look at what you said that day.
Mr. President, it looks like you likely lost the state of Georgia. We're investigating. There's always a possibility. I get it. And you have the rights to go through the courts. What you don't have the ability to do, and you need to step up and say this, is stop inspiring people to commit potential acts of violence. Someone's going to get hurt. Someone's going to get shot. Someone's going to get killed. And it's not right. It's not right.
Mr. Sterling, what prompted you to make these remarks?
Mr. Schiff, we had a previously scheduled press conference that day, as we were in the habit of doing, trying to be as transparent as we could about the election and the counts going on. A little after lunch that day, lunchtime, I received a call from the project manager from Dominion Voting Systems, who was oddly, audibly shaken. She's not the kind of person I would assume would be that way. She has a master's from MIT, a graduate of the Naval Academy, and is very much on the ball and pretty unflappable. And she informed me about a young contractor they had who had been receiving threats from a video had been posted by some QAnon supporters. And at that point, we had been steeping in this kind of stuff. So it was around us all the time. So I didn't take note of it more than adding to the pile of other stuff we were having to deal with. And I did pull up Twitter, and I scrolled through it, and I saw the young man's name. It was a particular tweet that, for lack of a better word, was a straw that broke the camel's back. Had the young man's name. It was a very unique name. I believe it was a first-generation American. And it said, had his name, "You committed treason. May God have mercy on your soul," with a slowly twisting gif of a noose. And for lack of a better word, I lost it. I just got irate. My boss was with me at the time, the Deputy Secretary, Jordan Fuchs, and she could tell that I was angry. I tend to turn red from here up when that happens, and that happened at that time. And she called Secretary Raffensperger to say, "We're seeing these kind of threats, and Gabe thinks we need to say something about it." And the Secretary said yes, and that's what prompted me to do what I did. I lost my temper, but it seemed necessary at the time because it was just getting worse. And I could not tell you why that particular one was the one that put me over the edge, but it did.
Now, after you made this plea to the president, did Donald Trump urge his supporters to avoid the use of violence?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, as we know, the president was aware of your speech because he tweeted about it later that day. Let's take a look at what the president said. In the tweet, Donald Trump claims that there was, quote, "massive voter fraud in Georgia." Mr. Sterling, that was just plain false, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Nevertheless, the very next day, on December 2nd, President Trump released a lengthy video again making false claims of election fraud in Georgia. Let's take a look at what he said this time.
They found thousands and thousands of votes that were out of whack, all against me.
In fact, the day after Donald Trump released that video, so now we're talking just 2 days after the emotional warning that you gave that someone's going to get killed, representatives of President Trump appeared in Georgia, including Rudy Giuliani, and launched a new conspiracy theory that would take on a life of its own and threaten the lives of several innocent election workers. This story falsely alleges that sometime during election night, election workers at the State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia, kicked out poll observers. After the observers left, the story goes, these workers pulled so-called suitcases of ballots from under a table and ran those ballots through counting machines multiple times. Completely without evidence, President Trump and his allies claimed that these suitcases contained as many as 18,000 ballots, all for Joe Biden. None of this was true. But Rudy Giuliani appeared before the Georgia State Senate and played a surveillance video from State Farm Arena, falsely claiming that it showed this conspiracy taking place. Here's a sample of what Mr. Giuliani had to say during that hearing.
And when you look at what you saw on the video, which to me was a smoking gun, powerful smoking gun, well, I don't have to be a genius to figure out what happened. And I don't have to be a genius to figure out that those votes are not legitimate votes. You don't put legitimate votes under a table.
No.
Wait until you throw the opposition out and in the middle of the night count them. We would have to be fools to think that.
President Trump's campaign amplified Giuliani's false testimony in a tweet pushing out the video footage. Giuliani likewise pushed out his testimony on social media. As you can see in this tweet, Mr. Giuliani wrote that it was, quote, now beyond doubt, unquote, that Fulton County Democrats had stolen the election. Later in this hearing, we'll hear directly from one of the election workers in this video about the effect these lies had on her and on her family. Mr. Sterling, did the investigators in your office review the entire surveillance tape from the State Farm Arena on election night?
They actually reviewed approximately 48 hours going over the time period where action was taking place at the counting center at State Farm Arena.
And what did the tape actually show?
Depending on which time you want to start, because as was mentioned, this conspiracy theory took on a life of its own, where they conflated a water main break that wasn't a water main break and throwing observers out and a series of other things. What it actually showed was Fulton County election workers engaging in normal ballot processing. One of the things that was very frustrating was the so-called suitcases of ballots from under the table. If you watch the entirety of the video, you saw that these were election workers who were under the impression they were going to get to go home around 10:30. People are putting on their coats. They're putting ballots that are prepared to be scanned into ballot carriers that are then sealed with tamper-proof seals so that they're not messed with. It's an interesting thing because you watch there's 4 screens of the video, and as you're watching it, you can see the election monitors in the corner with the press as they're taking these ballot carriers and putting them under the table. You see it there. One of the other hidden ones, if you looked at the actual tape, was on the outside of the table, just from the camera angle. You couldn't see it originally. And this goes under the no good deed goes unpunished. We were told that we were at GEMA, as the secretary pointed out, and we were told that it looked like they were shutting down the Fulton County counting. The secretary expressed some displeasure at that because we wanted to everybody keep counting so we could get to the results and know what was happening. So our elections director called their elections director, who was at another location because this was election day. There was 2 different places where ballot things were being done by the Fulton County office. So he called the elections director of Fulton, then called Ralph Jones, who was at the State Farm Arena, and said, "What the heck are you doing? Go ahead and stay." And as you watch the video itself, you see him take the phone call as people are putting things away and getting ready to leave. And you can tell for about 15, 20 seconds, he does not want to tell these people they have to stay. He walks over, he thinks about it for a second, you see him come back to the corner of a desk and kind of slumps his shoulders and says, "Okay, y'all, we got to keep on counting." And then you see him take their coats off, get the ballots out. And then a secondary thing that you'll see on there is you'll have people who are counting ballots who a batch will go through, they will take them off and run that through again. What happens there is a standard operating procedure. If there's a misscan, if there's a misalignment, if it doesn't read right, these are high-speed, high-capacity scanners. So 3 or 4 will go through after a misscan. You have to delete that batch and put it back through again. And by going through the hand tally, as the secretary pointed out, we showed that if there had been multiple ballots scanned without a corresponding physical ballot, your counts would have been a lot higher than the ballots themselves. And by doing the hand tally, we saw 2 specific numbers that were met. The hand tally got us to a 0.1053% off of the total votes cast and 0.0099% on the margin, which is essentially dead-on accurate. Most academic studies say on a hand tally you'll have between 1% and 2%, but because we use ballot marking devices where it's very clear what the voter intended, it made it a lot easier for us to conduct that hand count and show that none of that was true.
Now, I understand that when you reviewed these tapes and did the analysis, it disproved this conspiracy theory. But you still had to take a lot of steps to try to make sure the public knew the truth about these allegations. and you did frequent briefings for the press. Let's take a look at one of those press briefings, Mr. Sterling, that you held on December 7th to make the point that you just did today.
Move on to what I'm going to call Disinformation Monday. Out of the gate, many of y'all saw the videotape from State Farm Arena. I spent hours with our post-certified investigators, Justin Gray from WSB, spent hours with us going over this video to explain to people that what you saw, the secret suitcases with magic ballots, were actually ballots that had been packed into those absentee ballot carriers by the workers in plain view of the monitors and the press. And what's really frustrating is the president's attorneys had this same videotape. They saw the exact same things the rest of us could see, and they chose to mislead state senators and the public about what was on that video. I'm quite sure that they will not characterize the video if they try to enter into evidence, because that is the kind of thing that could lead to sanctions, because it's obviously untrue. They knew it was untrue, and they continue to do things like this.
Mr. Sterling, despite the efforts by your office to combat this misinformation by speaking out publicly and through local media, you were unable to match the reach of President Trump's platform and social media megaphone spreading these false conspiracy theories. What was it like to compete with a president who had the biggest bully pulpit in the world to push out these false claims?
For lack of a better word, it was frustrating, but oftentimes I felt our information was getting out, that there was a reticence of people who needed to believe it because the President of the United States, whom many looked up to and respected, was telling them it wasn't true, despite the facts. And I have characterized at one point it was kind of like a shovel trying to empty the ocean. And yes, it was frustrating. I even have family members who I had to argue with about some of these things, and I would show them things, and the problem you have is you're getting to people's hearts. I remember there's one specific, an attorney that we know that we showed and walked him through. This wasn't true. Okay, I get that. This wasn't true. Okay, I get that. This wasn't. 5 or 6 things. But at the end, he goes, I just know in my heart they cheated. That's just, and so once you get past the heart, the facts don't matter as much. And our job, from our point of view, is to get the facts out, do our job, tell the truth, follow the Constitution, follow the law, and defend the institutions. And the institutions held.
Gabe Sterling there, Georgia election official, saying the institutions held. Yes, they did, and many people, like those gentlemen right there, in states like Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, unremarkable figures before this all happened, doing remarkable things, upholding the institutions, certifying the elections, combating conspiracy theories, and doing away with these notions that were pushed so heavily in the days, weeks, and months after the 2020 election that still many people believe to this day, many people on the Republican side running even on it in the midterm elections, that the 2020 election was stolen and that it was illegitimate, that President Biden was not legitimately elected. And there you see local and state officials who did their very best, who stuck to their convictions and followed their conscience. We're going to be airing the Thursday hearing in full as well on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I want to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. Live Now look there at the White House. It's about 12:45 in the morning, very early Wednesday morning there. Just to preview some of the stories we'll be covering tomorrow, we got the news that tomorrow afternoon, President Biden will deliver remarks on gas prices. So that will be something that is going to be highly anticipated. What will the president decide? Will he suspend, repeal the federal gas tax? Will it go on holiday for a certain amount of time? That's up to the president and his decision to make in accordance with Congress, as well, as gas prices are the highest they've ever been on average nationally. So we'll air those remarks from President Biden live tomorrow. We're going to get into some of these overnight content ideas, press conferences, stories that we've already shown you throughout the day, including starting off with the White House press briefing. Karine Jean-Pierre, press secretary, taking questions from reporters in the briefing room earlier today.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed a long holiday weekend. It's good to see everyone here. Today I'm joined by John Kirby, who is the National Security Council Coordinator for Strategic Communications. I got to get that right. And he's happy to take a few questions. I know there's been some news out there in his world. So, Kirby, why don't you take it away?
Thank you, Karine. Just a couple things at the top, everybody. I think you saw this morning that the administration announced important policy changes with respect to anti-personnel landmines. After conducting a comprehensive policy review, the United States is now joining the vast majority of countries around the world in committing to limit the use of anti-personnel landmines. The use of these weapons put more civilians at risk of being injured by unexploded mines, including children, long after the fighting has stopped, and the President believes strongly that we need to curtail their use worldwide. So this new commitment will align U.S. policy outside of the Korean Peninsula with the key requirements of the Ottawa Convention. That's the international treaty that prohibits the use, the stockpiling, the production, and the transfer of these weapons. The United States is the world's single largest financial supporter of steps to mitigate the harmful consequences of landmines and explosive remnants of war all around the world. Since 1993, the United States has provided over $4.2 billion in aid to over 100 countries for conventional weapons destruction programs. And I'm happy to take questions on that a little bit later. The last thing I just want to open up with is, I think you know the President is preparing for his next trip. This will be to Germany for the G7 and then on to Madrid for the NATO summit. He came into office with the express purpose of revitalizing and reinforcing our allies, our alliances, and our partnerships around the world, and that's exactly what he's done with the G7 and with NATO. His leadership and diplomacy elevated these partnerships as central to meeting the biggest challenges of our time and advanced our shared values to define the decades to come. He has been unafraid to use the convening power of the United States, which is still ample, still relevant, still viable. The free world has demonstrated incredible unity and resolve to advance three key objectives that I think you're going to see are essential to this trip. And we're going to get some time a little bit later on in the week to preview the trip with more detail. But I'll just tell you, these are the three overarching objectives the President has. One, reinforcing our unwavering support of a democratic, sovereign, and prosperous Ukraine and holding Russia accountable for its war of aggression. Two, managing the disruptions in the global economy, including energy and food prices that are caused by this war of aggression that are impacting families all over the world, including here at home. And three, charting an affirmative vision for the world in which democracies can deliver and that we are confident will win over autocratic and corrupt visions. Again, we'll have more to share later in the week, including a background call I think we're going to be doing here in the next day or so, and you guys will all get an invitation to that. So with that, we'll take some questions.
Thanks, John. What can you tell us about this second American who appears to have died in combat in Ukraine?
Don't know a whole lot, but I think you saw the State Department has confirmed that another American citizen has been killed in the fighting in Ukraine, and I'd point you to State for more details on that. Obviously, at the outset, our hearts go out to the family, which are clearly enduring an incredible grief here. Again, we want to stress that this is not the place or the time for Americans to go to Ukraine. It is a war. And if you want to help the people of Ukraine, there's a whole lot of other better options to do that than going and putting yourself in harm's way in the middle of that war.
The president said yesterday that he speaks to Volodymyr Zelensky 3 or 4 times a week. Is that accurate, or is that a bit of hyperbole? We only get a readout of their conversations once every couple of weeks.
He speaks to Mr. Zelensky on a routine, regular basis. And I couldn't sit here and give you the exact count. This is the beginning of week 3 for me here. But he speaks to President Zelensky on a very routine, regular basis. And I would add, it's not just the president. The Department of Defense, the Department of State, the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense speak with their counterparts, again, on a routine, regular basis. The Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, try this again using syllables. The Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff talks to his counterpart regularly, too. And there's an awful lot, and I would go so far as to say almost daily, conversation with the Ukrainians at lower staff levels at both DOD and the Department of State.
April? Hi, John.
Hey, April.
2 questions. Going back to Ukraine, could you talk about the implications of the grains issue that's heightening in Ukraine as the president of Ukraine talked to the AU about it, the African Union about it, and also the repercussions of what happened in Texas on a national security front when it comes to basically calling President Biden the acting president?
I'm going to come back to you on the second one because I'm not completely sure I understand the question. But on the first one, let me just do the grain one first. We've talked about this before. President Putin is, no kidding, weaponizing food. Let's just call it what it is. He's weaponizing food. He's got an essential blockade there in the Black Sea so that nothing can leave by sea, and that's, of course, how Ukraine has historically gotten its grain to markets. And so the president's working with leaders around the world to see if there's other overland ways we can do that. And he's exploring a range of options. He's keeping an open mind about how that would look. And there's lots of other of our partners, particularly in Europe, who also want to see that done. So there's a lot of work being done here. But as I said, I think the other day, last week, we know time is not on our side. I mean, this grain is a perishable commodity, so we want to get it out as fast as we can.
Yeah. And on the second question, on the national security front, especially as we're seeing what's happening with the January 6th committee, what does it do on the national security front for Texas to make those strong statements about the 2020 election?
I'm afraid I didn't see the comments. Can you elucidate?
The Texas Republican platform, I think is what she's referring.
No, I don't. Thank you. No, they're rejecting the president. What's happening is they're saying the president is acting president. The state of Texas.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yep, I did. I'm sorry.
I can take that one too.
The national security.
Oh, there's okay.
On the national security front, I mean, look. The president is the democratically elected commander-in-chief of this country. And the men and women who serve in uniform understand that. And with the exception of what looks like a small number of Texas legislatures, the American people recognize that. He has the authority, he has the power, he has the responsibility to defend this country. And the things that we're talking about today, whether it's landmine use or grain shipments or assisting Ukraine, is all about our national security, and the president is charged with preserving and maintaining that national security. And it, again, with the exception of a small number of folks there in Texas, the American people recognize that and understand that.
John, what do you make of the Kremlin saying that the Americans captured in Ukraine aren't covered under the Geneva Convention protections for prisoners of war?
Yeah, we've seen the comments by Mr. Peskov with respect to this, not ruling out certain protections. I would tell you a couple of things. One, we still are trying to learn more about these 2 individuals. Okay. Number 2, it's appalling that a public official in Russia would even suggest the death penalty for 2 American citizens that were in Ukraine. We're going to continue to try to learn what we can here about this, and again, stay in touch as much as we can with the families.
If you're not afforded protections under the Geneva Convention, what's the course of action that you're thinking about?
I don't think it'd be useful for us to get into hypotheticals right now, Jackie. I mean, we got more homework here to do, but I do think it's important for us to make it clear, totally appalling, for even the suggestion that that result could be the outcome here for these two individuals.
Hey, thanks, Karine. John, the Chinese have imported a record amount of oil from Russia, and the trade between the two countries is growing. What message do you have to the Chinese related to this?
I think this is just a piece of China's willingness to continue to go along with Russia, and we're seeing this as yet another example of a growing collaboration between China and Russia with respect to Ukraine. And we have, as we've said at the outset, called on China to be a responsible power here and to join the rest of the world in condemning what Russia has done in Ukraine and in enforcing sanctions against Russia for it. So it's just another example. And look, it's also another example of how global security really is interconnected. It's not just about security on the European continent. It's connected. What's happening in Ukraine, this is a perfect example of how it's connected to national security, our national security interests, and those of allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific as well.
But at what point do they rise to the level where they're breaking sanctions or pushing the line for those sanctions that the U.S. Would like to impose?
Well, again, they haven't been participants in the sanction regime so far.
Go ahead, you do the follow-up.
Thanks, John. Also, India has been buying a lot of the Russian oil that the Europeans aren't buying. So how does the administration keep financial pressure on Russia? And what does this say about U.S.-Indian relations that Prime Minister Modi is making these purchases?
Yeah, India is also a very key strategic partner in the Indo-Pacific region. And there's many ways that partnership represents itself both in defense and security, economic as well. I think we'll let Indian leaders speak to their economic policies. What I can just tell you is we value this bilateral relationship with India, and we continue to want, obviously every country has to make their decisions for themselves. These are sovereign decisions, but we want as much pressure put internationally on Russia as possible. There needs to be, just last point, there needs to be costs and consequences for what Mr. Putin is doing.
Anything will President Biden be asking G7 leaders to do next week to bring down the cost of energy and bring down the cost of food?
I'm not going to get ahead of the agenda too much today. We'll have more to talk about the trip in the next day or so with more specifics. So I'm not really prepared today to go into too much detail. But as I said in my opening comments, one of the objectives that the president has here for the G7 is to talk to international leaders inside the G7 about supply chain issues, food and fuel supply around the world, and try to minimize the pressures that it has put populations all over the world. But we'll have more a little bit later.
Anything that you think that they can do working in coordination to prevent a global recession?
I think leadership matters a lot here. Multilateral leadership matters a lot because this isn't just affecting the United States, it's affecting the whole world. And I know the president's looking forward to having discussions with world leaders about what together they can do, whether it's increased production or less, more capacity for refining, less dependence. And this is one of the reasons, the president is so committed to clean energy here in this country. That's one way of making us energy independent too. So advancing, it's also good for the climate. So there's an awful lot of cross-cutting objectives here.
All right, just two more. Follow-up.
Do you believe, John, the Peskov comments, obviously in coordination with Vladimir Putin, do you believe they're about more than the discrete facts involving these Americans, but a signal, a larger sort of tactical signal to the American president, to the government, about ways they can use American citizens as a part of this conflict?
I gave up a long time ago trying to get inside Mr. Peskov's head, certainly Mr. Putin's. It's hard to know with great accuracy the answer to your question. But either way, it's equally alarming. Whether they actually mean what they're saying here and that this could be an outcome, that they could levy a death penalty against 2 Americans that were fighting in Ukraine, or that they just feel it's a responsible thing for a major power to do, to talk about doing this as a way of signaling the President of the United States and the American people. Either one of them is equally alarming, and that's why, again, we find it appalling.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. John, why the United States is trying to
block the African countries to work with Russia. There is a discussion going on right now at the Senate that the United States is trying to force basically the African countries not to work with Russia. I don't know if you're aware, Russia have relation with many African countries, and Angola is one of them, and many other countries. But right now, it looks like there is a discussion going on at the Senate that the United States is trying to make African countries not to work with Russia. In the beginning, President Biden said that he will work with all nations, Europe, Asia, and even African countries diplomatically. Why don't let the African countries decide who to work with instead of just impose them not to work with, for example, Russia?
Yeah, I can't speak for the discussions that are going on in the Senate about this, but you kind of answered the question yourself when you went back to what the president has long said about his foreign policy objectives and goals. Look, he respects and understands that sovereign nations make sovereign decisions. Sovereign nations get to decide who they're going to associate with or who they're not going to associate with. He understands that. He also understands, and I think has been very clear with leaders around the world, that there needs to be consequences for what Mr. Putin is doing in Ukraine. There needs to be costs. He needs to be held accountable for this unprovoked war of aggression. And so it's difficult for him to to look at countries around the world who might be willing not to impose those consequences, who might be looking for ways to reward Mr. Putin for what he's doing in Ukraine. So it's a principle.
Forcing countries not to work with Russia.
This isn't about,
ma'am. Decide.
No, ma'am. This is not about forcing. And again, I can't speak to the language you're talking about from the Senate. This isn't about forcing anybody. It's about standing up for a principle. The principle here is the principle of sovereignty. So it cuts both ways. You know, obviously sovereign nations need to be able to make their own decisions. The president understands that. That's why, you know, when we were talking about whether Ukraine would or wouldn't join NATO, it's not up to Mr. Putin to get a veto on that. Sovereign nations have to make that decision, and so does the NATO alliance. He understands the sovereign decisions that nations in Africa have to make. But he also believes and stands strongly on the principle that Mr. Putin needs to suffer consequences for this war of aggression, consequences around the world as well. And so he doesn't believe that it's in the interests of what's going on in Ukraine or European security, for that matter, for Mr. Putin to be able to get off scot-free here.
And when the president will travel to Africa, John, he traveled to Europe, Asia, but not Africa. When?
I don't have a trip announcement to make today.
Mr. Kirby, is the president tracking the situation in Ethiopia?
Yes, he is.
And also on the billions of dollars that have flown to Ukraine, how much of that money has gone to gun manufacturers in the U.S.?
How much money has gone to?
$40 billion.
Are you talking about the money?
Ukraine,
the money that we are
approved to Ukraine. How much of that money has gone to gun manufacturers here in the U.S.?
Okay, if you mean defense contractors, we can give you that, and we can have somebody get you the amount of contracts that are going to be or are being let under the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. This is for defense articles, weapons and systems that Ukraine needs. If you're asking me how many are going, you mean like firearm manufacturers here in the United States?
Yes. How much of them, all the money that has gone to Ukraine, how much of that money actually goes to Ukraine?
To the degree that we supply small arms and ammunition, right, to Ukraine, we can get you that figure. I don't have it handy, but that's small arms and ammunition, combat arms that they're using in the field. And, you know, we get caught up a lot talking about HIMARS, right? Long-range rocket systems and artillery systems and tanks and all that. All those big-ticket items that the Ukrainians say they need, and it's true they do. But what they'll also tell you is that the bullets and the small arms are making a big difference every single day, because the fighting in the Donbass is close combat. A lot of long-range fires, lots of artillery, no question. But it's a lot of small arms combat too. So we forget about that. It's an important set of defense articles and systems that we've been sending to Ukraine, and we're going to continue to do it for as long as we can. But as for the exact figures, I'd have to get that for you.
Biden's response to Israel that has been threatened by Russia.
Thank you. All right, thanks. We don't have a lot of time, guys, because we have to leave at 1:45, I believe, for the president's local travel. Okay, so I have something really quick at the top, and then I'll take a question. So today, President Biden and First Lady are visiting a local COVID-19 vaccination clinic hosted by the DC Health to highlight the recent authorization and recommendation of COVID-19 vaccines for children under the age of 5. This weekend, the CDC formally recommended use of the COVID-19 vaccine for this age group following the FDA's authorization on June 17th. Marking a key milestone that ensures for the first time since the pandemic began that nearly every American can access protections from life-saving COVID-19 vaccines, including our youngest Americans aged 6 months and up. Following the visit, the president will deliver remarks at the White House on COVID-19 vaccines for children under 5 and the historic progress the country has made in fighting COVID-19 with safe, effective vaccines available virtually to all Americans. Go ahead, Josh.
Thanks, Corinne. Two subject areas, since I know we're going fast by 1:40. What data is President Biden looking at for the gas tax holiday, and is he expecting congressional support in state-level action?
Well, to take your second question first, as you know, the president said he's going to make a decision about this by the end of this week. The way we see it is there would be congressional action. Congress would need to take action. To your first question, the president's looking at an array of options to figure out how he's going to help give relief to the American public, especially as they are looking at gas prices at the pump. This is a #1 priority for the president. He's looking at an array of options. We don't have anything specific for you to share with you at this time.
And then secondly, real fast, what is President Biden's reaction to Texas authorities saying the police response in Uvalde was an abject failure and that the gunman, in theory, could have been stopped within 3 minutes?
You know, this is something that the president has talked about this very deeply. It is very the actions that we have seen and the reports that we have seen is deeply concerning. The president has said that. As you know, DOJ is doing a review. We're going to leave it to their findings and their review before we'll say anything more. But it is deeply disturbing to hear the reports on what happened on the ground on that day. Ken.
On the issue of the federal gas tax, has the White House started reaching out to Congress yet on this, working with members to try and get them on board with this? Because as you know, you would of course need their approval for any suspension.
Absolutely, we would definitely, as I said, need Congress to act on this. I can't lay out, I don't have anything to lay out on any outreach that we've made to Congress. The President, as you all know, understands the stress that the American public is feeling across the country. This is why he has taken action himself when it comes to tapping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, a historic amount of oil, 1 million of barrels of oil a month, a day, I should say, just to be exact, and also getting his partners to do 240 million barrels as well. There's the ethanol 15, as he has been able to make sure that we give relief to thousands of Americans across the country. So this is something that has been a complete priority for the President. I don't have anything specific to lay out about meetings coming up or meetings that have happened.
And the President said he's not planning to sit down with any oil and gas CEOs as he makes this decision. Why not?
So as I can confirm here, I know it's been kind of been reported out there, Secretary Granholm is going to be meeting with the 7 CEOs on Thursday, this coming Thursday. That's the first step that he wanted to make sure happened. Remember, our goal is to make sure that we have a sit-down conversation where we come up with solutions, that we work with the CEOs and figure out what else that we can do to move that capacity forward. So the meeting is happening on Thursday with Secretary Granholm, and she's going to sit down with the CEOs, and hopefully we have some solutions that come out of the meeting.
The first step is but the President's not ruling out meeting with them.
No, the President spoke to this himself yesterday, which is like he's not going to be meeting with the CEOs. I'll let that stand and speak for himself. The way that we view this is, what I mean by first step is they're going to sit down, have a conversation. The second step is coming up with solution and ideas.
The President said last week that there's no inevitability around a recession, but there is a greater deal of market concern about exactly that. And I know that inflation is your number one concern, but can you talk a little bit about if you're doing anything at all to prevent a recession or a rise in unemployment?
So the way that we see this, and you've heard us talk about this, that we're in a moment of transition. We have seen we are in a unique situation with the historical gains with our economy. The way that we see it is unemployment rate has held steady at 3.6, which is also near historic lows. Business investment remains strong. Household balance sheets remain strong. There was an analysis that came out recently that showed middle-class Americans had an additional $10,000 in savings then before the pandemic. Another analysis found that all income groups had higher checking account balances at the end of March than they had pre-pandemic. So we see that the strengths that our economic strength that we have seen from this past year, from the action that the President has taken with the American Rescue Plan, with what we have seen with the historical gains, that is going to help us deal with a recession. Right now, we don't see a recession right now. We're not in a recession right now. Right now, we're in a transition where we are going to go into a place of stable and steady growth, and that's going to be our focus.
And just one more. AAA was out with a report today saying that there's going to be a record number of people driving for the 4th of July holiday, and I'm wondering what that tells you about whether inflation is in fact the top concern for the American people, and whether there's a role for conservation to play given the extreme demands on energy supplies right now.
Well, say a little bit more. You're saying
Americans are happy, it would seem, to go out
I see what you're
and
saying.
to pay as much money as gas costs to go on vacation and do all of the things that they would normally do. In fact, more so than in the past. So what do you think about that? And do you think it's appropriate given the constraints on energy supplies globally right now?
Look, Americans are going to do what they feel is right for themselves and for their family. That's not something for us to make a judgment on. I think what we're seeing right now is, we've been in a pandemic for some time, and I think Americans are feeling as if this summer it's time to get out and go visit families and And I think that's a reaction that we're seeing there. But I have to say, a lot of that is thankful to the president and the work that he has done to make sure that more than 220 million people are fully vaccinated. That matters. Today he's going to visit a COVID health center where we are going to be able to vaccinate our youngest among us, which is the 0 to 5. That's about 18 million young people, which is a lot of that work is due because of what the president has been able to do, and the American Rescue Plan, and the vaccination strategy that he put forward the moment that he walked into this administration. Look, it's not for me to say what Americans can do or can't do, but I do think this is kind of the pendulum swinging as we are more people are vaccinated and more folks are feeling more comfortable and more safe to get out there. Okay. And I'll go to the back in a second. Go ahead.
Thanks, Green. What kind of visibility does the administration have into the, quote, logistical error that prevented Brittney Griner, who's being held in Russia, from speaking by phone with her wife? And how is a mistake like that acceptable given kind of the stakes at this moment?
So this was an unfortunate mistake. And the Department of State is working to rectify this as quickly as possible. From what I understand, there is a phone interview has been scheduled. I'm not going to speak to when. That is up to Brittney Griner's partner to decide, her wife, to decide if they want to make that public. Anything else, I would defer you to the State Department.
And does Brittney Griner's wife talk about meeting with the president or her desire to meet with the president? Is that something that's on the table or an option at this point?
I don't have anything to share about, we don't have anything to share about a potential phone conversation or meeting. What I can say is that the State Department has been in regular touch with Mrs. Griner. She's also spoken to Secretary Blinken, which we have mentioned before. This is certainly any American that is held abroad is a priority for this president. We've spoken to that, and we will do everything that we can to bring them home. I'm going to go to the right.
Roe v. Wade.
Hold on a second. I'm trying to go to somebody. I haven't gone yet. Go ahead.
Thanks, Corinne. So in these deliberations about the gas tax, does the president have concerns about, what are his concerns about endorsing such an idea?
Endorsing gas tax?
Congressional action on a gas tax holiday. Are there concerns that he has about doing that?
I mean, the president has been very clear in making sure that he does everything that he can to alleviate the pain that American families are feeling when it comes to gas prices. He said all options are on the table. He has not. He said himself, just to reiterate what he said yesterday, he has not made a decision on this. He'll have something more by the end of the week. But this is about making sure that we deliver for the American people as it relates to gases, as it relates to increase in cost. And so, we have said this from day one, all options are on the table.
What are the drawbacks that he sees? And does he think an endorsement could help Republicans get on board if it requires?
What I'm saying is I'm not going to get ahead of the president right now. He has not. We have not laid out this decision. Once we have, I'm happy to have that conversation right here or in my office, however you wish. But right now, all options are on the table. He's going to do everything that he can to make sure he relieves some pain and some pressure that the Americans are feeling at the pump.
Question I want to hear, please.
Oh my gosh. Go ahead.
Does the president have any thoughts on the Colombian elections this weekend, and does he have any plans to speak to the president-elect?
I don't have any calls to read out to you at this time. The United States congratulates the people of Colombia on a free and fair election. The president looks forward to working with President-elect Petro and to advance the U.S.-Colombia relationship and tackle key issues together, including climate change, building more fair and resilient economies, security, and more. I don't have a call to read out at this point or to announce at this point.
When it comes to the federal gas tax, former President Obama has called it a gimmick back when it was being considered during his administration. A number of Republican and Democratic congressional leaders over the years have said the same thing. It saves people a couple of dollars when they fill up, but it decimates the highway trust fund. Why is it suddenly on the table for this president when it seemed like it was an idea that the White House had sort of set to the side for months?
Well, the president has always said all options are on the table. This is one of those options. He was asked a question yesterday and he answered it. I don't want to get ahead of the president. We don't have anything to announce at this time. Once we do, we will, and be happy to answer all the questions around that decision once and if he makes that decision. But again, he has said, he has been very clear, he wants to make sure that he is, dealing with what the Americans are facing at the pump, which is high prices due to inflation, due to part of it is the pandemic, part of it is Putin's war on Ukraine and the Putin's tax hike. So he wants to do everything that he can to make sure that we are answering those calls of trying to lower the cost.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, that's it. Okay. Well, thank you guys. How about? Well, I actually have to go with him today, so I can't stay. But I'll take one more question. I'll take a question. Phil, I know you had you had a question. No? Oh, you're passing. You're passing. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
The White House intends to issue a rule on reducing nicotine levels in cigarettes, and if so, can you give us some details about that?
I'm not going to comment on any leak information. I have no final decision to preview at this time, but what I can say is one of the president's key unity agenda item is ending cancer as we know it, including by reigniting the Cancer Moonshot Initiative. Already have been steps from the FDA to address the impact other tobacco products like methanol and flavored cigars have on the American people, as I've mentioned here before. And I will take this opportunity to remind everyone that what the Office of Management and Budget regulatory agenda is and is not. Agencies place on the regulatory agenda a list of all the proposed and final rules they are currently planning to issue in the months ahead. However, no policy decision has been made at this time, and I don't have anything else to preview for you at this time. Okay, we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Much has been done, but much more needs to be done before this investigation is completed and presented to the District Attorney, Christina Mitchell, for her review. However, we do know this. There's compelling evidence that the law enforcement response to the attack at Robb Elementary was an abject failure and antithetical to everything we've learned over the last 2 decades since the Columbine massacre. 3 minutes after the subject entered the West Building, there was a sufficient number of armed officers wearing body armor to isolate, distract, and neutralize the subject. The only thing stopping a hallway of dedicated officers from entering room 111 and 112 was the on-scene commander, who decided to place the lives of officers before the lives of children. The officers had weapons, the children had none. The officers had body armor, the children had none. The officers had training, the subject had none. 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 8 seconds. That's how long the children waited and the teachers waited in rooms 111 to be rescued. And while they waited, the on-scene commander waited for a radio and rifles. Then he waited for shields. Then he waited for SWAT. Lastly, he waited for a key that was never needed. The post-Columbine doctrine is clear and compelling and unambiguous. Stop the killing, stop the dying. You can't do the former unless you can't do the latter unless you do the former. Certainly, some things were done well, and even very well. The teachers quickly implemented active shooter protocols prior to the subject gaining entry. In fact, one teacher was able to call 911 and report that before the subject entered the campus. Law enforcement officers were able to evacuate hundreds of children in a safe and orderly manner. The district attorney, Christina Mitchell, and her staff led tireless efforts to take care of the victims and their families in the aftermath. And Senator Gutierrez talked a little about victim identification and victim notification. That is always a priority after such a tragedy. Very difficult to do, and she did an outstanding job in trying to handle that situation, blending all the different resources from local, state, and federal agencies at the time. Importantly, what I'd like to know that at the time of this death, or first of all, I'll go a little before I go to the timeline. I just want to cover one more thing, if you don't mind, is that with your permission, to quickly review some of the pre-attack events is what I'd like to do. I just think it's important to note, plus this is not just a DPS investigation and a Texas Ranger investigation. We've worked closely from the beginning with all federal agencies and all agencies on the scene. In particular, on the investigative side, the FBI has provided tremendous resources, hundreds of agents, covered leads throughout the country, throughout the world, and also enhanced the videos with technology capabilities that they have back in Quantico. Very important to do, to get to the facts, to see exactly what happened. Because one thing is witness statements, another thing is video and audio recordings, period. So we're grateful for them. We're also grateful for ATF in terms of the initial phases as it relates to the firearms and weapons that were involved and ammunition. And their efforts continue. In fact, we'll continue to use the FBI in this regard. There's more interviews to go. We got re-interviews to do. So again, we're not done at this point in time, and we won't be done until the district attorney is satisfied that the investigation is completed and we're satisfied that what we have is correct. I can tell you just a quick overview of the subject. At the time of his death, he was 18 years old, lived with his grandparents on Diaz Street, which was 0.29 miles from Robb Elementary School. In fact, he attended Robb Elementary School 1 year, and that was 4th grade, in the very classroom that he was killed. He communicated extensively on several different social media platforms, including gaming platforms with individuals. And what's disturbing about some of the communications is that over the timeline, and you look at them, it's almost as if he's communicating with people that's, if not supportive of the school shooter community, if there's such a thing, but certainly empathetic and sympathetic, as if they support. Look, it's a good thing. You get notoriety, you get points for being a school shooter, and it's obviously disturbing. And as a result of that, there are several messages. If we go back and look and assess after the fact, what could we have done, law enforcement, to prevent this before even happening? And that was the call after Santa Fe. Well, what can we do? Yes, we responded well, but what we can do to prevent it? And that was the focus, and it still is a continued focus. But we have yet to identify even one report to the school or to law enforcement that discussed animal cruelty, that discussed many things are described, a morose, suicidal, fatalistic loner who had sympathies with the, and been called a school shooter. He certainly took on the persona of a school shooter in dress and demeanor and over the last year. And people noted this, but yet it didn't get reported. So there's clearly, we did have and leveraged also the FBI's behavioral analysis unit, which is very good. Experts that independently look at this and look at the shooter and, and ask the question, could we have intervened? If we'd have known, could we have done something? And the answer is almost overwhelmingly yes. So when you go back and look after the fact, there's always things that could have been done if we would have known. That's why it's so important that the public reports this. So important, even if it's suspicious. Give us a chance. And we certainly know that we arrested a 13 and 14-year-old in Uvalde for planning an attack on Uvalde High School back in 2018. And they were charged with attempted or conspiracy to commit capital murder. That's what right looks like because the public reported it and it was investigated. And that's what right looks like. We know that I mentioned a number of statements. Also, at least 8 months prior to the attack, he was moving towards on what they would call a pathway to violence. He'd asked a family member to purchase him a weapon. He refused. He was 17 years old at the time after he dropped out of high school on October 28th. Other messaging, other conversation. He also began buying things, and several purchases for rifles, accessories, specifically magazines. He didn't have a rifle, but he purchased magazines. He purchased slings. He purchased high-end optics, and he had money. He had money in a joint bank account, and I can't discuss some of the specifics. It's issued through a grand jury subpoena. But he had money and a joint account with his grandmother and used a debit card to make those online purchases, several online purchases, at least 6, prior up until the day of the attack, or actually to the day of his birthday, May 16th. On May 16th, he was eligible to purchase a weapon. He purchased 2 5.56 millimeter rifles, one a higher end version of it. He purchased as many as 1,740 rounds through an online retailer and was able to purchase it. Was delivered to that residence at a later time. He purchased another 375 rounds of ammunition within that same couple of day period. We know that on May 14th, he placed online, he messaged, make it very careful, messaged online on these social media platforms, various different ones, 10 more days. Someone responded, what are you gonna do, shoot up a school? No, you'll see. Those types of things are those words are out there, but yet not reported 10 days before. And of course, very disturbingly, many messages that occurred on the day of the attack on May 24th. And, to a number of different friends, some tell them delete your messages along those lines. You'll see what's going to happen. And he's in communication many times, in messaging and earlier FaceTime with a 15-year-old juvenile, and it was in Germany at the time, and told her, and I quote, I'm going to shoot my grandma in the head. And he later, I just shot my grandma in the head, and I'm going to go shoot up an elementary school. That was at 11:21 when that happened, 11:21. And with your permission, Chairman, I'd like to go to the timeline. And these events are taken from audio, video, body camera, 911 tapes. And so it's not subject to interpretation. It's simply subject to transcription. And you have a copy of the timeline in front of you. And I'll begin on page 1. And I'll try to quickly go through them. 11:28, and I'm going to round off the times. I'm not going to say the seconds, but I'll do it in order. The suspect crashes his vehicle into a ditch. This was at the intersection of Goss and Gerardine, in front of the school and in front of a funeral home. The subject didn't have a driver's license. The subject couldn't drive. And when he did drive, he was described as having problems with taking a turn. So people wonder, why, crashing like he did when he also attempted to turn, almost left, but then crashes into a ditch, a concrete ditch, and right in front of the school. If he's really going to the school to do something, what's his destination? Well, his destination was Robb Elementary School. There's no question about it. He did crash. Once he crashed, 2 males from the funeral home went out to see how he was. And at that point, that was 11:29. We heard a teacher. This teacher was inside the school, by the way. The teacher, was observant enough inside the school. She calls 911 and reports a man with a gun. That was 11:29. 11:31, the suspect began shooting the suspect had shot at, the individuals that came from the funeral home. Now he left 3 rounds. He shot 3 times at him. Missed him. One of the individuals got up, and they continued on, and of course reported that later. 11:31, the suspect begins shooting at the school. And there's classrooms on the West Building. And if we have the diagram on my left here, you can see this right here. So you can see the Diaz Street location, and you can see the west entrance. And if your permission, if I can stand up, Chairman, to be able to point that out. Okay, this is Diaz Street. Diaz Street's up here, 0.29 miles around. This is Goss Street. This is Jardine Street. This is the funeral home I talked about. This is where he crashed, right here. The crash location. He was trying to make the turn here and crashed. It was his grandmother's pickup truck that he crashed in. He climbed out on the passenger side and took with him 1 rifle. He took with him his backpack at that point. That's when he shot at, when I described the time he shot at those 2 individuals, ran back to the funeral home. Then he situates himself, he moves to a fence. The fence is approximately 4 feet, throws the bag over, jumps over the fence, and proceeds in this direction. And the red on your chart is the direction that the subject is moving. As he moves into this area, as he moves along this area, he gets into this area right here. He begins shooting, As he's been shooting into the classrooms is what he's doing. He's initially right here. And on the timeline, if I go back up to the timeline, and note that he's 3 Uvalde PD officers, higher up here. Okay, multiple shots. In fact, he shot 27 times as he proceeded, as he walked along here. He dropped the backpack here for no apparent reason. He was situated right here among cars. There was cars at the time. And as he walked, he shot into these classrooms. There's 2 classrooms. There's actually 4, but 2 he shot into. There's 4 windows, 2 windows on each. He was firing into those classrooms. He proceeded to the west building, or the west entrance of the building. What we're calling the west, we're calling this east, and this is the south entrance. He proceeded in there. He opened the door. It was open. It was unlocked. I know there were reports before about a teacher putting a rock in it. That's a practice around the school, practice in many schools. Yes, that did happen, but that same teacher also removed the rock. It was the same teacher that called 911 and reported a man with a gun outside the school and the crash. So he also called the alarm, and the school goes into a lockdown, active shooter. And they get the kids, and I won't go through the protocols, but they did what they were supposed to do in that regard. And one of those things is to lock the interior doors to the classrooms where the kids are at, lower the lights, and put them in a particular area the furthest away from the windows, furthest away from the doors possible. As the teachers were trying to protect the kids throughout the entire campus, he entered the west building here. Now, I can tell you from the door aspect, we can discuss the door a little bit later. You may have questions on it, but it was open as he walked in. Thanks. This is where he is. Red indicates the subject. As he walks in, it's about 20 feet when you walk into this corridor, this east-west hallway. Then he's in the north-south hallway, he turns left, then he approaches, and you can't tell from the video. The challenge with the school video is it's a fisheye video located at this location. A little different than the video that we had at Santa Fe. So the view is very distorted. You can't see all the way to here, and you certainly can't see very far over here on the first iteration. The second iteration, we got a little bit better when it was sent back to Quantico to be enhanced or enhanced the second time. You can see much of what's going on. It provided a much clearer way for us to document exactly what happened in that hallway over that 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 8 seconds. The subject lines up here. What you can't see, it's inset in here. What you can't see is which classroom he's shooting into exactly. But he's shooting at either 111 or 112 initially. Overall, there was 24 rounds that were left, recovered out here, 27 in the hallway. Now, some of those rounds could have been, when we're evacuating, first responders are evacuating, trying to save lives, could have drugged some of those rounds out there. But for right now, it appears when we finish with the trajectory analysis, we'll be able to tell you how many exactly were fired by the subject into that room and how many were fired out by the subject. But for right now, it appeared we had 27 rounds recovered in the hallway. The only shooting was not in this direction, it was in this direction here. He walked up the door, he opened the door and walked in. Okay, then we heard shooting. As the timeline suggests, and through audio enhancement, we can hear how many shots were fired. The initial barrage of firing occurred within 100 rounds, occurred within the next couple of minutes. So you can go up on the timeline here. Again, shooting into classrooms 111, 112. He enters to 11:33. So we're talking about 32 seconds after he enters, because he entered West Building at 11:33. So the crash is at 11:28, enters the building at 11:33, or 11:33 exactly, and 11:33 in seconds, begins shooting at the classroom, and then he enters into what we believe is 111. I say believe, okay, at this time, 111, and he begins shooting. If you go over your timeline, look at, you'll see more than 100 rounds were fired initially. Another 11 rounds were fired at 11:37, okay, and injuring 2 officers were approaching. That the rooms, the walls inside the interior are sheetrock, and bullets go through. The 2 were grazed at that point, retreated. I can tell you at 11:36, as we mentioned before, you had 3 Uvalde PD officers enter the west door. 11:35, 11:36, 2, and 2 Uvalde PD officers. So we had 4 officers, 7 officers right now in the building at 11:36. So that's pretty quick time for considering all the different factors in that regard. There was never a school resource officer on the scene. A school resource officer did respond, and when he responded, He responded to the location. He heard a man with a gun. So he's off campus, he's in his vehicle, he responds rapidly. As he does, he sees what he thinks when he drives in, he sees what he thinks is the subject back here. It wasn't the subject, it was a teacher. He drives directly towards that subject, the teacher, and says, "I'm out with the subject." So it had already been reported on the radio, man with a gun, okay, at the school, after a crash. He thinks he's got the subject. He drives quickly. He drove, over 50 miles an hour into it, going towards the subject. And unfortunately, that wasn't the subject. The subject was right here. He passed the subject as he went. So that's why some of the confusion early on. Now, the doctrine for active shooters is clear. I mentioned it before. And it's two sets of it. Hey, you stop the killing, you stop the dying. The other part of that doctrine is you isolate, you distract, and you neutralize. Everyone's taught this. You require it in TCOL training. We practice it, we preached it. This is the doctrine, and it recognizes that you run to the sound of gunfire. When you get to gunfire, you don't stop. Okay, when you get there, you run into gunfire, okay, and it's so important to do so. And I'll tell you what, and I've said it before, and I hope I underscore this, there's no doubt in my mind that those officers would have gone, any one of them would have sacrificed their life for those children, any one of them. If they knew there was kids in that room and teachers in that room, I have great confidence that those police officers, those local officers, would have done what was right. 1140, we have Chief, first report, officers contained in the office. Contained is not a word for active shooter. Contained is a barricaded subject. Contained is a situation where you may have a hostage, you need a SWAT team. Okay, you have time. The C's, first you contain, then you communicate with the subject, then you call for SWAT, then you create an immediate action plan. That's not what this was. This was never anything more than an active shooter situation. But at some point, he's contained in the office. Then we have Chief Ariano calls Uvalde PD. It has been reported he did not have a radio with him. He did not. That was actually true. That was correct report. And this is the conversation that he had, and you can read it yourself in your notes. But all this for purposes of this. Chief Ariano, hey, it's Ariano. Can you hear me? I'd like to tell you where we're at. It's an emergency right now. I'm inside the building. Where this man has an AR-15. He shot a whole bunch of times. We're inside the building. He's in one room. I need a lot of firepower, so I need this building surrounded with as many AR-15s as possible. Can you hear me? The dispatcher responds. You can be heard talking in the background and asking what room number. The chief, is the teacher with him? Is she in the room as he's in? Can you hear him? Ma'am? Dispatcher, I'm right here. Chief, ma'am, is the teacher with him in his classroom? Dispatcher, she's in another classroom. She's in room 102. Another person possible shot across from her. It wasn't in 102, it was 112. Is the accurate number. Chief Ariano, okay, we have him in the room. He's got an AR-15. He's shot a lot. He's in the room. He hasn't come out yet. We're surrounded, but I don't have a radio with me. Please let all units know he's going to be in a room. He's in room 111 or 112, and we're in here. I'm in the hallway. Sergeant, another sergeant are here. We need this place surrounded, and if you have SWAT, I need them to set up south side of the building, which is the nearest to the location to the funeral home. Dispatcher confirms SWAT location. Chief Ariano, yes. They need to be outside the building and prepared because we don't have enough firepower. Right now it's all pistols and he has an AR-15. You can get the SWAT team set up by the funeral home, okay? And we need, yes, I need more firepower in here because we have pistols and this guy's got a rifle. So I don't have a radio. If somebody can come in, the dispatcher, Chief Ariano, But I am going to drop it when he comes out of the door, all right? So I need you to bring a radio for me and give me my radio. For me, I need to get one rifle. Hold on, I'm trying to set him up, or set him. I'm going to set him up right now, okay? Do me a favor. Call me when SWAT is set up. I'm going to have you a vibrate, though. Call me twice if you have to. It's okay. All right, thank you. Questions have been asked about who's in charge. And much to the chagrin to some, that when people believe and what they hear, that when the FBI shows up, no, they're not in charge, okay? When other agencies show up, you're not in charge. It's the agency that has the original jurisdiction is in charge. But you have options. Just because you're in charge and you have the authority and you're the ranking official, senior official on site, you can actually delegate that down. In my case, the lower I delegate it, the better, in terms of sound decision making. Or you can delegate it to another agency, or you can ask another agency to take the lead. This is common practice in ICS, in Incident Command. We practice that in Texas. We always practice it. We preach it. We're very careful, and you'll find when you talk to the experts in the alert training program, as self-deploying as a risk. Deciding who's in charge, deciding it on your own to take action without it being properly coordinated is a risk. It's one of the challenges you have in these type of situations. But nevertheless, in terms of if you're going to issue commands, okay, if you're going to direct action, you're the ranking official from the agency that has jurisdiction, you're the on-scene commander. Gunfire happens again at 11:40. Let's assume that was a barricaded subject. He was contained. Well, he fires again, and he's room 111 or 112. It's not reasonable to expect that there's children and teachers in that room still alive. 11:41, Uvalde PD officer. We believe that he's barricaded in one of the offices. They're still shooting. More misinformation. He's not barricaded in an office, okay? He's in a classroom, 111 and 112. Dispatch asks if the door is locked, to which a Uvalde PD officer replies, I'm not sure. We have a hooligan to break it, a hooligan tool, so you can just break the lock and move in at the door. At 11:41, 4 first responders in the room from the east hallway. You had 2 constables, a fire marshal, and UPD officer. So officers continue to flood into the particular area. So we had 11 to begin with. We've had another 4 officers to it. The DPS trooper was the first DPS officer to arrive.
Director McCraw, we've got to ask you to,
yes,
best you can, speak into the mic.
Oh, yes, sir, I apologize.
So the system can pick it up. If you
yes,
can
sir.
pick that mic up, that would be
yes,
great.
Sir. All right. How about that, sir? Does that work?
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Chairman. At 11:42, we had a DPS trooper and 2 PD officers enter from the east hallway. She was there less than 2 minutes, looked around because at that point in time there's multiple officers, and she left the building to find other duties as assigned. 11:44, another suspect fired around. 11:44 later, UPD officers have some officers there available to get everybody back. UCISD officer Ruben Reese, and one of our sergeants, Sergeant Maldonado, actually drove Officer Weiss to the scene. He enters at that point in time. An unknown officer says, they need to get out of the hallway. Well, before I need to talk about Officer Weiss. He notes that she's been shot. He's talking about his wife. He got a call from his wife. His wife was in room 112 and later died. Unknown officer says, they need to get out of the hallway, to which an officer responds, Chief is in there. Chief is in charge right now. Hold on. 11:51, 7 Border Patrol agents enter the west door. There had been a call earlier for BORTAC, and BORTAC was en route. These aren't BORTAC agents that first responded. At 11:52, there's a first ballistic shield that enters the west door. At 11:52 later, UPD officers, units just showing up, can you help with crowd control? So officers after 11:52 are being diverted to crowd control activities. 11:53, unknown officer informs a DPS special agent that they need right now is a perimeter. Someone comments on whether there are still kids inside, to which the DPS special agent responds, if there is, then they just need to go in. Someone comments about whether there are still kids, in which he responds, if there is, then just need to go in. He enters the west building and is directed on where the suspect is focused on. This is from a body camera, and you'll note that any information that I'm using right now, it came from, it's color-coded, so when it's blue, it's body camera. Obviously, from video surveillance, it's either, whether it's funeral home and indicated, and of course, the Uvalde PD recordings as well. And you have that in your booklet. After some time, the DPS officer, said, "Are there kids in there? We need to go in right now." Then he said, "What's that?" Then whoever's in charge will determine that, because of what he recommended, if there's kids in there, we need to go get them. And then later on, the DPS agent, he left the scene to look for kids, found a young boy in the restroom in the west building that was hiding, and then went outside to look at search other classrooms. There's a PD channel recording. Again, it's critical that let the PD take the point. 11:58, after an unknown officer was asked where the shooter is, another unknown officer advises the school chief of police is in there with him. There's a 911 call at 12:03, and that's the call from Chloe, the first time Chloe calls. And of course, it's heart-wrenching to listen to her. She's in room 112, okay? She was actually the only child in room 12 that was uninjured. Okay, there was 8 children killed, 2 teachers killed in that room. And of course, she was uninjured. 9 children were injured in room 112. 12:03, the second ballistic shield enters the west door. 12:04, the third ballistic shield enters the west door, and yet there's no action. 12:09, PD officer, go around and get the master keys to the room. Elements of the VORTAC arriving at the elementary school was at 12:09 or 12:10, and I think the first VORTAC members went into the building at 12:15. During that time, the Uvalde ISD Ariano requests master key. Uvalde ISD Chief Ariano gives instructions to officers to have a sniper on the east roof. Master key, there's more than one master key for the west building. Anytime the locks were changed, there was another master key for that lock. So you may find a master key, but there's 2 master keys. You've got to get both master keys. So there was some frustration in the discussion about this master key doesn't work. Well, it doesn't work because that master key is not for that door. (12:16), USD chief says, I just need a key. The chief says, tell them to expletive wait. No one comes in. 12:20, the fourth ballistic shield shows up. At 12:21, importantly, the suspect fires 4 rounds. So if this is a barricaded subject, why is he still firing? Oh, thank you. The chief says at 12:28, let me back up to 12:21. Can you get a breaching tool, like a trailer house, like for a trailer house? The chief, we've lost 2 kids. These walls are thin. If he starts shooting, we're going to lose more kids. I have to say, we have to put those to the side right now. Uvalde chief attempts to communicate with the suspect in English and Spanish. Now, the entire communications was always one way. The suspect never communicated, so it was not communication. We're talking at. An unknown officer, there's a teacher shot in there, to which the Uvalde PD officer replies, I know. The chief, people are going to ask why we're taking so long. We're trying to preserve the rest of the life. The chief, do we have a team ready to go? Do we have a team ready to go? Have at it. It's at 12:27. 12:28, the chief. There's a window over there. Obviously, the door is probably going to be locked. Probably going to be locked. That is the nature of this place. I'm going to get some more keys to test. 12:28, the chief. These master keys are working here, bro. Aren't working here, bro. We have master keys and they're not working. The chief at 12:30. Okay, we've cleared out everything except for that room. We still have people down. They're just past the flag to the right. But we're ready to breach, but that door is locked. 12:33. The chief. I say we breach through those windows and shoot his expletive head off through the windows. This is an hour and a half, an hour after he entered the building. An hour after he entered the building. 11:35, a hooligan tool arrives through the west door. At 12:38, the chief attempts to communicate with the suspect in English and Spanish. At 12:41, the chief says, just so you understand, we think there are some injuries in there. And so you know what we did, we cleared off the rest of the building so we wouldn't have any more besides what's already in there, obviously. 11:42, the chief says, we have an expletive problem getting into the room because it's locked. He's got an AR-15 and he's shooting everywhere like crazy, so he stopped. 12:43, Uvalde chief, they got to get that expletive door open, bro. They can't get that door open. We need more keys or something. 12:46, the chief says, if y'all ready to do it, you do it, but you should distract him out that window. 11:47, a sledgehammer enters from the east hallway. At 11:50, the breach and termination gunfire. At the time, there was a stack of 7 officers that went in. Actually, only 4 went directly in because the door closed, as will happen in some of these operations, and left the 3 out. 3 entered thereafter, shortly thereafter. 5 officers fired rounds, fired rounds at the subject, killing the subject at that time. Chairman, that concludes the timeline. And of course, I know that you may have some questions on the door and other questions that I'm ready to discuss right now with some of the pictures that we have. And I thank you for the opportunity to have gone through that.
Okay, so you're ready to get some questions now?
Yes, sir.
I've got a couple, and then we'll open it up. You said the outside door was unlocked.
Yes, sir.
Now, was that lock, as I understand it, there at one time was a rock, the teacher removed the rock, the teacher closed the door or heard slam the door. We don't know really what all to believe because we've heard so much stuff. But was the door closed and did the lock just not work?
The only way you can lock these exterior doors on the west building, there's 4 doors. One is for the library and 3 other entrances, east, west, and south. The only way to do that is from the outside. You can't do it otherwise. So when she knocked the rock out, it closed securely, but there's no way for her to tell that the door was unlocked. The only way to know that the door was unlocked is go out, close the door, okay, then try it. So that's the only way you can tell on this particular model.
But he came straight through the door with no problem.
It was unlocked. He walked straight through it.
So did y'all check the lock later to see if the lock was malfunctioning, or was it working?
Yes, the locks were working fine, and that on the exterior doors, the locks were working fine. Now I can tell you, looking at the picture here, you don't need a key to get into this building. It could have been locked. This glass doesn't have mesh on it. All you have to do is shoot through this glass. Okay, reach in, there's a bar. Well, here's a bar. Pull that, and you're in. Now, the subject would have known that. He would have known it. And the same thing, these panes are also vulnerability.
Yeah, anybody can look at that and tell it'd be easy to take a gun and shoot holes in it and reach it around.
Yes, sir.
But the first question was, the lock was functioning correctly?
The lock was functioning correctly, and the door was unlocked. It was closed, but unlocked.
I thought when it closed, it was supposed to automatically lock.
Well, you can set it to two sections, and it's similar to the actual door on the interior as well. You can turn it all the way one direction. It's unlocked. You can turn it another direction, and it's in the locked position.
So the latch was working functionally.
Yes, sir.
Well, it was just turned in a position when you close it, it doesn't lock.
Exactly. Someone did not lock that door.
Okay.
And similarly, the south door, which I described officers going in early on, that door was unlocked as well.
Second thing, okay, you may have just said what I was fixing to ask, but the classroom door, was it locked or not locked?
The classroom door, if we can get a picture of it, I think this one is probably the best example if you don't mind. This isn't the actual door. Well, this shouldn't really. This is the actual door, but we really don't want to use that. This is room 127 and 126. That's what 111, this 112 and 111 would look like in that regard. And here's the door. You cannot lock this door from the inside of the classroom. There's nothing the teacher could do to lock the door inside the classroom. The teacher can come outside the classroom as the requirement is to lock the door with a key, only with a key, and this right here by turning it, and to the lock position. And I can actually have the door of another, this came from the west building, one of the doors right here, and I can demonstrate that if you'd like at this time, Mr. Chairman.
So the teacher could not even lock the classroom door from the inside?
That's correct. There's no way to lock the door from the inside, and there's no way for the subject to lock the door from the inside.
It was open.
We'd heard reports that the lock was malfunctioning, that they had turned in a request for the lock to be fixed. Is that all fictitious? Or
we had a locksmith inspect the lock and the strike plate. The lock was functional. The strike plate was not. What was not happening is, so as you can see on this door here, is that yes, the lock was working as it was designed, but if it doesn't, if the through doesn't get into the strike plate, it may be locked, but it's not secure. You can just open it. And that's, so you can it can be the locked position, ironically, in the locked position or unlocked position, and it's still unsecured and can be opened.
Okay, so there was never a request to have a lock fixed?
There was evidence that the requests were made about that lock based on an interview with the teacher and also some reports that we found of submissions to have it fixed.
So a teacher thought the lock was broken?
Yes, the teacher was convinced it was unlocked and it was broken and reported it earlier.
And was that request made like days before the shooting, or weeks, or months?
I think I can't say. I'd have to go back and get the exact timeline. I don't have that right now. Chairman, I'll get that back to you in the committee, exactly what days that were requested that they would be fixed.
On the officer's radio. You know, I heard he went in without his radio, then he obviously was requesting his radio.
Yes, sir.
But I was told later, or maybe by you or someone else, that the radio would not actually function inside the school.
Yes, sir.
Because it did not have the strength to reach out of the school.
Yes, sir. We conducted a threat and vulnerability assessment of the site while we had control of the school. And our DPS special agents brought in our communications team, and we conducted tests of everybody's portable radio, Uvalde PD, Sheriff's Office, Border Patrol, DPS, everybody's portable radio in that west building. And the only portable radios that worked in that west building were Border Patrols. Okay? And they were the only ones that worked.
All right, so we've got a police school officer whose radio will not work inside the school.
That's correct. Yes, sir. And nor would the PDs, okay? So if they're responding to assist, nor would the sheriff's office if they're responding to assist, and nor will DPS officers if they're responding to assist. The Border Patrol has a station there in Uvalde, and that's why they had so many agents in the area. And of course, they've got a stronger, boost on their particular tower. I can tell you that even when we take Border Patrol and we were able to link them and patch them all together, then even Border Patrol's radios didn't work.
Okay. I've got Senator Zaffirini raised her hand first. Senator Zaffirini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel McGraw, you talked about different stages of this tragedy, starting with the shooter's social media messages, his communications with people, including the young woman and the young lady in Germany. And you talked about communications. You talked about the communication among the officers, the radio communications and others. Looking back specifically at all of those areas of this tragedy that you have addressed, what is it that we must change going forward? What lessons have we learned that we could implement going forward?
And one thing we did early on, Senator, is recognize that it would be better if the Department of Public Safety was asked to do the investigation. It was far better that we enlisted the expertise of really active shooter situations, and fortunately Texas has a nationally recognized experts at the Advanced Law Enforcement Rapid Response Training Program at Texas State University. And they have well-known experts, and we asked them early on while we had control of the scene and provided information to please let them do an assessment, okay, the tactics were employed, where the breakdowns occurred, and make recommendations, okay, in terms that other options that could have been used at that point based upon the facts of this particular scenario and options going forward. Moreover, we also requested that the School Safety Center conduct an audit, an assessment of the school safety in compliance with rules and regulations that relates to the requirements that have been laid out by the Texas legislature. And well, as I just mentioned earlier, we conducted our own threat and vulnerability assessment, not unlike what DPS special agents did for the University of Texas campus in the aftermath of that brutal attack on a co-ed, and also at Texas Tech University at the request of the chancellor. So we did that same thing at that location, and of course we came away with recommendations. From that, we made that available to the Commissioner Morath, and we met with him last week. The team met with him last week and went over the assessment. It's a preliminary assessment, the draft, but there's some clear things that do need to change, and I know that he's always looking for ways to improve, and those have been provided to the Commissioner, and I can discuss some of them if you would like.
That's exactly what I want, some recommendations.
Sure. The perimeter. First, the campus perimeter fence is inadequate to prevent threats from accessing the campus, period. Okay, just I mentioned a 4-foot fence. It's tubing, very easy, very lax. There's gaps in it. There's a lack of controlled access points. And as you know, the Capitol, we use what? We use these badges, right? To badge in. And the advantage if a teacher leaves or if a student leaves, you can deny them access to come back into it, and you can control access, and you can see when people enter and exit. So that's an advantage. Plus, it's a locking mechanism that's more secure than what we've seen, especially when the defects would be detected easier and earlier. A lack of card key access, we just mentioned. controlled, I just mentioned, but lack of controlled access points. The access points and the entrance gates are not controlled, and they do not guide visitors to one location. Now, this didn't make any difference in this situation, but it is a concern was brought out. The exterior doors, as mentioned, do not have strike plates installed to protect the bolt or latch from prying or picking. There are no deadbolts installed on the exterior doors to strengthen them. Rocks and other debris were removed from the area around the door, painted rocks they had throughout the campus along those lines to let people back in. Exterior door inset glass panes, which I showed before. I mean, obviously, this is like a no-brainer. Someone can go through that at some point very easily. And of course, within arm's reach, if you take out the window, then you're able to reach your hand and do it. Now, ironically, in the interior classrooms had web inside this interior pane that you see, and the exterior doors did not, so it was tougher. You can still take them out and put your hand in and open the door. It doesn't mean you can't get it out. You absolutely can. The subject could have, but he didn't need to in this particular case. The classroom doors are vulnerable to all classroom doors being accessible from the hallways once in the building. This is further enhanced due to the fact that the access to the campus is not controlled. The classroom doors are vulnerable to attack, and some of the locations of classrooms outside doors, there's as many as 40 doors across, I believe 8 buildings on that campus. But some of those are like mobile units that they open directly out, and there's access to those mobile units from the outside. So if you get inside, the perimeter. Then immediately you can access that. You're right, looking at a mobile, and essentially a mobile unit, and you can drive around campuses all over the state and see these because of the growth of students, and they expand. So now you got an access door, an access issue, especially if you haven't controlled the access around the campus that would allow anybody to go up to that particular door. They have adjoining classroom door, and I didn't mention it specifically, but there was an adjoining door. Okay, that's how he was able to get easily between 111 and 112. It facilitated him, but could have facilitated action by law enforcement. So between 111 and 112, the door was, we believe, unlocked because it was always kept unlocked because teachers will watch their students for someone else's students if they're out of the room at that point in time. So and even if not, it's easy to breach that particular doorway. And there's 2 doors adjoining the room. A knock box. We heard a lot about keys. Where are the keys? Where are the keys? Well, a knock box, is a secure safe where campus or building master key is kept, for first responders. If we had it, you may have 3 master keys, but they're all in one place. A duress system. There was no duress system throughout the campus, and the lack of it, linked to a mass alert system with redundancy features, which is recommended. A mass alert system can immediately alert the entire campus via multiple notification platforms. Now, they have a Raptor system and they did, the principal, the vice, they sent messages out and hit teachers, it went to everyone along those lines, but it's not the same as a duress system. Emergency evacuation diagrams. We found red bags are left in rooms. And in that red bag, one of the things you'll have is a diagram of the campus. And the advantage of that is you can look at, so you're a first responder, you have that immediately. Oh, this is what it looks like right here, right now. You don't need blueprints. You don't need to. The challenge was some of those diagrams are wrong. I mean, some were correct, but some are wrong. And one of the ones that was wrong was used to look at and say, hey, what about a sniper location? Well, if you look at it, it looks like the library covers the windows. In the back, and would eliminate a sniper position. So and that's an example that why it's important to have the diagrams correctly. Emergency response communication enhancement system, that goes back to the radio communications. There are systems, and we saw it after 9/11, when we had officers and firefighters that were killed in 9/11 because they couldn't get communications, they couldn't talk to them because of the concrete and walls, glass, and things like that prevented communications. And there is a way to expand or enhance communications by taking the signal, okay, and increasing that signal through antennas on campus in that regard. That'd be just some of the things. And again, the experts are going to be school safety center, not the department, as it relates to the school. But that's our things that we saw immediately based upon this campus, and this particular event that we identified and had discussed it with the commissioner.
We all know that there are areas where there is not adequate service.
I'm sorry?
We all know that there are areas where there is inadequate service for telephones, for radios, et cetera, specifically cell phones.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
What can we do to ensure that at all of our schools, we do have enough power to ensure that there is effective communications among people who have cell phones, among people who have radios?
Well, cell phones did work, obviously, inside the school. So the cellular backbone was sufficient in Uvalde that day. That's how the chief communicated with the dispatcher. That's how Chloe called 911. That's why the teacher called. So cell phones worked. It's just the portable radios that first responders had didn't. And the irony of ironies. But and of course, the only thing you can do, either a new radio system, because their system was really not designed or wasn't designed as needed for the requirements in terms of school safety or this situation and others. Either replace it, or going back to what I talked about before, there's a way you can buy, or a technological solution that you can expand the signal inside the school, and that can be done.
But for example, that relates directly to Uvalde. And what I'm trying to do is see what we can learn from Uvalde, from that horrific tragedy, to ensure that we address the problem statewide.
Well, every school should be evaluated for that. There should be, and I know that, and there'll be other people that will testify, including some great professionals, city chiefs and ISD chiefs that will be testifying, and what they're doing and proactively in that regard. But if you're going to do active shooter training, it's always best we do it together, okay? It's always best to do it at a school location where there's no kids. And it's always best to check the whole system, not just in terms of how you respond together as a team, but communicate as well. And of course, there's no reason why we can't test all those radios, okay, to make sure everybody's radio operates inside a school. And for that matter, large public buildings.
And that's my point. For example, if you're in a school that is right on the border,
yes,
you might look at your cell phone and see a message that says, "Welcome to Mexico."
Yes, ma'am.
And the service in Mexico takes over. It is more dominant than the service on the American side.
We haven't fixed operability, let alone interoperability, in some places along the border and other parts of Texas where there's not the cellular backbone or infrastructure to support communications.
Would you agree that that is something that we need to look at and make recommendations about?
Absolutely.
Regarding social media, the shooter in Uvalde did have specific social media messages and did communicate directly with persons about what he intended to do. What responsibility do we have to monitor social media and to intercede when something like this is evident or at least threatened?
Well, the evidentiary ones, the ones that were of concern that would certainly generate action, were done through messaging and not like posting. So these are messaging, sometimes 4-person chat, on Snapchat and Instagram, or sometimes it was gaming platform where multiple people were talking in that regard. Those messages require a subpoena, okay? And so, what was concerning is that no one brought it to the attention because people, even some people were getting messages, were concerned and sometimes blocked the subject from communication. So, it would have been better if they had alerted somebody instead of just blocked a particular subject in that point. So that requires the public to be able to proactively report that. That said, in the end, there's so much data. Okay, I can't even describe how much data there is, as you know it very well. So the only ones that are able to have the expertise and resources, whether there's algorithms that are developed to identify threats, words that are key words, and of course that gets into privacy, that is provided to law enforcement as a threat to life or suspicious at that point in time. And that's where you're going to have the debate, privacy over, okay, the saving of lives. And there's very smart people in the social media environment and business that in high tech that can, there's no doubt in my mind, they can develop algorithms to figure out what you'll buy or what you want to buy by moment. They can certainly identify algorithms and develop things that will pare it down to that entirely suspicious wordings and groups of wordings like school shooter, for example, a clue, okay, that those things are somehow at least brought to the attention where law enforcement has a chance to at least get a subpoena and go before and try to get some of that information.
Many years ago, only certain individuals with specific relationships with a child who was abused were required by law to report that child abuse. This legislature passed a bill requiring anyone who knew about child abuse to report it. Do you believe that we should consider a law like that, requiring anyone who knows about threats like this to report it?
Well, obviously policy is well above my pay grade and something for you and the governor, but I can say that certainly would help because, people, if we can't do it and require it, at least to the extent we can educate people that, and what's concerning is that some of these things are group things. It's almost like they're talking to each other, that they support each other. This is cool, neat, a part of this deviant subculture, whatever you want to call it in that regard. But it always gets somebody's attention and they stop or they block or they get out of that messaging. All it takes is one report that might give us the opportunity. And obviously that didn't happen in this case. And unfortunately, every time you go back and look at one of these tragic situations, you see opportunities that we had to be able to stop that pathway towards that violence.
Thank you. There are investigations underway, and we have heard so much conflicting information about what happened, when it happened, and by whom certain actions were taken or not. What hope is there that the families who were so horrifically impacted in Uvalde will one day get the truth about exactly what happened?
Well, I can tell you this, that there's not a major investigation I've been involved in that initially we don't know. But yet there's a crushing demand for information. So you provide information with provisos. It's preliminary, hasn't been corroborated, but nevertheless, you're reporting information. And that information ends up being misinformation a day later or 2 days later. Now, the advantage we have is in the position we're in right now, and that's why we're very careful today. We're not going by witness statements, okay? What we're doing is going by physical evidence that we've collected, that we've reviewed, frame by frame, that has been enhanced, that we looked at. So everything I've testified today is the facts. So the family can rest assured that information is correct, plain and simple. If we change the number, for example, I think I said there's 420 rounds of ammunition in the truck that was left, or 900 rounds in the backpack, or at the end of the day, the subject had over 186 rounds on him. If the number changes to 185 or something like that, I think the public would understand, or it's an 899 and it was rounded off. But everything I've testified today is corroborated just by the areas in your book. Will show you exactly where that information came from on that timeline.
Thank you. In 2019, this legislature passed a bill requiring public school districts to include an active shooter emergency response plan in its multi-hazard operations plan and active shooter trainings for school district peace officers. In 2021, we passed another bill requiring school board members to take a course about school safety. So both of these bills were passed and should be in effect. I'm sure you are familiar with those two laws and more. Are the laws that we have passed working, or which do we have to go specifically look at again and improve them? For example, those regarding active shooter training.
Well, I'll say this, that, well, obviously not enough training was done in this situation, plain and simple, because of bad decisions, terrible decisions. Terrible decisions were made by the on-scene commander and should have never happened, plain and simple. Now, I can say the state of Texas has already, been leaders in the forefront, its legislature and its leadership, and when it comes to school safety. An active shooter, I mean, you've got the nationally recognized Center of Excellence for, before active shooter training is at Texas State University. It's funded by the state and the federal government as well, and works in partnership with the FBI. School Safety Center. They don't have other school safety centers around the nation in that regard. When you implemented it, was the idea that we can look at all the things, so they have plans in place, look at vulnerabilities and those things, and a checklist of things to do at schools in that regard. At the end of the day, the post-Santa Fe thing is what can we do to prevent, on the front end. We talked about the pre-attack, okay? The only thing, if you make it, that's where your success looks like, when you can stop it before it happens. And you address that in the post-Santa Fe and provided it. I can't tell you that, and they won't like me saying it, and I might get some of my accounts banned, but at the end of the day is that, I'm as a law enforcement professional, I'm disappointed in the social media industry for not being more proactive, and I understand that they got a business model. Privacy is important. If the people think there's not privacy, they may lose money. I get this. But I just certainly believe that I have great confidence in their resources and their capabilities and their acumen and technology to be able to identify solutions, okay, that can help identify, potential threats, okay, and bring that to the attention of law enforcement, and use it through, have judicial controls in place. Make sure it's not Big Brother, but that give law enforcement an opportunity, at least, to identify suspicious activity and act upon it.
What recommendation would you make to this committee to include in our report from the perspective of the head of the Department of Public Safety? If we were to ask you to name one recommendation that we would adopt, what would that recommendation be?
Well, we need to train more. And I'll say this from a DPS standpoint, just from the director standpoint. One thing I want to make sure that we're never in a position when we show up, because more often than not, when we show up, it's a supporting role. I mean, most of our resources were, in Eagle Pass, in Valverde, in Del Rio, Webb County, for example, in your area. So we got, as quick as we could get there, we got there, okay? But we want to make sure that when we show up, it doesn't matter where. In Santa Fe, we had 2 troopers right in there with the chief, one taking a shot at the shooter. Okay, we want to make sure they have the equipment that they need. And one thing that's keep recurring thing that's just disappointing over and over, that we have to have shields. No, you don't, but you know what? Why not have one? So we want to put a go bag in every patrol car in the state. And in that go bag, we want to have a ballistic shield, not a SWAT version, not full body, enough to cover the face in that regard, and breaching tools, and train them on the breaching tools. So everyone, right now, our breaching experts are going to be on our SWAT teams or special response teams. That's where our breaching expert is, because it's usually used for search warrants and stuff. I want every trooper to know how to breach and have the tool to do it when they show up. So we're not just supporting in terms of having an officer on the scene. We're also bringing equipment that may or may not be needed, but at least we have it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Kokorst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director McCraw, at the beginning of your remarks, you were very defined in the characteristics of the shooter. You went through his age and different things. I have a couple of questions on that. You mentioned animal cruelty. That's been talked about a lot. Did he commit animal cruelty, and was anyone aware of that?
First of all, this is where I get to digress and say, based on interviews and not on physical evidence, the reports that he was involved in cruelty, animal cruelty, particularly cats, walked around with a plastic bag of dead cats. And there was other information, okay, the reports. None of that was brought to the law enforcement attention. It's a crime in itself, but it's another key. You know, I didn't include it on the timeline, didn't include it in terms of the suspicious, because it's not, we're depending on witnesses telling us this after the fact, but clearly it was, we believe, I'll say this, I believe as of right now that he did engage in, okay, animal cruelty, and of course that's a part of the pathway, okay, to become individuals involved in, you know, suicidal, fatalistic, and certainly animal cruelty is something to look for.
You did not mention a toxicology report. Do we have a toxicology report?
No, autopsies have not been, we don't have the report, the final report yet. The medical examiner is doing will do the final report.
And do you believe
on all the individuals involved? And the district attorney is also recognized that it's appropriate to have additional expertise. I think she's enlisted the support of well-regarded medical professional.
At this point, no toxicology report on the shooter.
That's correct. Yes.
And then of his characteristics, was he a gamer? Did he?
Yes, he played Fortnite with friends at school and friends, other locations that he found online.
First-person shooting games?
I can't tell you exactly what games he played.
And then truancy. I've seen different reports on how long he had been truant. Are you aware of how long he had been truant?
I know that he hadn't completed a lot of the curriculum, and he was well behind. It's been reported as far back as a sophomore when he left his what would be normally a junior year. But I believe that TA can do a better job in terms of answering that question in terms of truancy. I can tell you that we've yet to find anything in his files, disciplinary files, anything that you would expect to find with somebody with this type of background. We just haven't found it.
And then to your timeline, you talked about the door. Mr. Chairman, you asked some questions. I want to clarify and make sure that I heard this correctly. The classroom door that he entered, did I hear you correctly say that the lock was broken, that it did not?
The lock was not broken. Okay, the strike plate was dysfunctional, and the only way you can get it to lock is from the outside is lock in the lock position, and it's nuanced, and that's why we brought one of the doors in the lock position, and then pull on it and get it to seat, the throw to seat in the lock plate. Well, if you can do that, then it would be locked, okay, or I'll call it secured. It would be secured at that time.
So while there was a lot of time lapse in your timeline, waiting on a key, and there's a lot of the communication that you have transcribed, the fact, is it could we ascertain here or conclude that there was never a need for a key because the lock was not working, the swipe plate was not working properly?
I don't believe, and I don't believe, based on the information that we have right now, that door was ever secured. In fact, I have great reason to believe it wasn't secured. The subject doesn't just walk in, as I've testified before, then shoot the classroom, walk back out of the hallway, then walk back in again seamlessly, okay? And he didn't have a key, and he couldn't lock it from the inside. So the door was unsecured, and we've gone back and checked in our interviews, and did anybody touch the door and try it? How about, do you need a key? Well, one of the things they teach you in active training, I'm sure that one of the experts can talk about it, how about trying the door and see if it's unlocked? Okay, what we used to call a clue at that point. Why not? And of course, no one had. And so even if you're a part of the breaching team, we've gone back and talked to them, and they've been led to believe that it's locked. Even they, when you go back and talk to them, they didn't try the door. They took the key. As you can do the key, it'll open it. Okay, whether it's locked or unlocked, it will take the throw and put it back into the door, and you move it, and you can walk, and you go right in. So that's.
So out of lessons learned, what we would conclude from your testimony today would be that no one tried the door. There was a lot of time waiting for a key, of which a dysfunctional door was never locked because the shooter was able to walk in and, as you say, go back and forth.
But finally, but moreover, though, you didn't need a key. Okay, there's tools. And the alert program, and you'll have some experts testify, I think sometime today, they're going to be here. We had them go in and see if they could breach, and you can talk to them what they figured out, what they can do, how long it took. But the point is, you don't have to wait for a key, and shouldn't have to wait for a key to breach. And they'll talk, I'm sure, Windows. Windows are great access points. And oh, by the way, you're protected.
And my last point of clarification on your timeline, from 11:28 and 25 seconds, the suspect crashes vehicle. We've heard lots of different reports about how long he was outside. He obviously, I heard, how many shots did he fire outside before he entered at 11:33, which is 6 minutes and 35 seconds according to my math.
He fired 3 rounds at the funeral home. Okay. He fired another 24 rounds while outside of the West Building in 2 different classrooms as he walked towards the door.
And did those bullets enter the classroom?
Yes.
They did not harm any children in those particular...
There was 2 other victims that were injured. It was a teacher who was shot in the stomach, and it was a teacher, and it was a student. They were in classroom 109, but the rounds came, rounds came from room 111 into the wall, through a classroom and into the classroom that they were in, which is 109.
None of the bullets from the outside harmed a child, but they did penetrate into the classroom.
Some children were injured, but we're talking about penetrated bullets. The only ones that I've talked about were the 2, the ones that I've already mentioned.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, and we need to probably say that the only time we found rounds that officers fired was in room 111, at the time of the breach.
Okay, I've got a number of members that are indicating to me they want to ask a question. Let me just say, I think everybody has their lights on and is requesting. So I'm going to start with my vice chairs. So Senator Creighton's going to be next, and then we'll take it by seniority all the way down. And then I have some of the non-members who would like to ask some questions once we're all finished. All right, so Senator Creighton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, I think I can get through my questions fairly quickly. Within 3 minutes of the shooter entering the school, it says on the timeline here provided that 9 officers entered the school within the 5-minute mark. No, within 3 minutes of the shooter entering the school, 9 officers were in the school with rifles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, there's as many as 11, shortly thereafter, with 2 of them had rifles.
And so Chief Arredondo, incident commander, as it's stated, said many times through the audio that the officers in the school only had pistols. What is the discrepancy? Which is fact?
2 officers had rifles. And so there was never a need for rifles. I mean, the 3 initial UPD officers that arrived, but thereafter there was, anywhere from 11, and the numbers kept increasing, and the number of rifles kept increasing over time.
So even though there was never a need for rifles, Chief Arredondo kept saying, we only have pistols, we need rifles. Why is that? What in law enforcement training would lead him to continue to say that over and over?
Well, first of all,
as if that was a necessary factor to advance.
Well, first of all, as a commissioned officer, you don't need a rifle. You have a gun. There's a reason you have one. You have body armor. So it's going to be risky. Officers, and Chief Arredondo was right. I mean, officers are likely to get hurt, and some may die. But it's less likely that they would than children without the armor, without the weapons, without the training, left alone with someone that had already brutally killed. At least at that time, we don't know the timing of it, but ultimately killed, 21 people.
So just to be clear again, within 3 minutes of the shooter entering the building, 9 officers were in the hallway with pistols and rifles. And within, at the 5-minute mark, Chief Arredondo was heard saying, he's contained in this office. Is there an office on the floor plan that you provided as an exhibit?
Not that I'm aware of. It's as referenced in the particular rooms. There's a janitor room, there's a restroom, but there's, I don't know, it's not an administrative building. These were classrooms.
So in a school within days of a summer break, wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that kids were in the classroom when making decisions about determining whether or not it's an active shooter protocol or a barricaded intruder protocol?
It's more than reasonable to assume that there were children inside those classrooms, room 111 and 112.
There's many references by Chief Arredondo about the door being locked and needing keys and more keys and a master key and just constant references to keys. But is there any evidence whatsoever that shows through the video as it was examined later that the door was ever, that there was an attempt to open the door or test whether or not it was locked?
We could never see anybody put their hand on the door, and of course up until the breach. And then at the breach, we've gone back and talked to the breachers, re-interviewed the breachers, and they said no, they didn't try the door handle beforehand.
And then there's a reference to a sledgehammer and a hooligan, and those are separate.
Yes, sir.
And then, so was there any reason within your experience with in law enforcement training overall why either the door wouldn't have been checked as to whether or not it was locked, understanding there's gunfire, but with a hooligan and with an available sledgehammer, what would be a reason why the door would not be checked, and why would Chief Arredondo keep referring to the fact that keys were needed through the minutes and what it ultimately ended up being 77 minutes of delay?
Yeah. Well, respectfully, Senator, one of the reasons we wanted to have an outside independent review by subject matter experts is so they can answer those types of questions, because then it becomes my professional opinion as opposed to what's consistent with doctrine. But I would suggest that doctrine, I'll go back again, it's very, very simple. Okay, you don't wait for a SWAT team, right? No time for a SWAT team. If you got one officer, that's enough, right? So you don't have to wait for 11 or 12 or 50 or 30. You got one's enough. If you got to, you're there in the scene, you got an obligation to go and immediately engage the shooter, okay, and stop the shooting and really stop, which is really stop the killing, because there could be other ways to kill it, and then stop the dying. That's preached, practiced, and required in the state of Texas. It just wasn't implemented.
And the assumption in a school where the shooter's determined to be in one of two classrooms, the assumption being that children would be in those classrooms, I find it hard to believe that why in any way would there be a reference to the shooter as a barricaded intruder in an office when it's not even on the floor plan?
Well, I'm not sure, I don't know why. I can just tell you, certainly in the fog of battle, things, get confusing along those lines, but that's why it's important to have some things are unambiguous in terms of what the doctrine is. And I know that, just from my experience, hey, windows are an option. We saw in Santa Fe how effective, getting on the scene quickly was for an officer, even though he was seriously wounded, and the chief being right there, and of course, engaging the subject to these pains, because the pains work against you, but they work for you too. It provides you an opportunity. And the experts will be able to talk about how they can quarter a room and you can look at it and wait for the suspect. So there's things you can do to protect the kids in the room, and that's why they say, in terms of, we'll isolate is a word, and of course, distract. Things that can distract. I mean, obviously, if you're simultaneously hitting the windows, okay, in room 111 and 112, it's going to distract the subject when you go in. It's human nature. It's practiced along those lines. None of that was considered. The only thing that, at the end of the day, like I said before, we waited for rifles, we waited for a radio, we waited for a SWAT team, we waited for shields before the SWAT team. There's always some reason why we didn't go in. And of course, the result was 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 8 seconds. And in an active shooter environment, that's intolerable.
And I just want to make it clear for the record and for those listening that when you say we, and you've been very out front on your efforts to help participate and find the answers in this investigation as to what protocols were followed from the ABC News interview just a day or two after the shooting to being before this committee today. But DPS was in no way involved with either being incident command or with making decisions on site. You are just providing testimony today as to the agency's part in the investigation. Is that correct?
Well, let me put it this way. We sent substantial resources immediately to the scene. We even had a 20-man SWAT team and a 10-man SWAT team headed that direction. They didn't make it in time. So we're always going to flood resources into an area. By nature of where we are, where we're stationed, we didn't get there. The first officer was able to enter that west building was 11:42. At that time, there was numerous officers, and sometimes more is not better. In the hallway, more is not better. Okay.
But there was an established incident commander when your officers arrived.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I want to make this clear too. This is when I say we as the law enforcement community, and when one fails, we all fail. Plain and simple. I mean, and that's, it's something important. So take responsibility. It's easy when I appear to be hypercritical of the on-scene commander, and I don't mean to be, but the facts are the facts. Mistakes were made. It should have never happened that way, and we can't allow that ever to happen in our profession. This set our profession back a decade. Is what it did.
I appreciate your explanation on that and the way, the rhetoric that you use. It's very much appreciated. At the 19-minute mark, the first ballistic shield was brought into the school. Can you just, for the benefit of the committee, describe not only how the ballistic shield is used, but what kind of gunfire it can take at what proximity, and would that shield, one shield with an unlocked door, been enough to advance and take down and neutralize that shooter at that 19-minute mark?
You never needed a shield, okay? For an active shooter, you don't have time for a shield. So the 19-minute mark, it arrived, but it was always called for. We have it on the timeline because it was called for. In fact, eventually 4 shields arrived. Now, I can tell you they're different rated. Some are rated for rifles, some aren't. But I go back to it, and at the end of the day, you got to get in there, plain and simple.
I guess the point that I'm trying to make is, and you've mentioned several times, you don't need the shield. There is no excuse for not advancing on the active shooter, and we all agree with that. But at that next interval, when a shield was even present, I'm just asking, at what point, how many gateways of excuses were there to not go in and save those kids that were still alive? If a shield would have been used to advance on the shooter, what would it's difficult because Chief Arredondo's not here today. So I'm trying to gain perspective in a way that I can understand the thought process of someone that made several decisions with the resources that he had not to advance into the classroom, take the shooter down, and save the kids that were still alive or that were wounded.
Well, I know. Well, first of all, I don't like singling out a person and shifting and saying he's solely responsible. But at the end of the day, if you assume incident command, you are responsible.
I'm just starting with the commander.
Yeah, I'm kind of backing my way into it because I hate being in that position to do it, but it is what it is, number one. And by the way, even when the rifles were there, okay, not just 2, but more, many. When the radios were there, and radios never worked anyway, but when the shields were there, and not 1, 2, but eventually 4, when the first elements of SWAT got there was always a reason to wait. Then it became the key. So there's always something that was delayed it. And the time, I'll keep emphasizing, 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 8 seconds. It's not just a lifetime, it's many lifetimes, and we can't have that in a post-Columbine environment.
In law enforcement training, when does an officer make a subjective decision to choose not to follow the incident commander?
Well, quite frankly, it's dangerous to self-deploy. Be careful about what you don't know and don't know. What if the chief really wasn't in office, as reported to many of the members in that hallway? I think many Uvalde PD officers reported, they heard and reported, hey, the chief's in charge, he's talking to the subject now. He's in an office with the subject. Those words have matters. So those officers are operating under false assumption. BORTAC commander arrives. It's been described as a BORTAC. is a SWAT situation. Hey, the SWAT team from San Antonio deployed and got there on the scene. We sent 2 SWAT teams because this report is a barricaded subject.
But there were also officers that were questioning, and it was picked up on the audio, whether or not the decisions that were being made were correct, and questioning whether or not there were kids actually in the classroom. Other officers weren't referring to an office other than just reporting what the chief was saying, and they were questioning that. At what point is a subjective decision made to veer away from the incident commander's decision?
And I'll let you, that's a great question for some of the subject matter experts that you'll have. But it's been my experience is that, well, first of all, most decisions aren't have this types of consequences in this regard, but it's always dangerous. For example, I'll use it. I got a trooper 3 years out of the academy, shows up, okay, to a scene, hasn't been briefed, has been told information, and my expectation that he's going to act like he's in charge of the situation is going to have disastrous results because he may not be that smart and may not be as smart as the on-scene commander and doesn't have the information as the on-scene commander. And if it's an ISD, they know the school. They know the layout. So it'd be my expectation when we arrive, we arrive there and do everything we can to support the men and women, the on-scene commander on the ground, plain and simple. And that's our policy. It's our doctrine. And I think anything deviation of it, that there's a takeover by the state or takeover by the federal at some point in time, I think is dangerous.
I appreciate your answers on that, and I think it's important for the committee and also for those listening to understand how those decisions are made or not made in a crisis situation where an incident commander is established and officers that are responding are following their lead.
There's no shame at all. When you're chief and you have a 6-man department to defer to the Uvalde Police Department that has as many as 60 officers, or the sheriff's office.
With the lack of interoperability of the radios that was mentioned, is there any conceivable scenario where the text messages in that 77 minutes of delay that were coming from the children inside the classroom to 911, is there any conceivable situation where those outside the school building would get that information from dispatch and simply courier or deliver that information into the school building where the officers were located so that different decisions could be made to shift from barricaded intruder protocol back to active shooter protocol? How is it possible that that didn't happen?
All we know is one officer did hear that. Well, first of all, I can tell you the radio traffic is chaotic. There's hundreds of officers talking all over each other is a term when you're stepping on each other in terms of talking on the radio. So it's going bits and pieces out. As we've already talked about, you're not picking it up inside. But there was an officer that did hear that and asked it to be repeated and did have that particular information. We don't know who he told that to. Okay, and if that information was ever communicated to the on-scene commander. I mean, that's something that we want to follow up on, but I'm not in a position to discuss that at this particular point in time.
So there's just, in a chaotic situation like that, there is no way to channel dispatch and information coming directly into dispatch straight to Command Central, where...
Well, not in this case, but it doesn't mean you can't be relayed. I mean, there's all those options. You know, the cell phones work, okay? You don't have to depend upon just one means that people are stepping over these. There's other options. There's always other options.
Is there any protocol for breach of the exterior classroom window in a situation where an active shooter is in place in a classroom like we've discussed?
Certainly. And there's, in fact, one could argue it's safer to do so. You've got an exterior wall that's got brick and mortar versus a, sheetrock.
But is there any evidence to show that there were officers on the exterior of the building trying to locate the shooter or the students that were located in the classroom? Has that remained a mystery?
No, I mean, the officers rescued hundreds of children using those windows in different classrooms. And keep in mind, right across from 111 and 112, the children are in danger in any of those classrooms, so they had to be extracted not into the hallway, but through the windows by breaking the windows out and extracting the kids and teachers through the windows.
Just a few years ago after Santa Fe, the Senate led an effort to remove the cap on the school marshal programs across the state. There was a cap on the number of marshals that could be implemented by school districts, and that cap was removed at that time. There are 62 districts out of 1,022 that currently use a program like that, whether it's a guardian program or a school marshal program. From a law enforcement perspective, do you have any objection to establishing a program like that on school campuses, knowing that there's eligibility established, training established, and cooperation between that designated school marshal and the local emergency operations plan for an active shooter situation? Do you have any reservation for school districts implementing a program like that?
I mean, no, I've testified before that there's not enough police officers in the state to be everywhere at once. And we've got many, many campuses and many thousands and tens of thousands of children that need to be protected. So at the end of the day, seconds matter. And we saw a white settlement. It wasn't a police officer, it was a civilian. Sutherland Springs, it was a civilian. He wasn't a marshal. He went home and got his rifle and took the subject out. So you can't ignore that as a particular option and the importance of the shooter getting confronted early and often.
Well, when Senator Birdwell and I were both advancing bills that both passed, they had nuances based on a locker and protocols for the safety of a locker being used, but both of those bills passed in that session, and the testimony against that legislation was mainly by organizations representing teachers, just saying that they didn't feel safe even under those protocols with that type of training and that type of collaboration with law enforcement that's responsible for those emergency operations plans in an active shooter situation. Much of the opposition in committee and in testimony were from the teacher organizations that just did not want to have those programs on their campus. But my information is out of the districts that have implemented expanded guardian or school marshal programs, we haven't had an active shooter situation on those campuses. That's the information that I have. Do you know any information different than that?
No, but I don't know that I can say that one's causal, but I can certainly say that, I've got 4 granddaughters, and I would expect or would hope that, that if somebody came on campus like this shooter, that someone would be in a position to do something before law enforcement got there. As you saw, even when they arrived, I mean, and they arrived relatively quickly, but even when these officers arrived, it was 3 minutes. They went to the door 3 minutes after the subject went in the door. And how many rounds did he fire? 100 rounds in minutes. So they, where the ideally he'd have been confronted is in that south-north hallway. Is a perfect T intersection, before the subject can get to 111 and 112, before he can put his hands on door 111. That's what right looked like in that regard. Moreover, I mean, one of the challenges in the West Building, and the experts can talk about it, is that you got officers overstacked on one side, east-west hallway, and they're at the other side. If the subject wanted to, kill police officers, he just had to step out in the hallway, okay, because of the crossfire. And that's that goes back to, how at best, and of course the experts are in a better position to discuss this and make recommendations on that, and I'm sure that they'll be able to do so.
Director, I appreciate your testimony today and your willingness to continue to find the answers so that we can certainly make the decisions we need to make to keep these kids safe in our schools in Texas. And I just want to wrap up with this. Within 3 minutes of the shooter entering the building, 9 officers were in the school with pistols and rifles, and the classroom doors to classroom 111 and 112 were unlocked. Within 5 minutes of the shooter entering the building, Chief Arredondo is saying that he doesn't have the necessary resources to advance on the shooter. And then I guess I would ask you this last question again, and I know it's repetitive. How many minutes from the shooter entering the building did the officers eventually decide to advance and to neutralize the shooter? How many minutes went by?
1 hour, 14 minutes and 8 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Senator West, you're going to be next, but we've had the director, testifying for an hour and 50 minutes straight right now. And I think what we need to do is do a 5-minute break for everybody. And Senator, so I'm showing 11, let's call it 11:20. Thanks.
That's good idea. Just get ready to have to take a break. We never do that. That's a good idea.
Director McCraw, you ready? Okay. Recognize Senator West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Director McCraw, you had made a statement during your testimony, at least this is what I heard, that when DPS was in control of the scene. Let's make certain we have clarity in terms of what you were referring to.
Yes, sir. Well, the EPS didn't have control of the scene. I just mentioned that we did have a trooper, and the first trooper arrived at 11:42 with 2 other officers and observed numerous officers in the hallway and left after 2 minutes.
So, in terms of what role, and let's make certain all of us want transparency as it relates to what's going on in this process, and that has been a problem, and I think that Senator Colcourse has mentioned that. As it relates to transparency concerning the investigation, where are we as it relates to that?
Yes, sir. Well, first, I know that the initial request, I think the local police department, specifically ISD, wanted to conduct the investigation. The district attorney asked the Texas Rangers to conduct the investigation, and we've had the lead on the investigation since the beginning. So this was on May 24th that we took leadership role in that investigation. As I mentioned, many different agencies assisted in this, and we continue to work with other agencies, and we have more to do. Much has been accomplished, but much more needs to be done. And importantly, we've got, well, I won't even go through the different areas we've got to cover, but those things need to be done before this investigation is completed and turned over to the district attorney for her review.
Okay, obviously, last evening there was a video that was released by, I think, the Austin American Statesman or Texas Tribune. It's been shown all over America. Is there other video that we should be reviewing as part of this investigation?
Well, you can remove all the videos, needs to be reviewed, and at some point, will need to be made public, and I have great confidence that the district attorney will do that when the investigation is completed. I have no doubt. Certainly body cameras are relevant. Certainly the footage internal from the inside the school, the surveillance video, and I'll also say the surveillance video from the enhanced version from the funeral home is all appropriate.
So there's additional video that has not been released?
Absolutely. And let me, if you don't mind, Senator, give me an opportunity, is that one of the concerns that, the district attorney has not wanted to keep information from the public. She just wanted to keep misinformation from the public. Okay, inaccurate information. She's never really, and that's the challenge she has, and for only one reason, because of the impact on victims.
Well, let's go down that road just a little bit. Sure. In terms of accurate information, is there accurate information that the district attorney currently has that could be released to the public so the public could get a better sense that transparency is in fact occurring?
Well, I'm sure there's no question that videos, when they're released, and certainly you as a member of the legislature would have access to it and a legislative privilege to look at it. The House Investigative Committee has access to it, and we provided them so they can review those themselves in detail. But we have asked, because we've been asked by the district attorney, to ensure that we don't, one, talk to the media, which we haven't done any press conferences since then. The only thing we've done is maybe refuted some of the statements and tried to correct those particular statements. And we've been very clear that we haven't released any information, videos or otherwise, to the media.
Okay, as it relates to the video that was released somehow, it shows at least one officer there with a rifle and another one with a shield. Is that correct?
Well, what we'll show is that within minutes after the subject entered.
I'm talking about the video.
Yeah, well, the video will show that there's as many as 11 officers and 2 rifles minutes after the law enforcement entering on the scene.
Okay.
Now, I think I said before 9, but it was really 11 because there's another 4 that came in. There was 3 initially, then 4. Okay, then another 4 came in, and then another 4 came in.
I understand it.
Yes,
I'm talking about the video that we saw. I only saw.
Yes,
I didn't see 11 officers on that video. Maybe I didn't see the correct one. I saw one with a shield and one on the right with a shield and one on the left with a rifle.
And frankly, I didn't watch it.
Okay.
I watched the entire video. I've watched snippets or whatever may have been released, so I couldn't comment.
And I'm going to go back to a question that was asked to you by Senator Creighton as it relates to the officer with the shield. And I didn't understand your response to that. The question, I believe, was whether that officer with the shield could have advanced and tried to breach the door or at least try to save some of the kids in that room.
Well, it was my testimony, Senator, that you didn't need a shield.
No, I understand whether you needed one or not.
Yeah.
I'm asking the question, with that shield, could the officer have done that?
Yeah, absolutely. It could have been used immediately.
Okay.
And which is the point, is that they're never, one was, there was 1, then later came 2, then 3 and 4, and eventually there was 4 shields available to be used. Okay. And for the record, I want to be clear about when that shield arrived, but the first one, didn't arrive until sometime after the officers went in. It was the second shield arrived at 12:03.
The first shield arrived when?
Yeah, the first shield arrived at 11:52. The second and third shield arrived thereafter.
And it's a fact that you heard that, well, I think that there were shots fired after the first shield arrived. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, and I'm not going to be repetitive. I do have some other questions as it relates to recommendations that should be made that you're recommending. Now, but before I do that, the Department of Public Safety has no role in school safety audits. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there, in terms of recommendations, I know that you were asked about school marshals and guardians. Is there any reservation from, let me back up, you are the chief law enforcement officer for the state of Texas. Is that correct?
Well, certainly the head of the Department of Public Safety. We can question in terms of who's the head of what, but I'm certainly head of the department.
Right. You're the head of the Department of Public Safety.
Yes, sir.
Is there any reservations on the part of the department arming teachers in schools?
Not if they're trained. None whatsoever.
Okay. I want to turn not necessarily to schools, but an incident that happened in Duncanville, Texas last week. Mm-hmm. Let me just set it up for you. A recreation center where there was a summer youth program with over 100 kids mm-hmm. in that program. And a person came in with a gun unrelated to any terrorist activity, but once in there, decided to fire the weapon, and he was taken out by a consortium of police departments there in the area.
Yes, sir.
Is there any concern by you, as the head of the Department of Public Safety, about similar types of settings where kids are in summer camp, as an example, or you have a large number of kids in their safety?
Absolutely. In fact, any time that you have a large aggregation of children in a location, especially outdoors or in this location in terms of Duncanville that you described, which is wasn't connected to a school, but certainly was affiliated with school outside activities, we're always concerned. It's a soft target to begin with. There's not the security usually in place, and certainly, people that are trying to do the most harm can do the most harm by killing our children.
Are there any best practices for protecting those kids?
Well, I know one thing is that Duncanville's an example. Texas law enforcement responding. They immediately isolated the subject. And certainly neutralized him, and he's no longer with us. And that's important that we have that type of response. And they were on scene almost minutes. They were right there. That's what, of course, the whole point of alert training has been designed, is that actions you don't wait on actions. Actions are immediately taken, and that's a good example of how things should be done.
Okay, and let me ask a couple of more questions. And as it relates to the weapon that was used in Uvalde, you mentioned that, and I think in our private conversation, that there was 170 rounds fired?
171 rounds, the subject total fired. 3 at the beginning, and we had another 24, 27, 57, and 60.
Is a person, a reasonable person? You would not obviously consider this person a reasonable person based on what you're saying, that that person had some mental illnesses, that red flags for mental illness. But a person in the same or similar circumstances at 19 years of age, are they mature enough to be able to handle, or should we have a situation where a person 19 years of age be able to get an assault weapon, an AR-15?
Yeah, well, that's of course a policy decision on what that is and is not. I can just say that certain people shouldn't have one, okay? And certainly this is one person that should not have had one.
Should the average 19-year-old be able to have one without any training?
Yeah, it's hard to me because I was in the Army at that time in my life. Too many people have served bravely and sacrificed for their country that are 18 years old. So it's difficult for me to say that nobody's mature enough at that age. All I can say is that certain people will never be mature enough, and certain people, are going to be a threat when they are able to get weapons.
Should they be? You had training to use those type of weapons in the Army, though.
I'm sorry?
You had training to be able to use those weapons?
Yes, sir, I did.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And also screenings, correct?
I'm sorry?
Psychological screening?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you believe that in order to make certain that those persons that are able to get those weapons have psychological screening and also training?
Yeah, that again goes back to policy. It's hard for me to say whether that would work or not. I just know that we don't. Certain people, and I'll use this specifically, and you've already addressed this, violent offenders, for example, ought not to have access to weapons, and plain and simple. So there are certain people, and I can tell you from a professional standpoint, if someone has got, if we got some very specific and credible information, okay, specific and credible being the operative word, on individuals and that they're a threat in the community, that certainly, to the extent that they would have limited access to weapons, would be helpful.
Would you agree with me that if we increase the age to 21 years old, that most parents will feel confident, in addition to other things that we're doing, and as it relates to recommendations, that most parents would feel confident that their children's safety would in fact be safeguarded in the state of Texas?
Yeah, I'm really not in a position to comment on how they would interpret that, whether they feel safe or not, Senator. Frankly, I think that's way above my pay grade in terms of this particular issue.
I'm going to ask you one then. You have grandchildren, right?
I do.
Would their grandparents feel safer?
Well, the grandparents will feel safe if they're safe people with guns, not with unsafe people, if that's a quick cop-out. But at the end of the day, is that some people with guns are good people with guns at whatever age, okay, or as long as they're responsible, okay, is not necessarily a bad thing. And unfortunately, in a day like today, well, there's not enough officers to be everywhere all at once. We may need someone at the White Settlement inside a church. We may need somebody outside another church in Sullivan Springs, or a teacher inside of a school. They may be the only thing standing away from a mass murderer and the lives of the children.
You would agree with me that when we begin to look at these mass shooters, that the age range is between, I think, 16 to 21 or 16 to 19, somewhere from there. Is that correct?
I would have to go back and look at some of the data that the FBI and the Secret Service have on the history. I've seen it before. We have a report on that information, but I couldn't tell you the exact average age.
I think the average age is around 19.
Okay.
If that's the case, then do you think that we need to take a second look at whether or not those persons are mature enough in order to operate such high caliber weapons?
I think it's less to do about maturity and more to do with about mental capacity. I mean, there are certain people that are, they may be immature, but they're not evil.
Well, and I agree with you. I'm not saying that we take the weapons away from those persons, but have it just like we have age range for drinking and other cigarettes and everything else.
I understand.
Not look at saying that you need to be age certain in order to...
Well, you already restrict handguns, I believe. Yes, sir.
Let me finish.
Yes, sir.
All right. You should be an age certain before you are able to purchase a weapon of that magnitude?
Well, sir, I can see why you would want to, because at the end of the day, you've already restricted handguns, okay, from anyone until they're 21 years old. So, I mean, you've already, the state legislature's already done that. So that's certainly, like I said, goes back to a policy decision.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Birdwell. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again, Director, for the rigor that you've put into not just here today, but the response over the last 4 weeks. Let me return to the lock for just a moment. I wanted to make sure that for the teacher to have locked the door, they would have had to lock it from the outside, thus abandoning the children to a locked room with them outside. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As it relates to the breach, you've mentioned a hooligan, and I think one other type of breaching tool. Did any officer have shotgun slug capacity to breach on location?
Well, many officers had shotguns. I don't know that it's a recommended breach technique, frankly, especially with children in the room. I think it would be when you have other options. I don't think that would be but I'll defer to the experts in terms of that. Right. We certainly will use.
I consider you an expert, Director.
Well, we use breaching ourselves, okay? We use sometimes explosive breachings, usually a hostage situation or a barricaded subject, but certainly not an active shooter.
Say that last piece. Even though I have my phone on silent, it went into my hearing aids, and so I was.
Oh yes, sir.
My ringtone instead of your answer.
We'll certainly do breaches. We'll do it. Use a number of different methods. Okay, but the breaches that we're talking about, that might be explosive breaches, dual breaches, front and back. We would never do that in an active shooter situation. Right. Okay, I say never is never, but those are designed for hostage situations.
Right. Well, you're talking C4 blasting caps, and the like.
Yes, sir. And the same thing with the shotgun breach along those lines. There's risk of projectiles and material going into the room and striking somebody at that point.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I just was thinking through the.
Yes, sir.
Action or weight, and it's clear from your testimony that the weighting was the challenge.
Absolutely.
That's why I was interested in the answer to that question. Let me, at the very end of your timeline, you mentioned that the breach occurs.
Yes, sir.
The media has reported, but just because you read it doesn't mean it's true, that the Border Patrol agents are who actually made the breach. Do you know whether or not Border or Uvalde PD made the breach?
Well, both. Border was a stack of 7. We had the majority Border Patrol, but we had 2 deputy sheriffs, and I believe a PD officer on it as well in terms of the breach.
So with all of that representative rigor of it leads me to my next line of questioning, similar to Senator Creighton's, with all that representational rigor of various agencies.
Mm-hmm.
The Uvalde police chief is still the active commander of the scene.
Yes, it could be argued that he turned it over at some point from the tactical, because he did make the request for tactical capability. And when we say BORTAC, they've got an elite SWAT team, Border Patrol. Elements of the BORTAC because arrived, and so that's why you see the breakdown on the stack. And the stack is how many people get to go through the door, You know, you don't get to put yourself in front of the stack, and the stack was 7 officers, and I think I mentioned 4 went in initially, door closed, 3 followed shortly thereafter.
Okay, okay. At 11:54, it says on your timeline that the DPS special agent enters the west building.
Yes, sir.
What's the difference between, for both our listeners and myself? Sure. You know, I run into many troopers usually because I'm getting escorted from behind.
Yes, sir.
You know, at 0 miles an hour on the side of the road.
Yes, sir.
But I've run into DPS sergeants and, you know, lieutenants, captains. When I hear the term special agent, the first thing I think of is the similarity of an FBI special agent with a set of authority. What sets of authority does a DPS special agent have that's different from the trooper that entered?
None whatsoever, but what they do is they focus full-time on, let's say, gangs, you know, organized crime investigations, for example, undercover investigations, surveillance techniques along those lines, incident development and operations, criminal enterprise investigations, sex trafficking, for example. You're going after the organization. So you know, troopers patrol, okay, special agents focus on the organized criminal activity. Texas Rangers, you know, have major violent crime cases and assist in those types of investigations, and certainly command and control of our tactical operations we put on the Ranger Division as well.
Okay. And I'm going to ask another question I think you've already answered, but in the timeline, it's clear that the DPS special agent is very focused on breaching now.
Yes, sir.
With his arrival. Is there, and I fully understand, not just from the law enforcement perspective, but of unity of command is one of the principles of war. So I fully understand your
a vital profession. We've got such great law enforcement professionals at all levels, including Uvalde Police Department and Uvalde ISD. I mean, they've got great officers that would willingly give their life. Okay, but we can't afford as bad decisions as you indicated in that regard, and I'm quite, you know, hopeful that with training, because sometimes this is a leadership issue, is that, hey, some people don't need to be in those particular positions, that this will never happen again, and people will be mindful is that, wait a minute, it's not a barricaded subject. You can't declare containment and declare victory and wait for the cavalry to arrive and to strike that home. And that's, I think, critical. And you know, that's something we have as our profession. Okay, we clearly failed in that because someone didn't get it. and we just need to make sure that's in place. Inviting let's say a DPS captain shows up and a situation decides, well, he's going to exercise control. Well, first of all, he doesn't have the information, and you know what? He may not be as sharp as the on-scene commander that's there. In addition, not having the information. So I'm reluctant to encourage or even think of any situation where you'd want some level of hierarchy where a larger police department gets to come in and take over, that type of thing. I mean, but at the same point, we need leaders in place that recognize their capabilities. And if you don't, there's nothing wrong, and I do it frequently, I delegate it way on down. Because that's where the expert's not where I'm at. The expertise is always at least 2 levels down, removed from me, and we expect,
Yeah, just like I don't want division commanders fighting platoons, I want them to fight the division.
Yes,
the same logic and thought process. A different area of thought here is there, and I want to give you discretion to not answer this question if it's law enforcement sensitive. Is there any evidence that cartels, border gangs / belligerents provided any material support to the shooter, purchasing the weapons, finance of the weapons, because of the number of border agents that have kids in that school? Is there anything that you think that you've seen that relates to this being a hostile act supported by our belligerent opponents?
None whatsoever.
None? Okay.
And it was initially reported that he was linked or was a part of the individual, the 2 individuals who were involved in the conspiracy to commit capital murder at the school back in 2018. No, he was not one of them, nor was he linked to them in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. Just
yes, sir.
Very sensitive to the nature of the work that both the Border Patrol and our own state agencies are doing down there. So
we have no reason to believe that he has acted alone. The subject acted alone.
Okay.
He said some things that should have been reported, but he acted alone.
Okay. Different area, and I don't know if you've looked at this in the totality of the events, but did any state agency play a part in placing the shooter with his grandmother, or was that solely a family decision?
I'm sorry, what again now?
Did any state agency play a part in placing the shooter with his grandmother for custody, or was that solely a family decision?
All the information that I have, best available information at this moment, that was a family decision.
Okay.
He was estranged from his father, and effectively, when he moved in with his grandparents in February, was estranged from his mother.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director McCraw. Did the grandmother call the police after she was shot, or did the grandmother ever call the police?
Someone did. She ran across the street, okay, after she was shot, and went to a neighbor's house, and a neighbor was able to contact. The grandmother was unable to speak at that time.
Okay. We know no one checked the doorknob, right? And especially, I think that's an assumption that could be made that the shooter got in without a key, right? Did the shooter try different doors? Why did the shooter choose that room?
Well, he went to the west door,
Right.
and of course, that's clearly it was his direction where he was going. He could have gone to the south door. He chose the west door, and we don't know what reasons for that. And he walked deliberately. Now, there were not kids. They were in at that particular time. The kids were at lunch in some of the rooms on the left as he proceeded down the east-west hallway, and he turned right. And then he went into 11 and 112 was his focus. Didn't fire down the hallway. All his focus was focused on those 2 rooms.
Was he just in room 111, or did he go into both rooms?
He went to both rooms. There's
Are they separated?
They're separated, but there's a connecting door.
So he went into inside.
And it's often left unlocked, the connecting door, and there's no bolts that you can bolt it from either side to prevent entry. So it would be easy for him, and he did access 112 from 111, and vice versa.
Okay, goodness. Are classrooms fitted with an alarm and an individual? Like in the emergency room, we have a button we can push if there's a situation where we need to call.
No, there's no, and that's one of the things we found in the vulnerability assessment. There was no, we'll call it a panic type of button that can alert the entire campus at the same time.
Right. So we don't have that in the school.
That's correct. Well, at least at this school, we did not.
Is there do you know, is there a central place that if somebody, like the principal's office or administrative office, where if they're notified, they can push a panic button and it ring an alarm or make an announcement?
They use what they call the Raptor system, okay, to send out information. And very careful about alarms. As we ran in Santa Fe, a fire alarm, kids get them out of the classroom, right? They're getting out of the building.
Mm-hmm.
They could put them and teachers in harm's way moving towards the shooter, which is the case, which happens. So they use a system that did notify, but it was one of the recommendations, as I mentioned earlier, that we had is a centralized alert system that would notify everybody at the same time.
So do they use a code system? In hospitals, we use a code system. Code blue, code black, code orange.
No, ma'am. There's no.
They could just say overhead so the teachers would know that it was an active shooter situation, but the children don't know to run out in the hall.
No, but although they didn't have a duress system throughout the campus that was linked to a mass alert system, they didn't have it. Of course, I did indicate earlier the teachers took it upon themselves and the administrators to exercise their protocols, and they were really, even before the shooter got in school, they went ahead and implemented their active shooter protocol. And certainly they did in the West Building, and unfortunately in the West Building, as I described earlier, the West and South doors were open, but even if the South door was locked or West door was locked, he could have still entered in literally seconds just by breaching that door, in terms of breaching that door, so it wouldn't have been much.
Okay. How, and you may not know, or why did the chief say, we've lost 2 kids? Where did he get that number? What made him think?
I don't know. We were unable to re-interview him.
Okay. It is deeply concerning, I'll say, to hear a statement that if he starts shooting again, we're going to lose more kids, which is probably a true statement, obviously. But then for him to say, but we have to put those to the side right now. Was he?
Well, that's alarming, but obviously, and it was picked up by a body camera. And that said, one of the reasons we wanted to re-interview the chief is simply because allow him to put that in context, why he said that, what he meant at that particular point.
It's just really important for in any trauma situation, any kind of an emergency such as this, it's most important to get the victim, somebody shot, somebody injured, as quickly as possible to an emergency room. Because that first hour is called the golden hour, yes, for which mortality, morbidity goes down if they can get to the hospital. And it seems like it was not, I'm not sure that was of concern, or the delay most certainly missed the opportunities to save any children that possibly could have been saved. And I think it was always an active shooter situation, but not always treated as an active shooter situation.
I think that's well said. It never changed. It was always an active shooter situation. The situation was always dire. The timeline was always critical. And, every second mattered.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate your time and being here, and I'm going to try to be as succinct as I can and go through a few things. First of all, looking at the bar lock, it was the same door I had in my high school when I graduated 43 years ago.
Yes, sir.
Hadn't changed. But if my thoughts are correct, there's a little bitty hole to the very far end of that, and it's a hex key.
Yes, sir.
And that you literally can turn that to where it will not lock as it's closed, or you can turn it and it will lock automatically.
Yes, sir.
So someone consciously had made a decision that it was okay to have that as a non-locking door that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do we know who that person is?
No, sir, we don't know that.
Do we know if it was standard operating procedure for the school district to basically allow that to happen and nobody oversight?
I don't think the school district, but we have had reports. Again, these are interviews that those doors were often, the south and west doors were often left open.
So my point here is there's a conscious decision somewhere along the food chain, people responsible, and we don't know who they are. I feel sorry for what they're living through today that made a conscious decision to execute that. And that is if I went through my districts of 150 almost school districts, I can almost guarantee you that is the door that's in these schoolhouses. Secondly, and I know you're not Texas School District Safety Administrator Plan, but are you familiar with any of and we left a lot of discretion to the districts, and I think we're maybe seeing maybe that wasn't the best choice, but I can talk from my district, and I won't name district specifics because sometimes you don't want to share the secret sauce, but you said at 11:21 grandmother was shot, 911 was called.
Yes, sir.
If 0.29 miles, if that event occurred in my districts, at least my ones that I'm familiar with, 911 would have been basically on a school lockdown mission at that point, that people have positions to say there's been a domestic violence, there's been an issue, there's a disturbance in the neighborhoods close enough to the district's campuses, it would have been shut down. Do you know, and if it's not your bailiwick, tell me that's TEA, but do you know if there was a safety plan in place that would have said lockdown in the event of X being close proximity to the school?
No, sir, I don't know that. And
is that something you're familiar with?
I am familiar with that, and I'm also familiar with that quite frankly, some of the newer schools are far better. And in fact, they have some of these gaps that exist on this Robb Elementary don't exist at some other campuses that I've seen.
Is it fair to say that that should be something that if there's a domestic or some other incident close enough to a school, that school should have immediate lockdown?
Absolutely.
Second,
I'm trying to look at the exact time the 911 call came in.
It was in your previous testimony, 11:21.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter.
Yes,
I mean, that's off campus. But in my area of the woods, if that would have happened, schools would have been immediately locked down.
Yes, sir.
Automatic. Second time, the individual crashes into a ditch adjacent to the school property.
Yes, sir.
And the school to this date, was there any indication that there was a lockdown? That hey, we got problems and we need to lock this down? We had a teacher calling from the inside saying we got issues.
Yep.
Who's responsible, if you know, was it to make sure the campus was locked down?
I'm not sure who was responsible for doing it. I know that teacher, her actions resulted in the campus being locked down.
But really not. We left the door open.
Yeah, exactly.
But somebody on the campus did take the initiative at the point of at least the wreck on the ditch of locking down the campus.
Yes, sir.
It just didn't get done.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, the two doors were open, exactly.
So I guess my whole point of this conversation was evidence that there was actual protocol to lock the school down. It just wasn't successful.
I think there was protocol, and we saw it in the Raptor system that went out, and the fact that the teachers got the word and were protecting their children in their classrooms, doing what they were supposed to do. So I would say that they did go into lockdown, and as they should have. Now, we did recommend some efficiencies that can be changed in terms of a mass alert system around campus. There's things to improve,
Sure, I'm all about the panic button. Okay, so we'll move forward. 3 different occasions under current existing protocols. And do you know if Uvalde had a safety plan?
The high school or the school, Robb Elementary?
Do they have a safety plan? Do you know?
I'm not aware. That's one of the things we asked school safety center to take a look at.
I get it. So to that lock, it's created by design to where an individual can keep it from locking. That's a conscious decision.
Yes, sir.
I'm not a safety expert, but there's a lot of Captain Obvious moments in these events, and I'm not here to put blame on any one person, but the truth of the matter is we're seeking answers that may be relevant. But to Senator Birdwell pointed it out finally in the group, but why would you have a door that doesn't secure from the inside, knowing that if there's a fire or something that the inside can open? It's like a bathroom door. Why would you have a door in place that required outside interaction to secure it from the outside in? I mean, what is the logic behind having a door like that to start with? Where is that miscommunicated? Would that, it's ingress and egress and safety protocol, right? Keeping people out.
Yes, sir.
Is that number one rule of safety?
Absolutely.
What would be the reason that door lock would be something that's universally around our school buildings?
I can't explain it. It makes no sense at all. In fact, I know there's things that have been designed that can be used in light of or in spite of locking system like this, but it makes no sense.
There's no reason you can believe that that would make sense from a safety protocol.
Yeah, I can't imagine that this is safe. And another thing, Senator, is that there's no way for the teacher to know whether it's locked or not.
Well, I agree with that.
That's another problem.
That goes back to technology exists today with the panic button. It's immediately magnetically controlled. I mean, there's lots of options, down to a $5 doorstop on some level in some places.
Yes, sir.
Because you're just looking for resistance. Because that person's looking for the easiest access, correct?
Yes, sir.
They're not spending time wondering whether the door, and they're moving, right? They're on a mission.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad you said that, because I couldn't in my mind believe, and honestly, that's probably universal in our school buildings too. We're locking we're locking the good guys into the area where the bad guys are. I don't understand how that would examine. So, camp identification. You said it kind of indirectly, and again, since you're not the safety school managers, it's more TA, but from a first responder, if I have multiple campuses on site, would it not be beneficial to have campus A, B, and then corresponding room numbers inside, along with that map that you said was inaccurate on the get-go, that y'all are trained on in that area?
Yeah, certainly standardization would be beneficial, and knowledge of the campus.
All right. I talked to my superintendents, several of them, and universally, their response to school safety was, in some respects, pretty thorough, but still left a lot to be desired on classroom lockdown. And some of them went to vestibules and B-pins and stuff. But let me ask you the question this way. If you're limited on resources, and most school districts will say they are, that's debatable, but most will say they are, when it comes to prioritization of safety. If you're looking at personnel versus hardening of the assets, keeping people out, acknowledging that there is a limitation to people, both in physical, logistically being there, and number two, we've seen where people are have human failures in making the right decision and when stressed. Giving a budget from a local school district, if you had to pick a path, would you pick hardening and egress access issues over a resource officer that scope is very limited on what they get done?
Well, even though I'm in the law enforcement profession, I lean that way. If we have a resource officer on scene that knows the building, knows the schools, knows the layout, knows the students, knows the teachers, and he's there, just like in Santa Fe, immediately on site when it happened. And that's, and allows the law enforcement to do exactly what we've been charged to do, and that's to isolate and neutralize this.
That's reactive.
That's right.
That's reactive.
Yes, sir.
Big difference in reactive and keeping the individual out of the classroom to begin with.
Yes, sir.
So if I'm looking at the numbers as a dollar goes, and I say I can spend $80,000 for a resource officer, or I could put $80,000 into locking down, replacing locks, taking the human element out of it, are you still going to go with the personnel choice?
I hate to say this, I'd go with 160,000. I'd have both.
Well, no, I don't disagree.
Yeah, because
But that's not the world I'm told of.
Hey, the longer we can wait, because you do have local law enforcement 911 calls respond, the longer you can keep them out of the building, the more likely they have a chance to engage him before he can hurt somebody. So I don't disagree with having the proper doors and infrastructure in place and really even the perimeter, okay, to make it difficult to get them into when kids are in school.
I agree. I think that most of the 1,200 districts need to do a rethink, because it goes back to my opening comments. We got resource officers. They're not on every campus, and some of them are one for 8 campus buildings. And I spent a lot of money to get that, all well-intended and well-deserved, those individuals involved in that role. But if I could have kept that classroom locked from the inside, we wouldn't have 21 people in that classroom today.
Hey, 3 minutes would have made a difference. We could have kept them up for 3 minutes. Those officers would have been in the hallway, and he could have never got to 111, 112. He'd have been dead.
But there was a decision made to leave that bar X-nut and to have doors that couldn't protect from the inside. Moving on to a different conversation, but in the same genre of things we're told to do on this committee. A lot of conversation, and again, everybody wants solutions and everybody's looking for blame and what can we do to prevent this. So, under a background check, this is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, I have no ownership or pride of ownership in this conversation. I am told, and you said this individual does not have a record that you can tell, but assuming that individual had a juvie record, that even if it's a juvenile record, that information is given over to you guys, which y'all forward every bit of that up to FBI, that then can make a decision whether to include that into the National Crime Database, which is the backbone of a federal background check when it comes to gun ownership. Is that true or not?
I believe that's true, that we can, and it would go into the NICS system, and it would be something we require before someone can purchase a gun.
So, to be clear, you know about this juvie record. You are required, and you do, I think, diligently send that to the federal authorities. And it is the federal authorities that decide whether or not that information is inclusive in a federal background database.
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
So, I want to remind members, this is the second, and if you really want to call it 3. So the Midland shooter bought a gun and was not given a background check. Now that guy that was a FPL, federal license dealer, didn't do it, and he's in jail today. I'm not sure, but I think it was the Sutherland shooter that had a military background check that would have not, had it been done, had it been sent to the database, it would have been there for all eyes to see on a local background check.
Domestic violence.
And so that's 2. And third, this not specific to this, but if a juvenile has a record, even though it's, quote, sealed, it is still accessible if the feds do their job and put it into the National Background Data Check.
Yes, sir.
So not only did we fail to lock a campus down on 3 different occasions, at least from my districts, what their protocols say, not only our response was horrendous, that some of the solutions out there are reflective of a lack of understanding, but more importantly, the check the box. Because these people that get these juvie records from DPS in Texas to these federal levels, there's somebody looking at that going, it doesn't warrant. There's some system that allows them to choose to include it or not, and it doesn't get included. So we're just pushing paper around and telling everybody everything's good. But we have laws and systems in place today. social media, and it kind of goes to something that probably definitely is not in your bailiwick, but those messages that were in group context, you know who they are, I guess. By subpoena, you will. Are y'all having interactions with those people?
Yes, sir.
And there's really no recourse other than the guilt. But on the ones that were sympathetic, empathetic, or supportive, is there any recourse legally?
No, sir.
None at all. And without getting into the weeds, are those individuals like, so what, or we're sorry, or we should have said something, or is it remorseful, or is it more along the lines, you can't touch me?
A combination of many of those, but anywhere from it already blocked him, and to someone that thought something was wrong, just didn't report it, to some that, as I indicated before, by their own text messages were empathetic or sympathetic.
So, and this is a hard question, and if you choose not to answer it, but it's just a system. What is the recourse ultimately to officers that are found to be neglectful in their response? I mean, what is TCO's response as far as removing officers so that they don't show up at some other campus 3 months out?
I'm not aware of anything at this particular point in time that puts them in a position to be able to do that. And individual agencies certainly have the authority to be able to hold the officers accountable for their actions.
So today, in state statute, obviously we've heard about the commander-in-chief and the lack of response. There's nothing in the system that would not prohibit him from showing up in XISD 6 months out, a year out, and becoming an officer.
Not that I'm aware of, unless he's terminated for cause, and there's something in his that would change his F-fire rating, so law enforcement officers would know whether it's a general discharge, an honorable discharge, or dishonorable discharge. That could certainly affect employment. And I believe TCO, I'm sure, can answer the questions as it relates to in terms of some of the tools that they have right now or don't have.
So you mentioned it a couple of times, notoriety. Let me ask it this way from the social media, and it plays into human nature, men specifically, about wanting to leave their mark, wanting to be significant, wanting to have purpose, wanting to be something, and that can be good or bad, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you think the social media aspect or the platform, and it's just been up in the last 30 years, right? Because we had these individuals. We knew who they were when we were going to high school and schools. These are all existed. I'm 60. We had these individuals that weren't treated right or felt like they were mistreated and had issues, but they didn't have a platform. Mm-hmm. Do you think that the idea that this guy knew that the minute he pulled that trigger, that he just got notoriety on a worldwide basis that will live, unfortunately, into perpetuity?
Absolutely.
You think that plays into the psyche?
Yeah, well, some of the statements he made would suggest exactly that.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your efforts.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, Senator Betancourt. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With your permission, I'd like Director McGraw to demonstrate the usage of the lock mechanism. If you could, Director.
Yes, sir. Hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'll move away from it, so it may not carry all the way down here, but as you'll see, this is a door. It's not just a facsimile, it's in fact one of the doors we took out of the West Building. An interior door, as described before. This is the key. And right now, you may not be able to see it from that side, but right now you can tell that it's unlocked because when you move this, the throw goes back into it. When you twist it around, one loop, you can still move it. It seems like it's the same thing. You're opening it, but you can't because it didn't move the throw. It stays. It remains in that location. And as you can see, there's no way to lock this device. You can, even though it's inside, you can open it and go out, okay, even though it's locked, but you can't go back in because this is disengaged. And one thing I didn't mention, and you'll find it in probably many schools, is there's a device that what teachers will do a magnetic device, they just place on the side of it here. That way students can go to the restroom and come back in. Yeah. Now, obviously, that was not engaged. I mean, they had taken that out, and of course, thought they had locked the door. But as I testified before, this door was, it was open. Okay, it was unsecured. Whether it was locked or not, it was unsecured. Because the throw did not fit correctly into the strike plate.
And Director, can that door be locked from the inside?
It cannot be locked from the inside. It cannot be.
All right. So I submit to you that you believe this door is commonplace at Robb Elementary?
This is ridiculous, and it's unexcusable. If you're looking at it from a security standpoint, there's many things. You said a doorstop will work. Okay, there's other techniques that are developed, and you'll see promulgated around, whether YouTube videos or they made it around the country, but there's other things that can be done. They even teach in the CRAZE curriculum. That's a part of ALERT.
So, Director, when the school went into lockdown and the training that occurred, in reality, it's a myth. There is no school lockdown at Robb Elementary because the doors can't be locked from the inside. The external doors are open. There is no barrier to a shooter walking into a classroom. In this particular case, because of the strike plate being broken. So we're training people in a situation where they simply don't have the equipment to protect themselves.
I would absolutely agree in this case. It starts with the exterior door. You didn't have, it was unlocked, but you did need to be unlocked for him to access. Even here, whether it's room 11 or 112, even with this webbing here, you can see it, but you can shoot it out. You can, and all you have to do is put your hand in there and open the door. So
and you certainly could shoot out that on, on multiple locations. So what we have is a situation that is the school gets an alert and goes into lockdown, but there really is no lockdown at all.
Effectively, no.
Now, that's a pretty stunning.
Or no, I may better correct that. It's not an effective lockdown.
No, certainly not an effective lockdown. And unfortunately, people were trained on that one. I just want to ask some things about to confirm this. Channel 2 KPRC Houston said that the last active shooter training was in March. They have documentation to that. Can you confirm that?
Can't say March, but I do know that they had active shooter training.
Right. So we've already seen there's a ABC interview of the teacher, Mr. Reyes, who's miraculously survived. He said that he had already reported the strike plate problem.
Yes, sir.
So obviously, at least the school principal or someone in charge of the facility knew that this door was completely disabled from any ability to lock.
We can confirm he had reported it. Yes, sir.
Right. And in addition, so all the reports that have been out, whether it's the San Antonio Express News, I can go on for a list, New York Post, et cetera, we now have confirmed that these doors, and the door in particular in classroom 111, could have not have possibly been locked. So that the shooter egressed and he did it more than once. He walked in the hall. That's what I understand.
Yes, sir.
So, clearly, this door was of zero obstacle to the shooter, and so now we have a culture where we think we've trained an entire school for lockdown, and because the external doors are wired open with the hex nut, as Senator Perry said, and because these doors cannot be locked from the inside, we set up a condition of failure in an active shooter environment.
I would say so, yes, sir. I want to be clear. The door was either locked or unlocked, but it was unsecured.
Right.
So I'd want to use that term to be very careful and precise on that, because either way, when we got there, it was unlocked, but either way, it was unsecured.
Right, because the only way to secure everything would have been do an individual inspection of every door, and you've already said that you took an outside key to lock the exterior doors.
Yes, sir.
And that would have been the same thing that would happen on the internal doors, would they not?
Yes, sir.
And then the last piece of this, which is there is simply between classrooms 111 and 112, no effective lock mechanisms there at all, right?
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, members, what's really stunning is I don't know how many other schools out of the 8,000 campuses in Texas train with an active shooter type of program, but they don't have the equipment to do what we want them to do, which is protect the children of Texas. Obviously, there's no external barriers at Robb Elementary. The fence was 4 feet tall and breached in many places. There were ropes instead of, again, because it goes to your point of trying to slow the shooter down to be engaged on the exterior.
Yes, sir.
As opposed to the interior.
Yes, sir.
But if they're not slowed down, and if the external door can be opened with a touch of a hand, and the internal doors are not locked, there's no stopping a shooter from walking in a classroom who obviously had personal experience with classrooms 111 and 112.
Yes, sir.
Now, speaking of that, let's go over some things about the shooter. Can you, obviously you've conducted many interviews in Uvalde. Can I ask how many roughly?
We've been at over 500 interviews. It's probably up to about 700 right now.
About 700 interviews. This is a town of 17,000 people.
Yes, sir.
So that's a pretty big sample.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you did these interviews, was he employed? That was one rumor he was at one point.
He was previously employed. He was not employed at the time. He was at this time of the shooting. He was not employed. He worked in the fast food industry.
And he worked in the fast food industry for how long?
Well, that's all he ever worked at, and he off and on, and he certainly worked to the first quarter of the earning period.
So we have a student, maybe at best a student that's truant, that's working at the fast food restaurant. And out of all these interviews you had, how many times did they tell you that he was the one they were worried about?
Several times. We had only one teacher said that she always was worried about him. The one student that scared her most. So when he discussed, that last year he started, again, I mentioned earlier, started dressing as like a school shooter, started acting like a school shooter.
So maybe half a dozen times out of the 700 that clearly identified this one person, Ramos, as the person they were extremely worried about?
Yes, sir. After the fact. They never reported that to law enforcement.
That was going to be my
school.
next
Yes, sir.
question. So at no time did they report this. Now, at any time, did anyone report the shooter Ramos literally carrying a sack of dead cats?
Yes.
They did.
Yes.
And who did?
They didn't report to the officials. It was observed and reported when we did interviews.
So again, they've seen apparent, quite frankly, aberrant behavior, and they're worried. And in a town of 17,000, we've got at least half a dozen people that were worried to the point where they thought he was going to be an active shooter. We've got animal cruelty that's been identified, but yet somehow through all of the reporting of people's thoughts, there's no official record in HPD, ISD that we know of.
None that we can find.
Well, that's a major failure. When you look at the police response, and I think because Senator Campbell said this, that golden hour goes by and people die. And in this case, I think it was Senator Creighton that had 11, well, actually, there was 9 people within a few minutes and then 11 total within just about 7. So there's 11 officers in the building, and this is by the timeline you've got at 11:36.
Yes, sir.
That is 8 minutes after he crashed his car. So we had 11 officers in the building, and I don't know, I'm going to just tell you this, reading your timeline, I don't know if it makes you angry. I alternated from sad to disappointed to flat out angry when I read this timeline, because it is an absolute total breakdown of any command and control. This is a textbook example of it. I've never seen, it's almost like a mirage appeared, because the group started talking about offices instead of classrooms, about no one except for the DPS officer talking about where are the kids. It's almost incredible to see this type of response. Now, I'm going to submit to you, I don't believe there's any training in the world that could have helped this incident commander, because this last 25 minutes from 12:21 to 12:46 is a disgraceful diatribe of somebody that cannot possibly have responded to this crisis. The reasoning, there is no reasoning. The torrent of illogical statements here, and it is preposterous. And all along, people are dying. And what makes this more incredible to me is that there are at least 6 shots fired during this time. And I submit to you and members of the committee, every shot is a death. Why is this person shooting? He's killing somebody. But yet, this incident commander finds every reason to do nothing. And that's the tragedy of this document. Because clearly people were killed in the initial barrage you set up to 100 rounds. But at least 6 rounds were shot afterwards, probably at individual targets, at least 3, you'd have to, because of the groupings. And that means 3 children probably died. A teacher bled out. An hour plus goes on. So is there any T-close or any way that officers coming into a situation like that with a clearly dysfunctional and total breakdown of command and control, that somehow that can be rectified at a shooting like this? Or are we just looking at a shooting that tragically and horrifically lasted so long that it's so abnormal, so out of what the possible realm of responses are, that they simply no way to replace an incident commander that has literally melted into protoplasm?
Yep. Well, the only thing that will make you more mad is to see the video. It'll be worse, I can assure you, if you see it. It's, as we mentioned before, it's antithetical. Everything that we practice, preached, I mean, it's in contrary, and it is, you know, unfortunately, what we're left with. And of course, we're trying to figure out solutions to this, and what solution, what can you, how do you overcome?
I mean, Director, that's my question. There is no training that could have overcome this person's inability to command.
Yes, sir.
Person should have never even been in the job.
Absolutely.
Because there is no fact or supposition of fact that this response and the responses that are here are even remotely operationally correct. And there's so many opportunities that are lost. It's almost like a psychosis set in. And, you know, and I challenged this individual. I had challenged this chief to come testify in public as to what happened here. Don't go hide in the house and talk privately. Come to the Senate, where the public of Texas can ask these questions. It's just abominable when you have to read this. I can only imagine what it was like for law enforcement professionals to see the video. And we have to understand that we're dealing with people whose lives were lost and people that died that clearly shouldn't have, in my opinion. And more importantly, we have to design systems that don't have our teachers and our students, their families, all believing that we're doing lockdown drills and it's a good thing, that they're ready for this. We have to have incident commanders that are ready for this. And if they're not, they should have never had the job. This man should have removed himself from the situation immediately, because just by looking at his response, he's incapable of it. And the fact that we're having this discussion without him, Mr. Chairman, members, I think is a sad testament to that. But the bottom line is, we're going to get to the bottom of these facts. You're demonstrating what happened at the door clearly shows that there was no door that was going to prevent, there's no access to that room that was being denied. And I just want to express the outrage of reading this for the first time. Because at the end of the day, we could have done better, but we will do better. And every recommendation this committee makes is based upon getting the facts. Because until now, we didn't have the facts. Until now, we were told a whole variety of things. But now, we're going to have to take known facts to make good known law. Because I submit, there are no badder facts than these that are on this table. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel McCraw, thank you for being here from the very beginning of this, not just for us, but to the state and the country and even the world watching. You have been a source of reliable information and of a steady hand, and we're glad you're here. We're glad we can get some answers from you, and we're thankful for you. Your training at the state and federal levels means something, and we're glad you're in this role. I want to ask you a couple of questions. Try not to cover too much ground that you've already dealt with. The grandmother, earlier that morning, after she was shot, I believe you said she made it to a neighbor's house. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I've heard different things, as you know, so many sources and so much conflicting information. When the grandmother made it to the neighbor's house, there was a phone call for help. Was it a 911 call, or was it a call to a specific law enforcement agency, if you know?
A 911 call was made. At some point after that happened, a 911 call was made.
At some point after the grandmother was shot?
Yes.
So she made it to a neighbor's house and they did call 911?
Yes, and then she was later transported, airlifted to San Antonio.
So if there were reports that the neighbor may have called a particular agency and that's not accurate, there was a 911 call as far as we know?
Yes. In fact, I think it's in the timeline. You'll see when the 911 call comes in.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I want to ask you also, you mentioned how the local officers, and in particular the school district officers on the scene, they know the layout, they know the buildings. Let's talk about that. Do we have a system in place where when officers arrive, they are given a floor plan, a blueprint? Tell us about that. This sounds like something we should be doing on a systemic level. How did that work here? How does that work? An officer arrives, and how do I know what's a classroom, what's an office? How does that work, and how did that work here?
Well, it just depends on the agency. Here they had an independent school district, you would assume, but they had many more campuses. They had 6 officers, chief, and many campuses, and I think at least 10 different campuses that they would cover. So the familiarity would be based upon, officers visiting the school, understanding the layout, having the plans in place, and of course, as I understand it, there was some practicing, and active shooter practicing done as well in training of those particular officers. I can say,